Chapter 482. The surging magma flowed into it, and after a quick cooling, pieces of obsidian appeared on the workbench. Su Lin picked up a piece of obsidian that was still warm and examined it. Third-grade obsidian had met the production requirements. This obsidian production line was mainly used to produce third-grade obsidian. Su Lin collected all the newly produced obsidian for inspection. The new factory had just opened, and the quality of the obsidian produced was not very stable, so some adjustments were needed. His requirements were not high, but at the very least, the obsidian produced had to be of third-grade quality. As for the lower quality obsidian, whether it was the obsidian golem or the floating city, they would not use obsidian of this quality. Hundreds of obsidian stones were quickly appraised by Su Lin, and the results were not bad. More than 90% of the obsidian stones were third-class or above, and there were more than a dozen second-class obsidian stones. As for the top first-class obsidian stones, there was no such thing as a first-class obsidian stone. For this kind of newly established obsidian factory, it was already very good that the obsidian produced could reach this level. After the obsidian factory was operating normally, Su Lin and Hathaway began to make some technical adjustments to the factory. After some adjustments, the obsidian production line began again. With the surge of elemental energy, magma flowed into it again. After a few rounds of purification, obsidian appeared in front of Su Lin. After some adjustments, the quality of the obsidian produced this time was obviously higher. Su Lin took out all the obsidian in this batch and then tested it again. Sure enough, the results were much better than the last time. 96% of the obsidian in front of him were third grade. This yield was already considered good. If he wanted to continue improving, he would need to upgrade and improve it bit by bit in the future production process. After completing the transformation, Su Lin completely activated the entire obsidian factory. A strange energy wave came, and the obsidian factory officially began to operate. One by one, the stone golems began to work, and the steel golem also began to work. After the steel golems started working, Su Lin arranged for a few steel golems to patrol outside the obsidian factory. Their current area of protection was the obsidian factory. As long as they did not enter the obsidian factory, they would activate their combat program and attack. In order to protect the obsidian factory, Su Lin had also built a sensor formation in the obsidian factory. As long as someone else entered, the sensor formation would be triggered and a signal would be transmitted to the steel golem. At the same time, the obsidian factory would enter a state of alert. Looking at the functioning obsidian factory, Su Lin nodded with satisfaction. The production area of the obsidian factory was not large. After the magma entered the production area, it would quickly form obsidian. With sufficient obsidian, the next production line of rock golems would be put on the agenda. Compared to the golem factory, the technology of the obsidian factory was too simple. The most difficult part of this factory was actually the magma production. This factory was mainly to provide raw materials for the future obsidian factory. The technical requirements of the obsidian factory were a bit high. Hathaway was now drawing the blueprints. After the blueprints were completed, the factory would be upgraded. The energy consumption of the obsidian factory was very high. Su Lin planned to build a new elemental pool here. At the same time, Su Lin also needed to prepare a legendary soul core. The golem factory was generally divided into 3 parts. The first part was carving. The stone needed to be carved, and at the same time, the body parts of the golem had to be made. This part required a high-precision carving process, and at the same time, a set of micro-carving machines was also needed. The second part was the magic pattern inscription on the golem. For this part, a fully automatic magic pattern inscription machine had already been built when the clay golems were produced. After the magic pattern inscription, it would enter the third part. The parts of these golems would be sent to the assembly workshop, where they would be assembled one by one. The assembled golems would be sent to the warehouse. These golems did not have a soul core installed, so they needed to be activated by the wizard himself. Each golem would cost a soul crystal. The rock golem factory was not built for the time being. Su Lin and Hathaway left the secret plane. When they left, the two brought back the clay golems they had produced during this time. These clay golems could be used after being activated. However, because the clay golems produced were basic models, they still needed to be modified. For example, a set of cleaning programs and housekeeping programs could be added to them so that these clay golems could become qualified servants. After these clay golems were activated, they would be sent to various parts of the Northwind Tower to work. If it weren't for the high cost of mining clay golems, Sulen could have made a batch of mining golems. Compared to mining clay golems, the kobolds and duergars were obviously more cost-effective. As long as they were given some food and liquor, these kobolds and duergars would complete the work with quality and quantity guaranteed. After the construction of the obsidian factory was completed, Sulen returned to Sanfelto City. After a period of fighting, the Marquis of Savoy finally won a great victory, completely wiping out the few border nobles. These border nobles had originally colluded with other countries and obtained support, wanting to split from the Kingdom of Florence. However, after Alex and Karina fought off the wizards sent by the surrounding countries, the rebels lost their biggest support. Without the intervention of other countries, the strength of these border nobles was no match for the Marquis of Savoy. After a few wild battles, the Marquis of Savoy successfully surrounded Howlwind City. After that, the rebels who were unwilling to admit defeat still refused to come out. They wanted to rely on the city walls to continue resisting. Moreover, it was already winter, and the temperature in Howlwind City began to drop. These rebels began to place their hopes in the winter. When the army couldn't withstand the cold of winter, they would naturally retreat. However, things didn't go according to their plan. These rebels weren't wrong. Although the Marquis of Savoy's army were all northerners, they couldn't fight outside for a long time in winter. They just forgot about the wizards. In fact, these rebels also subconsciously ignored the wizards. As a result, on a dark night, Alex and Karina used flying and invisibility spells to enter Howlwind City. They then used a spell to confuse humans and easily took control of a few groups of soldiers at the city gate. They had them move the miscellaneous items out of the gate and open the gate. The Marquis of Savoy, who had long been prepared, led his army into the city without shedding a drop of blood. This famous city in the northwestern territory of the Kingdom of Florence was easily breached. The remaining rebel leaders didn't even have the chance to escape and were directly captured. After completing the task of quelling the rebellion, the rebellious nobles around Howlwind City were either captured or killed. Only a few were lucky enough to escape. Of course, those who managed to escape were mostly small fries. The Marquis of Savoy had already prepared ahead of time for the main rebellious nobles and captured them as soon as possible. Sulen had already ordered the Marquis of Savoy to not kill the innocent in this mission. Wars in this era were very cruel, and massacres were common. But this time, the target of the war was within his own country. He did not want Marquis Savoy to lead his men to plunder and return home with plentiful spoils of war, only to leave behind a pile of chicken feathers for him. The rebellion this time wasn't because the commoners couldn't survive. It was a power struggle between the nobles, so the ordinary soldiers and commoners were basically coerced. Therefore, these soldiers and commoners were pardoned. After entering the city, the Marquis of Savoy had already restrained the soldiers from looting. At the same time, Alex and Karina stepped forward and beheaded a dozen soldiers who openly disobeyed the order. Only then did the soldiers obediently not take a step forward. After capturing the rebellious nobles, the Marquis of Savoy didn't kill them directly. Instead, he planned to send them to Sulen in Sanfelto. At the same time, the wealth of these nobles was all plundered. The wealth was divided into 4 parts. Sulen took a quarter of it, the Marquis of Savoy took another quarter, and the remaining quarter was used to cover the costs of logistics. The last quarter was the reward for the soldiers. Unlike the soldiers in northern Battlefront City, the Marquis of Savoy's army had very low military expenses. Usually, they would only be able to maintain basic expenses. Only during war would they be given a starting fee. Then, during battles, they would loot. Now that Sulen forbade looting, they naturally had to be given a reward. This model could save a lot of money on raising soldiers, which was also the state of most armies in this world. Apart from the gold and silver, in fact, The biggest harvest this time was the nobles' land, houses, factories, and mines. Apart from a portion of the wealth being rewarded to those who performed well in this battle, most of the rest fell into Sullen's hands. These shops, mines, and real estate were all very valuable. Sulen had already put them under his caravan. As for the land, Sulen was preparing to sell it. These nobles controlled more than 70% of the land in Cold Wind City. Sulen took out some of these lands to recruit refugees and let others sell the rest. When all these lands were planted next year, the tax revenue of Cold Wind City would definitely reach a new high. Chapter 483. The Marquis of Savoy escorted the rebellious nobles to the capital. Sulen ordered a public trial of these nobles and finally sentenced them to death. As for the relatives of these nobles, they were punished to be slaves. These slaves were not allowed to be pardoned, but the descendants of these nobles could obtain the status of commoners after paying a ransom. For the rebels, Sulen gave them the harshest punishment, and Sullen's punishment of the rebellious nobles' relatives was also approved. Many people even thought that Sullen's punishment was too good for them. In this era, the relatives of the enemy were often dealt with by killing them. The women were sold as slaves, and the children were castrated and sold as slaves. In comparison, Sullen's way of cooking was completely merciful. San Filto City. After Sulen successfully defeated the southern rebels, Sullen's prestige also rose to the peak. When he went out to fight, he even left a backup plan. With the cooperation of both inside and outside, he successfully defeated and captured the rebellious nobles. A very important reason for the Southern Rebellion this time was that the number of nobles in San Filto City decreased by 2/3. These nobles were captured, which led to a large amount of wealth being obtained by Sulen. At the same time, he also had enough money and land to reward his soldiers. After cleaning up a group of rebellious nobles, Sullen's control over the Kingdom of Florence became stronger and stronger. Now, because the Marquis of Savoy had solved the rebellion in the north, the entire North Wind and part of the south were under Sullen's control. Since Sulen ascended the throne, a series of turmoil had occurred in the Kingdom of Florence, and it finally ended with Sullen's victory. Now, Sulen could be said to be the king with the greatest control over the Kingdom of Florence in the history of the Kingdom of Florence. Kingdom of Florence, Central Plains, San Filto City, Champs-Élysées Castle. Numerous carriages were parked outside the castle. The entire castle was brightly lit. Teams of elite soldiers in metal armor and armed with weapons were patrolling around the castle. Outside the castle, well-dressed attendants were busy bringing in plates of delicately prepared food. The magic lamps in the castle lit up the entire hall. The crystal lamps flickered with colorful brilliance, making the gorgeously dressed noble ladies even more charming. Although a large number of nobles in San Filto City had been stripped of their titles and imprisoned, it seemed to have nothing to do with these noble ladies. At this time, these noble ladies were divided into small groups and gathered together to whisper. From time to time, their eyes would fall on a young man in the crowd. This banquet was specially held to celebrate the victory of the rebellion. In addition to the original nobles, there were also a large number of soldiers who were rewarded for their merits in this battle. These soldiers could be said to be very popular in San Filto City now. Sulen was very generous to his men. Many of them were given titles, and each of them was entrusted with important tasks by him. Since the North Town began to produce rum, white sugar, and high-end perfume, noble banquets had become more and more luxurious. After the economic boom, the social atmosphere gradually became more open. Many nobles would look for their other half at the banquet. Now that the king valued the emerging nobles with military merits, many noble ladies turned their eyes to the young men in the banquet. These people were not only old, but their strength was not bad. Basically, they had reached the level of Grand Knight and Knight Commander. Because they had been practicing martial arts all year round, these people looked extraordinary, energetic, and well-proportioned. They were far from the pale, flimsy, and pale rich young men they had seen before. It was like heaven and earth. Many noble ladies began to take the initiative after observing for a while. These people were very popular now. If they were late and someone else got to them first, they would have nowhere to cry. The atmosphere of noble banquets here was not bad. It was not like those in the south, where both male and female nobles were proud of having a lover. Many people saw having a lover as a reflection of charm. As long as the child was guaranteed to be produced by the husband, having a lover in secret was something that both parties tacitly agreed to. Of course, Su Len sternly refused to participate in these banquets. Guardian nights, masquerade balls, he had never heard of them. Of course, there were also some private rumors that His Majesty used to have a nickname in the South called Little White Dragon with the Silver Spear. According to Lady Elizabeth J. and other aristocratic ladies who did not want to reveal their names, this little white dragon with the silver spear used to be invincible, but she suddenly left 3 years ago. At that time, many people felt sorry for her. There was also a mayor of Cullen City who did not want to reveal his name. He said that the little white dragon with the silver spear went to the north and became a pioneer noble. Of course, Su Len said that these were purely rumors. He had never heard of the little white dragon with the silver spear. It's not me. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. In addition to celebrating the victory of the rebellion, this noble banquet also provided an opportunity for the new nobles and the nobles who had previously sided with the king to interact. The banquet would last for 3 days. Today was just the beginning. Many noble ladies had just begun to look for targets. They gathered together and discussed clothes and jewelry in low voices. From time to time, they would take some desserts from exquisite porcelain plates. Next to them were 2 silver plates with snow-white sugar and salt for them to taste. The whole banquet was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Su Len and Marquis of Savoy were the most eye-catching people in this banquet. However, no one approached them except for the Queen and Marquis of Savoy's youngest daughter. Alex did not like this kind of environment and did not participate. Karina had already returned to the northern city. As the matriarch of the Drows, she still had a lot of things to do. During this period, Su Len had gradually begun to clean up the territories directly under the kingdom. The size of the embroidered uniform guards did not increase. These embroidered uniform guards were responsible for monitoring the world and the officials in various places. Then, they would send the results to the palace. Those who did not do anything were directly removed from their positions. Those who took bribes, broke the law, and plundered the land were arrested and imprisoned. After Sullen's rectification, the environment of the Kingdom of Florence was slowly changing. He had already formulated a set of city sanitation regulations that all cities in the Kingdom of Florence must abide by. It would not be long before the stinky, polluted, and stacked cities with feces would be brand new. Your Majesty, the Marquis has something to discuss with you. The eldest son of Marquis of Savoy said respectfully after Su Len had a simple conversation with the nobles. Go chat with the ladies. I'll go over there for a while, Su Len said to Phyllis and then left with Vader. What is it? Your Majesty, the Marquis has compiled an account of the spoils of war collected in this war. Your Majesty, please take a look, Vader said respectfully. Su Len nodded. His expression did not change. He was very satisfied with the Marquis of Savoy's actions. It was not difficult to capture the army. His original army had a system that allowed him to clearly know the loyalty of the army. However, the others did not have a system, so they relied more on wealth and goods. In this era, as long as the army had control over personnel and finances, they could basically control the army in their hands. Therefore, Savoy took the initiative to hand these things over to Su Len to express his attitude. In a room on the 2nd floor of the castle, the Marquis of Savoy handed the account book to Su Len for inspection. Although he had never learned how to keep accounts, he relied on his mathematical foundation in his previous life to check the account book. In fact, part of the rewards for the soldiers had already been distributed. The rest would be distributed after Su Len confirmed it. As for the rest of the rewards, it would be distributed by Su Len. After all, it was best to distribute the rewards personally. In his previous life, there was a saying that Su Len strongly agreed with. Only the name of the instrument could be used. What was the name of the instrument? The musical instruments, ornaments, and titles that represented the ruler's rank were the name of the instrument. In other words, the power and position could not be given to others. Things like awarding rewards could not be done by others. Thank you for your hard work. After checking the account book, Su Lun nodded with satisfaction. I'll give you another 10% as your reward. Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty, Savoy said happily. Next, Savoy prepared a sumptuous banquet. Apart from the Marquis and his son, his youngest daughter, Xanthi, was also accompanying them. Su Lun had met Xanthi once before. Today, she was wearing a beautiful low-cut noble lace dress. She had delicate makeup on and an exquisite diamond necklace around her elegant neck. With her fair skin and perky breasts, she looked absolutely stunning. Your Majesty, thank you for your trust in me. Savoy came over to propose a toast. Su Lun naturally would not refuse their toast. He raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. After the two drank one, Vader also came forward to make a toast. Then Sandy also came forward to make a toast to Su Lun. They were drinking the high-end rum produced in the northern town. Although this kind of rum tasted a little sweet, its alcohol content was not lower than that of vodka. Although it was drunk without feeling anything, it was easy to get drunk if one was not careful. Xanthi's alcohol tolerance was not good. After a few glasses of rum, her face turned red and her bright eyes became even more moist. Under the illumination of the light, she was mesmerizing. However, Su Lun did not see it. He was currently dealing with Savoy and Vader's toasts. At this time, Su Lun realized that something was not right. The two of them were drinking until their faces were red. They were still pulling Su Lun to propose toasts. They were obviously trying to get him drunk. With Su Lun's physique of over 50 points, his resistance to alcohol was very high. It was not easy to get him drunk. As for whether they had other motives, Su Lun was not worried. Savoy's loyalty had always been 100%. He would not do anything to betray him. Therefore, Su Lun decided to go with the flow and get drunk. P.S. To make up for yesterday. Chapter 484. Seeing that Su Lun had finally passed out, the Marquis of Savoy and his son heaved a sigh of relief. If he hadn't passed out, they would have been the ones to pass out. Today, they had thoroughly experienced Su Lun's alcohol tolerance. The two of them had already used magic potions to temporarily increase their physical fitness. Even so, they had almost passed out. The Marquis of Savoy sat down on a chair and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. It's finally over. Hurry up and arrange for someone to send His Majesty over. Also, send your sister over. The Marquis of Savoy glanced at Xanthi, whose eyes were already hazy with drunkenness. Burp. Vader burped and shook his head. Don't worry, Father. I've already arranged it. As he spoke, Vader stood up unsteadily. His arm groped around the cabinet at the side for a while. The originally seamless wall suddenly opened up to reveal a passageway. A few maids who had been waiting for a long time walked out from the passageway. Be careful. Send His Majesty to the room upstairs. Also, send Miss Xanthi up too. Vader instructed everyone to start moving. The maids were all strong. 4 of them worked together to help Su Lun up, while the other 2 supported the drunk Xanthi. With the help of another maid, Vader staggered all the way to a luxuriously decorated bedroom upstairs. He placed Su Lun and Xanthi on the big bed. Sister, it's all up to you this time. As your brother, I can only help you this much. After saying that, he patted Xanthi and left unsteadily. At the same time, he closed the door behind him. Vader shook his head, and then said to the maids, all of you stay here tonight. Don't let anyone in to disturb His Majesty. Do you understand? The maids hurriedly lowered their heads and responded. If things go wrong, you know the consequences. Of course, if everything goes well, you will receive a generous reward tomorrow and regain your freedom. After settling everything, Vader returned to report to the Marquis of Savoy. Of course, after the door was closed, Su Lun slowly opened his eyes as he turned around and took a look at Sandy, who was lying beside him. At this moment, Sandy's beautiful face was very red. Due to being drunk, she was a bit confused. Her delicate facial features, white skin and delicate fragrance made Su Lun's heart feel like being scratched by a kitten's paw. This Marquis of Savoy actually did such a thing. It's simply amazing. Since he delivered himself to my doorstep, I'll eat him. Or should I eat it? Forget it. Since they are so enthusiastic, I really can't refuse them. Just accept them. Su Len quickly made a decision. What was the point of being pretentious at this time? Men were creatures that could never withstand tests. You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, you can send a beauty over and I'll show you. Now, the Marquis of Savoy was very clear about the consequences of getting two people drunk and then sending them to the same bed. As a legendary master, he was very clear about the physique of a legendary master. Even if they were drunk, they would at most wake up in 1 or 2 hours. When a hot-blooded young man and a young and beautiful girl who had no strength to resist appeared on the same bed, what would happen in the end? Let's not talk about it anymore. I just want to say that I understand what you know and I won't explain what you don't know. After all, it's fine as long as you know. As for the drunken sects, I can tell you seriously and responsibly that it's all bullshit. The premise of drunken sects is that he isn't drunk at all. Alcohol is just an excuse. If he was really drunk, he would have already become a pile of dead people. How could he have messed up sects? As one of the chosen Marquis of the Kingdom of Florence, the Marquis of Savoy was very clear that his current position was very dangerous. For the sake of the family's future, he personally directed today's matter. In Sullen's words, his path was broadened. At this point, Su Len naturally would not refuse, so the next morning, the Marquis of Savoy saw the energetic Su Len and the shy and limping Sandy. Then, the nobles of the entire Sanfilto city knew that Su Len had a new consort. When Su Len returned to the northern city from Sanfilto City, it was already the season when the snow and ice melted. During this period of time, he had been handling matters in Sanfilto City. With the large amount of information collected by the brocade guards, Su Len made some appointments and adjustments to the officials in various places. The first batch of students in the school in Sanfilto City had been trained. After 4 months of learning, these students were now beginning to be assigned to various places by Su Len to serve as grassroots officials. Of course, these people also had to go to prison to receive ideological education before they left. During this period of time, the brocade guards had been quietly expanding. Now, the brocade guards had been building strongholds in most of the cities in the north. At the same time, the construction of the Eagle's Nest had been closely followed by the brocade guards. An intelligence network that could cover the entire kingdom of Florence was gradually taking shape. Of course, the cost of building this intelligence network was also very high. A large sum of money was needed every month to build this network. This time, a large amount of money had just been obtained from the battlefield, and a considerable part of it had been invested in this. Walking out of the astrology platform, Su Len was about to go see the apprentices in the wizard tower. However, he was surprised to see Onyx Vaya and Hathaway walking out together. The two were still discussing what to eat tonight. A wizard who wanted to study dragons and make friends with a dragon. This seemed to be a bit wrong. After thinking for a while, Su Len asked Chrissy about the daily activities of the little red dragon during this period of time. Onyx Vaya was very obedient after coming to the wizard tower. She found that there were too many big bosses here. In the past, she had the guts to wait until she was strong enough to whip Su Len, but she quickly gave up this dangerous idea. Su Len was really too strong. He was an advanced legendary and also had a wizard tower. Even if she was an adult, she would still be far from being able to compete with Su Len. Only when she was an ancient dragon would she have the chance to compete with Su Len. However, the gap between a young dragon and an ancient dragon spanned several years, and the gap spanned thousands of years. If Su Len was still alive after such a long time, then how strong would he be? She lived until she was strong enough, but Su Len might have died of old age. Even if she was strong enough, she would not be able to take revenge. Therefore, after knowing the truth, Onyx Vaya gave up. Then she returned to her daily life as a dragon. Every day, she slept on the Golden Mountain in the treasure room. When she had nothing to do, she would walk around the wizard tower or sneak into the kitchen to eat. Later, when Hathaway wanted to study dragons, she told her that as long as she learned spells, she could speed up her growth. Onyx Vaya was tempted. Dragons were long-lived creatures, and they also hoped to become stronger. Therefore, Xianxia agreed to cooperate with Hathaway to do some experiments, and then Hathaway would teach her all kinds of spells. "Master, you're back." Seeing Sulin come over, the little red dragon's body stiffened, then it immediately recovered and said carefully, "Looks like you've had a good time." Sulin looked at the little red dragon and smiled. "Sulin, Phyllis didn't come back with you?" Hathaway glanced back and asked. "No, she's now the queen of the kingdom of Florence. When I'm not around, she needs to be there." Sulin shook his head. "I see. I wanted to study the blood connection between dragon wizards and dragons," Hathaway said, a little disappointed. "Oh, did you find something new?" Sulin asked. Hathaway shook her head. "I have some ideas, but they're not mature yet. Isn't Phyllis's blood density a little low? I want to try to strengthen her a little. When she comes, you can talk to her. I think she'll agree." Master, the little red dragon said hesitantly. Sulin looked at her and said, "What's wrong?" "I heard you built a volcano here. Can I move there?" The little red dragon said weakly. "Move to a volcano?" Sulin paused for a moment, then understood. Red dragons like to live in warm mountains. It would be even better if they lived in a volcanic environment. "If you live in a volcano, do I have to move my gold to the volcano and build a lava hot spring for you?" Sulin said, glancing at the little red dragon. "Really?" The little red dragon's eyes lit up. "Pa!" Sulin reached out and knocked the little red dragon's head, and then said angrily, "In your dreams. Lava hot spring? If there's lava, why don't I use it to make obsidian? Why make it a hot spring for you? I caught you to be my mount, not for you to enjoy." "Oh." The little red dragon hugged its head with both hands and said dejectedly. Seeing the little red dragon's expression, Sulin smiled and said, "Although you can't live in a volcano, it's not impossible to modify your environment. I can create a temperature array for the place where you live, and adjust the temperature there to be close to the temperature of the volcano." "Really? That's great." Xianxia shouted happily. "Of course. When the time comes, I'll give you the remote control for the temperature control. You can choose to adjust the temperature as high or low as you want." Sulin smiled. He was very democratic when it came to this. "By the way, remember to collect the scales that you shed and don't throw them away." Sulin suddenly said, "Those scales are not very hard, but they're good for making dragon scale armor." Dragons and snakes were somewhat similar. Their scales would fade as they grew. Of course, sometimes in battle, their scales would be destroyed, but after a period of time, they would grow new scales. The scales shed when a dragon was young had low defense. Other than making some potions, they were not very valuable. The scales that were shed when a dragon was young were valuable. Chapter 485. The dragon scales shed by the giant dragons also had the power of the giant dragons. The giant dragons often rewarded their slaves with these scales. They used a spell to embed these dragon scales on their slaves, which could create some dragonkin kobolds, dragonkin orcs, and so on. There were still some differences between these dragonkin and the real dragonkin. The dragonkin transformed by embellishing scales on their bodies had low heritability, and their strength was also weaker. This kind of dragonkin transformation would improve the user's physical fitness in all aspects. Of course, this method consumed less energy, and the number of dragonkin that could be transformed was also higher. In fact, many dragonkin creatures were not the offspring of giant dragons and other creatures. Of course, a considerable number of dragonkin creatures that were almost all over the multiverse were indeed the descendants of giant dragons. The giant dragons had a special radiation ability around their bodies. This radiation was not destructive, but it could subtly dragonize other creatures. Living in this environment for a long time, the body would even show some dragonization reactions, such as growing some small scales like dragon scales, and so on. Sulin and Hathaway came to the treasury together and made a temperature control array for the little red dragon's sleeping place. At the same time, they strictly limited the area to ensure that it would not affect other places. The energy of this temperature control array was also provided by the elemental pool. Now the elemental pool of the entire wizard tower was still full of energy. The elemental pool that Hathaway originally designed could be used to upgrade the wizard tower into a floating space tower. Of course, this elemental pool could only maintain the floating space tower's flight for a period of time. To truly become a floating space tower, the elemental furnace technology was still needed. After making the temperature control array for Onyx Via, Su Len and Hathaway returned to the palace together. At this time, Alex also returned from the Eagle Fortress. During this period of time, she had been paying attention to her people. After this period of upgrading, several more harpies had successfully transformed into winged people. After seeing Alex, Su Len pulled Alex together. That night, Su Len stayed in the palace and gave Hathaway and Alex a checkup. So far, Hathaway's body had improved a little, but she was still no match for Su Len. During this time, her bloodline awakening was very stable. As her strength increased, her bloodline would awaken bit by bit. Although this bloodline power gave her great power, it was also a kind of restraint. Luckily, she was a wizard. When the bloodline potential was exhausted, she could still rely on the power of a wizard to continue to increase her strength. Among Sullen's wives, the most powerful one was Hathaway, followed by the little succubus Chris and Alex. Their strength was about the same, followed by Phyllis. As for Sandy, she was just an ordinary person. In fact, even Phyllis was just an ordinary person before. She only became a warlock because of Sullen's dragon blood potion. However, compared to Alex, Phyllis's bloodline potential was far inferior. Phyllis had only implanted a small amount of bloodline, so her awakening and potential were much lower. However, she was much stronger than before. When they were in San Filto City, Su Len would take Phyllis to do exercises every night to improve her physical fitness and speed up her awakening. After this period of consistent exercise, Phyllis's physical fitness had been greatly improved. This was something that Su Len had personally verified. What the dragon bloodline brought to her was not only the improvement of her physical fitness, but also the ability to protect herself. With the advantage of her physical fitness and sullen swordsmanship, Phyllis could easily defeat many warriors. The thrilling battle was over, and a new day had begun. Su Len was drawing a blueprint at his desk. The terrain of the northern city was troublesome, so he was thinking about the layout of the floating city in the future. Although the floating city was built with the northern city as the core, it was impossible to raise the entire city into the sky. After the northern city had been expanded several times, the outer city wall was 8 kilometers long. Coupled with the surrounding farmland, the area had reached dozens of square kilometers. Such an area could be regarded as a medium-sized floating city. Sullen's current planned area was only part of the city. After the separation in the future, a huge pit would be formed in the inner city of the northern city. He was ready to renovate it. If the elemental furnace was built successfully, it would not be too difficult to raise a small floating city. In the era of the Arcane Empire, the area of a large floating city was more than 50 square kilometers. That kind of large floating city used several mice energy nuclei arranged in a special way to form an energy matrix, and then the behemoth was raised. Su Len naturally did not have such powerful technology. To build such a large floating city, Su Len had to go one step further after mastering the elemental fusion furnace and obtain the elemental annihilation furnace. Elemental annihilation was a technology that not many people in the era of the Arcane Empire knew about. It was said that this technology had not been developed and was still a conjecture. Of course, no one knew the specific situation now. However, Su Len did not have any information about the elemental annihilation technology, so it was impossible to talk about it. There was a light sound of footsteps, and then the door of the study opened. Chris's figure appeared in the room. She was wearing a black bodysuit with hollowed-out patterns today, showing off her curves incisively and vividly. The figure of a succubus was very exaggerated. Her breasts were high, her hips were round, and her waist was slender. It was a perfect figure, and because of her race, the body of a succubus was very soft. This flexibility was far beyond that of humans, so they could easily perform many positions that humans could not. At the same time, They could also use some offensive methods that humans could not use in battle. Su Lin had prepared a large number of materials for Chris and asked Hathaway to make equipment for her. The black leather coat she was wearing now was one of them. He had made a total of 5 of these coats using the toughest and softest leather from Hydra. According to standards, they were high-grade magic items and were only a little bit away from being Tier 4 magic items. These leather armors were very soft and did not affect Chris's agility at all. Moreover, their defense was very good. Su Lin had accumulated a large number of materials and asked Hathaway to make them. Many of the equipment Su Lin and the others were using were made by her. Master! Chris was like a beautiful snake as she wrapped herself around Su Lin. Did you miss me? Slap. Su Lin slapped Chris's perky butt, which was like a full moon. The sound was crisp and pleasant. Her butt shook slightly, and the elasticity was very good. Behave, now again. I'll deal with you tonight. A small flame rose in Sullen's heart, but he forced it down. Chris pouted and pressed his head hard against her body, letting him have a taste of suffocation. Only then did she get up. Master, is there something you need from me? I've prepared new equipment for you. Su Lin took a deep breath. The suffocating feeling just now was too strong. New equipment? For me? Chris's eyes lit up at the mention of new equipment. Of course it's for you. Su Lin rubbed her head. Let's go. Soon, Su Lin brought Chris to a room. There were many stone platforms in this room. These platforms had been sealed by magic barriers, and pieces of equipment were floating on the platforms. Su Lin took her to a stone platform and gently inputted a magic password on the stone platform. The protective barrier on the surface of the stone platform disappeared, and a piece of equipment appeared in front of them. This weapon is called Poison Fang. It's the strongest and sharpest tooth I took from the Hydra's head when I killed it last time. It has armor-piercing, anti-magic, sharpness, poison, and paralysis effects. Try it and see how it works. Su Lin took the dagger and handed it to Chris. Other than using a whip, Chris also used a dagger. Her dagger energy was very strong. Chris grabbed the dagger with one hand and did all kinds of fancy things with the other. She was very familiar with the dagger. Very good. That's good. Hathaway turned around and took a delicately made belt. This is the Giant's Belt of Strength. After wearing it, your strength will increase greatly. You need to get used to it in advance. Hathaway made 2 Giant's Belt of Strength. They were made from the body materials of the Frost Giant Chief and the Swamp Giant Chief. The 2 Giant's Belt of Strength were basically the same. The only difference was the color of the belt. The Frost Giant's belt was blue, and the Swamp Giant's belt was yellow. This kind of Giant's Belt of Strength had very few uses. Its purpose was to increase strength. It could give the wearer the strength of a Frost Giant or a Swamp Giant. The best belt of strength in the material plane was the Frost Giant King's belt. It was said to be made from the skin of a Frost Giant King. It could increase the wearer's strength by 8, and the highest was 35. The 2 belts made by Hathaway could increase the wearer's strength by 4, and the highest was 30. There were restrictions on relying on external forces to increase the body's attributes. For example, attributes added by equipment, such as strength, could not be stacked and had a limit. The second kind was the increase in strength from spells. At the same time, the attributes added by spells could not be stacked and would be covered. The third kind was the eruption of the body's potential. The most common was Berserk. The attributes in these 3 states could be stacked. Chris took the belt and put it on. As she put it on, her whole body immediately surged with a heat full of power. Chapter 486. How do you feel? Su Lin asked with a smile. My body is full of power. I think I can punch through the wall here. Chrissy said eagerly. Do you want to give it a try? Su Lin said, looking at Chrissy with a teasing smile. However, Chrissy didn't notice at all. She nodded and agreed. Su Lin took Chrissy to the training ground of the Wizard Tower, and then the 2 stood in the middle of the training ground. Chrissy was a warlock and a part-time assassin. As soon as she stood still, she attacked. With a flash of cold light, a dagger appeared in front of Su Lin. Su Lun blocked it with his long sword. Although he was not an assassin, Su Lun's agility attribute was much higher than Chrissy's. The battle between the two was very fast. In the eyes of others, there were afterimages quickly appearing on the battlefield, and only when they collided did sparks burst out. Chris surrounded Su Lun and kept attacking. Every attack she made was aimed at Su Lun's fatal points, which made people tremble with fear. Bang! Su Lun blocked Chrissy's attack again. The cold light on the dagger was less than a centimeter away from Sullen's throat. However, a huge force came from the dagger, and Chrissy's body flew backward at an even faster speed. She then smashed into the wall beside her. It hurts. I'm done, Chris said as she rubbed her aching back. I'm an assassin, but my dexterity isn't as high as yours. Moreover, your strength is more than one level lower. Why should I torture myself? Chrissy sat on the ground with a depressed expression. Su Lun smiled and walked over to help her up. Now that you have the strength belt, your strength has reached the standard of an ordinary frost giant. You're much stronger than other assassins, Su Lun said with a smile. The best strength belt was made from the skin of a frost giant king or a cloud giant king. It allowed the wearer to have the strength of a frost giant chieftain. I've also prepared other equipment for you. More equipment? Hearing Sullen's words, Chris's eyes lit up. She grabbed Sullen's hand and got up from the ground. Let me see what kind of equipment it is. Let's go. Su Lun pulled Chris back to the lab. This is a mind headdress. It can add a mind shield to prevent you from being controlled by mind control spells. Prerequisites: will immunity to some mind control spells and mind attack spells. Su Lun handed a beautiful gemstone headband to Chris. The gemstones used in the headband were actually the eyes of the Brain Hunters. The Brain Hunter's eyes had the same special psionic ability as the Beholder. After soaking in a specially concocted potion, the Brain Hunter's eyes would become very hard, as beautiful as the best cat's eye gems. Gale Boots. It comes with advanced haste, fly, featherfall, and auto-recharge. You should be able to use it. The Gale Boots were made of Cryopterous leather. The wind element on it was rich, and with the runes inscribed with mithril, it was already a quasi-legendary level magic equipment. Agility Gem. It can strengthen your agility perception. It will be effective as long as you wear it. Su Lun handed a gem to Chris. In addition to the agility gem, Hathaway also made strength gems, physique gems, mind gems, and charm gems. These gems required high-quality magic gems as the main material, and many rare materials were added. Only one of these gems could be worn at a time, and the effect was not bad. It could increase the corresponding attributes by 3 points. These attribute gems could only be worn one at a time, and the attributes increased by the gem could be stacked with other equipment. If you wanted to change it, you would have to take it off and exchange it. In fact, these attribute gems were only the primary products of another type of gem, the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone, this gem required 5 high-quality attribute gems and other materials to synthesize. After success, you would get a Philosopher's Stone. The success rate of the Philosopher's Stone was very low, but after success, the Philosopher's Stone would increase all attributes by 3 points. It was a pity that Hathaway hadn't made it yet. Shadow Cloak, with a high-level invisibility spell. It can strengthen stealth and shadow at the same time. It can summon a mirror image. The mirror image is exactly the same as the original, but the damage is only 1/5 of the original. The mirror image's defense is also 1/5 of the original. It was a very good cannon fodder to attract the enemy's attention or to cover an attack or retreat. If used well, it was not difficult to change the outcome of a battle. Protection Ring. This is made based on the ring I used to wear. After activation, a high-level energy protection force field will appear. Anti-Magic Ring. After wearing it, it can increase magic resistance. It is very valuable against wizards. Beside him, Chris was dazzled, her face full of shock. This set of equipment was simply too luxurious. Any one of these equipment in front of her would be sold for hundreds of thousands or even millions of kinnar. With so many of them added up, it was a few million kinnar. Chris had become a moving treasure trove. The main materials for these equipment were obtained by Su Lin from killing various monsters and monsters. After Hathaway's crafting, they became powerful magic equipment. As a member of the Chinese family in his previous life, Su Lin had also inherited the fine traditions of the Chinese family. For example, he was obsessed with the construction of cities, roads, and other infrastructures. For example, Su Lin was like a squirrel in winter, hoarding large amounts of wealth. These things in front of her were accumulated bit by bit. When he was playing games, Su Lin liked to accumulate large amounts of materials and gems. Then he would upgrade his equipment every once in a while. After giving all the equipment to Chris, Su Lin went to find Alex. Alex was flipping through books in the library. When he saw Su Lin coming, he put down the book and said, "How come you have time to come here today?" Su Lin stepped forward and grabbed Alex's arm. "Come with me, I have something for you." Su Lin pulled Alex to the lab. In the lab, as soon as Alex entered, he was attracted by a luxurious mage robe. The appearance of the equipment made by Hathaway was basically designed by Su Lin. Su Lin combined the various patterns he had seen in his previous life. After some deletions or direct plagiarism, the pattern was much better than the original pattern in this world. Of course, some impractical patterns were also deleted by Su Lin. This is the Starry Sky robe. The main material is the skin of the Hydra. It's made from the softest skin of the Hydra's abdomen. The gold and silver threads on it are made from adamantine and mithril. Although the skin of the Hydra's abdomen is not as tough as the other parts, it's still tougher than normal fur. The softness is also very suitable. It's a good material for inner armor or wizard robes. The wizard robe in front of Alex was in the style of a windbreaker. It was very luxurious, and the tall Alex looked very beautiful in it. Is it beautiful? It's so beautiful. Alex stared at the wizard robe in front of him without blinking. Try it on. Su Lin smiled. But Alex did not refuse. He stepped forward and put on the wizard robe. This wizard robe is called the Starry Sky robe. It comes with spell maximization and mana reconstruction, metamagic abilities. At the same time, it can greatly increase your mana recovery speed. Magic resistance is 25. There are also advanced chain of accidents and spell sequences on it. It can increase the casting speed, reduce the casting difficulty, and shorten the casting time. Many spells that would take you a second or 2 to 3 seconds to cast will take a lot less time with this Starry Sky magic robe. Some spells can even be cast instantly. Chain of accidents and spell sequences will need to be input and set by you. When the time comes, you just need to prepare according to your fighting style. The wizard robe also comes with flash spells, advanced invisibility spells, flight spells, advanced mage armor, and advanced energy defensive force field. There's also the life-saving spell, Banish. Banish was a spell that did not have any attacking power. The only use of this spell was to instantly send an object into a different dimension. In this different dimension, the object would not be able to move, and at the same time, it would not be able to be attacked. It would only come out of the different dimension when the time came. This Banish was very similar to the Time Dragon's Time Banish. It was said that this spell was made to imitate the Time Dragon's Time Banish. Time Banish, the Time Dragon's innate ability. It can directly throw the enemy out of time. The creature will completely disappear and be unable to move. Of course, others will not be able to attack it until its existence is recaptured by time. In other words, it will appear in the near future. During this process, the existence of the opponent can be said to have completely disappeared. During this time, everything about the subject will be stopped, and even their thoughts will be stagnant. Of course, Banish was not so powerful. It could only send the person into a different dimension for a period of time. It would not stop their thoughts. The duration was 30 seconds. It could be used to escape or trap the enemy. What do you think? That's great, Alex said happily. The robe is beautiful. The spells on it are also great. As long as you like it. Su Lin shrugged. Here's something for you. Look at this staff. Su Lin took out a staff. Su Lin had used a branch of a nature oak tree for this staff, and had carved a large number of magic patterns on it. This staff could store a level 8 spell, a level 7 spell, and 2 level 6 spells. At the same time, it could reduce the casting difficulty and mana consumption. It was blessed with the metamagic ability, Spell Penetration. Chapter 487. Sulen was busy preparing equipment for Chris and Alex to enhance their strength, and Hathaway was no exception. Compared to Chris and Alex's equipment, Hathaway's equipment was more powerful. Alex's Starry Sky robe was actually a simplified version of Hathaway's Sage Robe of Wisdom. Not only did it have all the power of the Starry Sky robe, but it also had many supreme magic skills that were at the legend level. As for the magic staff, the nature oak was now in its growth stage, and its branches could not be used to make legendary magic staffs. Originally, the Hydra's spine could be used to make legendary magic staffs, but this kind of spine material was more suitable for necromancy and voodoo spells. It was not suitable for Hathaway's prophecy, incantation, and evocation spells. Ordinary magic staffs had almost no effect on Hathaway. Hathaway's magic staff was still the one she made before, and its effect on her could only be said to be better than nothing. Northern Wilderness, Ruins Valley, Cobalt Camp. Under Sullen's deliberate indulgence, this Cobalt Camp already had more than 2,000 kobolds and goblins. These monsters were now all believers of the evil god of the Heartless. After more than half a year of development, this place had become the evil god of the Heartless headquarters. This fruit had now matured, and Sulen was ready to harvest it. The ice and snow had melted, and Sulen set off with an army from the northern battlefront city, accompanied by Chris and Alex. As for Hathaway, she still stayed in the wizard tower to cooperate with them. These slender rogues quickly disappeared in front of people's eyes. "Sir, there are no enemies. We have arrived at the predetermined location. Hide here. From now on, you can only enter and not leave," Sulen said coldly. Ever since the kobolds were allowed to live in the valley, Sulen had never relaxed his surveillance of them. A large number of harpies were keeping a close eye on the valley. Because of the arrival of winter, all the kobolds who were out had returned to the valley to spend the winter. The valley was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and there was only one exit. The mountains blocked the cold wind, so the winter here wasn't too cold. Moreover, there was a spring in the valley, and there was land for farming. It could be said that as long as the entrance was sealed, it would be a paradise. Of course, the space in this valley was limited. It could only accommodate 2,000 to 3,000 people at most. Sulen came to the outskirts of the valley and looked at the kobolds who were preparing for the ritual. He didn't bring a lot of soldiers with him this time. There were only 300 of them, but they weren't weak at all. There were 100 half-elf archers, 100 barbarian warriors, and 100 spear guards. After 3 years of development, Sullen's current guards had already been replaced by the Formation Breaker. The number of people in the Formation Breaker had officially broken through 50, and the Shooting Sound Battalion was not inferior, reaching 40 people. These guards weren't here to protect Sulen, but to protect the palace. The valley below was already occupied by the kobolds. After a few months of development, these kobolds had built all kinds of defenses here. Although the normal kobolds weren't very intelligent, the kobold warlocks were still very intelligent. At least, they weren't worse than normal people. After seeing this kobold tribe, Sulen was surprised to find that there were at least 12 kobold warlocks in this tribe. It must be known that in the northern wilderness, only one kobold warlock could awaken in a kobold tribe with over 1,000 people. In this kobold tribe with only 2,000 people, there were 12 spellcasters. This probability was higher than the human world. In addition to the kobold warlocks, there were at least 3 teams of dragon blood kobolds. One team had 36 kobolds, and 3 teams had 108 kobolds. A village of this size could be considered a medium-sized tribe in the northern wilderness. The equipment of these kobolds was somewhat crude. They wore dirty leather armor and held metal weapons in their hands. Kobolds knew how to smelt metal, but due to technical problems, the metal they smelted had a lot of impurities, and the weapons they made were much worse. Sulen was very clear that this was definitely the work of the evil god. Normal kobolds were classified as level 1, but their strength didn't reach level 1. According to the system's rating, a farmer with simple training was only level 1. Such a farmer only needed to be calm and collected to deal with 3 kobolds. The dragon blood kobold's strength wasn't something normal kobolds could compare to. The profession level of a dragon blood kobold was level 7. This was already stronger than a knight. As for the kobold warlocks, their strength was at least level 2. Most kobold warlocks had mastered the fireball spell. This spell wasn't trash, but in fact the destructive power of the fireball spell was very strong. This spell was basically comparable to the power of a small caliber cannon. In the valley in front of them, the kobolds used trees, rocks, and mud to build a crude wall to seal off the entrance of the valley. There was also a team of kobold guards on the wall. In the valley, there was a messy village. A stream flowed outside the village, and there were some cultivated farmlands nearby. However, the farming techniques were terrible, and the farmlands looked more like graffiti. However, in terms of civilization, the kobold village in front of them was much more advanced than the kobolds in the northern wilderness. The kobolds here looked like they were living in a slave society. Rough mud walls were erected around the village. They were nearly half a meter thick and were made of stones and mud. Behind the mud walls were low thatched huts and mud enclosures. There were also many slaves working outside the village. If it wasn't for the fact that it looked too simple and crude, this was completely a town. They're learning really fast. Seeing the scene in the valley, Sulin couldn't help but sigh. These kobolds and goblins that escaped from the northern city might have only learned a little, but under the power of the evil god, they started to develop a civilization. Since when did the evil god start to develop believers? Or was he preparing to transform into a true god? Although Sulin didn't know what the evil god was planning, he could tell that he was planning something big. Woo woo woo. A low bugle horn sounded from the village, followed by a series of noisy shouts. Accompanied by the kobold's clumsy draconic language, it sounded like thousands of dogs barking at the same time. It was very irritating to listen to. In the center of the village, a group of priests wearing strange masks stood on an altar. The stones on the altar were a strange dark red, as if they were soaked in blood. The kobolds around them looked very fanatical, and there was a kind of sick madness in their eyes. Then, under the escort of a team of strong dragon blood kobold warriors, a group of captives was dragged out. What surprised Sulin was that there were not only goblins and kobolds among the captives, but also jackalans and orcs. These slaves were covered in ugly scars, and their eyes were numb. There was no sign of life. Woof woof. A series of broken dragon language sounded. It was the kobold priests praising the evil god. When the leading priest raised his hand, the noisy scene instantly quieted down. Then there was another shout. The black mass of people all knelt on the ground, and then started to chant under the guidance of the priest. The entire ritual site was in a frenzy. The kobolds and goblins' eyes were all red as they screamed hysterically. Their loud voices reverberated throughout the valley, and the birds and beasts in the surrounding forest were also frightened by this sound. Woof woof. A cruel smile appeared on the leading kobold priest's face. He held an obsidian dagger in his hand and came to the first captive. With a flash of cold light, the sharp dagger directly pierced the captive's chest. The captive opened his eyes wide and wanted to struggle, but he was held down by the dragon blood kobold next to him. The priest did not stop. Instead, he cut horizontally with the dagger, opening a large hole in the captive's chest. Blood gushed out, and a bright red beating heart appeared in front of him. The kobold priest grabbed the beating heart, and the obsidian dagger in his hand flashed with cold light, and he instantly cut it off. Hot blood gushed out of the captive's veins, but the kobold priest did not care. The blood flowed along the rocks and onto the altar. The priest held the heart in one hand and the dagger in the other, and he walked to the center of the altar with a very sincere expression. He then carefully placed the heart on the dark red stone platform. As the blood flowed out, a strange evil energy also appeared. The kobold believers all had frenzied, intoxicated, and excited expressions on their faces. Sulin quietly watched the group of kobolds perform the blood sacrifice. Obviously, these dogs couldn't change their habit of eating shit. The evil god of the Heartless still liked blood sacrifices. After all, blood sacrifices were the easiest way to obtain divine power. Otherwise, in ancient times, almost all the gods would have accepted the blood sacrifice. However, this blood sacrifice had a lot of side effects, which made the gods fearful. In the end, they had to give up on this ritual. Otherwise, this method of sacrifice would not have been abandoned. Relying on the conscience of the gods? In the past, many true gods went crazy because of blood sacrifices. They attacked everywhere and were eventually surrounded and killed by other gods. In the end, the gods gave up on this ritual. Looking at the dark red bloodstains on the altar, this kind of sacrificial ceremony had been held countless times. In fact, this kind of blood sacrifice was not conducive to the development of believers. Although the normal development of believers seemed to take a long time and the effect was slow, this kind of method was sustainable. In the long run, this kind of method was far more beneficial than blood sacrifice. Chapter 488. The specialty of a blood sacrifice was that it took only a short time and had a quick effect. The gods naturally liked this method. As for the other method that had a better long-term effect, they could not see that far ahead. Don't overestimate the knowledge of the gods. In fact, most of the gods were short-sighted. Soon, the second captive was dragged out. A blood sacrifice was not enough to satisfy the evil god. In ancient times, there were often blood sacrifices of thousands of people. There were even a few blood sacrifices of tens of thousands of people. As an evil god, the Heartless would not be satisfied so easily. As time passed, the scale of the blood sacrifice would only increase. One day, the believers would not be able to bear it. If the blood sacrifice could not provide powerful sacrifices, then they would have to rely on sufficient numbers to please the evil god. Therefore, a blood sacrifice would often last for a long time. Through this blood sacrifice, the believers would be able to obtain the god's blessing. The quality of the sacrifices provided by the kobolds was not high, so they could only rely on numbers to make up for it. The sun gradually set, and the light in the valley became even dimmer. Pine oil torches were lit, and the priests began to dig out the hearts of the captives. Soon, all the captives were killed, but the evil god seemed to be dissatisfied with the sacrifices. The entire altar was shrouded in an eerie and terrifying aura. The invisible pressure made the kobolds tremble. The evil god was not an obedient child. If they could not satisfy the evil god's request, the evil god would do it himself. A cold glint flashed across the eyes of the leading priest. He then ordered in a deep voice. A few strong dragon-blooded kobolds rushed to the back of the crowd and grabbed some disabled kobolds and goblins. The captured kobolds and goblins screamed in horror and tried to escape, but everyone lowered their heads and ignored them. As the obsidian dagger slashed across, a kobold's chest was directly torn apart. His steaming heart was dug out. Scarlet blood spurted out and slowly flowed into the crevices of the rocks on the altar. As the heart was placed on the altar, the evil god's consciousness showed a trace of satisfaction. Then, it kept urging the sacrifice to continue. Seeing this, the kobold priest inwardly let out a sigh of relief before killing the other kobold. At the same time, the faces of the kobolds and gnomes kneeling before the altar were once again filled with fervent excitement. The kobold priest could feel the power within his body growing, and his heart was filled with joy. After every blood sacrifice, his strength would increase. This was a gift from the gods, and as long as he continued to sacrifice, he would become even more powerful. Above the altar, a blood-red spirit light enveloped the entire valley. This spirit light was emitted by the evil god. At this time, the sacrifice had reached its climax. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Even Su Len could smell it in the air. "Do it," Su Len ordered coldly. "Alex, have the harpies seal off the battlefield. Don't let any living creature escape." "Yes, master." Alex gently flapped her wings, and a wave of energy spread out from her body. Soon, 3,000 harpies descended from the sky and surrounded the valley. "Chris, don't leave anyone alive in this battle." "Yes, master." The little succubus Chris's tall figure stepped forward and responded. Then, a group of demons behind her spread their wings and flew towards the valley in a flash. The northern battlefront city's army, which had already been prepared, began to move. Arrows rained down from the earth walls at the entrance of the valley. The kobolds patrolling the area were shot into hedgehogs before they could even react. The leading kobold with dragon blood was the focus of attention. At least 20 arrows pierced through its 2-meter-tall body. Blood flowed everywhere, and this kobold with dragon blood fell to the ground dead before he could even make a sound. The barbarian warriors covered in armor all roared and charged forward with their giant axes. These barbarians directly activated charge and rushed towards the earth walls at the entrance of the valley like tanks. Then they jumped and smashed through the gate. The stronger ones even smashed through the walls made of stone, wood, and clay. The first line of defense built by the kobolds only lasted for a minute before it was completely destroyed. Frantic shouts came from the valley, and the sound of the collision startled the kobolds who were in the middle of the sacrificial ritual. The evil god Heartless also sensed something, and it roared furiously. Then, all the kobolds turned their heads to look. In the next second, the kobolds also roared furiously, grabbed their weapons, and rushed toward the entrance of the valley. Pang pang pang. As the sound of bowstrings rang out, sharp arrows fell from the sky, instantly pinning the charging kobold gnomes to the ground. Blood flowed everywhere. Spinning slash. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and colorful organs fell everywhere. The blood made the barbarian warriors even more excited. Many of the barbarian warriors' eyes were bloodshot, and they directly activated Berserk. Their already tall bodies grew even taller, and the axes in their hands were like wheat being reaped. They killed all the kobolds and goblins that rushed up. Teams of spear guards followed closely behind. These spear guards wore fine iron armor and held spears in their hands. They lined up in a neat formation and pushed forward uniformly. After the kobolds and goblins collided with the spear guards, it was like a tide crashing into a reef. Bright red blood splashed like waves, and the enemies were directly stabbed to death in front of the spear formation. Lightning spear. A bolt of lightning appeared in Sullen's hand, and then a bright bolt of lightning was thrown out by Sullen. The lightning instantly hit the kobold priest on the altar. The powerful lightning power instantly hit the priest's chest, and a bowl-sized hole appeared in his chest. The powerful lightning power turned the area around the wound into a pile of charcoal. These kobold wizards were also priests, so who knew if they had some strange spells? So Sullen took care of these people first. Lightning flashed, and then a few more bolts of lightning shot out. The dozen priests around the altar were just about to attack, but they were all covered by the lightning. A series of crackling sounds came, and these kobold priests were directly turned into piles of charcoal. Their corpses fell down one by one, and blood kept flowing out. The blood then seeped into the altar. There were sounds of killing all around, and kobolds and goblins were killed one after another. Because Sullen gave the order to kill, these people did not plan to take any prisoners. Everywhere they went, there was a rain of blood. Blood sprayed on the ground, and then slowly flowed under the influence of a strange power. The blood slowly gathered towards the altar as if it had a life of its own. Fortunately, the battlefield was in chaos, and no one noticed this problem. Hundreds and thousands of people died, and a large amount of blood gathered. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Nimble half-elven archers nimbly jumped onto the roofs and shot at the enemies. Quick, take the high ground. Archers, focus on suppressing the enemies. Break their formation, don't give them a chance to regroup. Waves of shouts sounded, and arrows rained down. The kobolds that were just about to gather into a formation were once again heavily injured. The half-elven archers shot very quickly. One of the older half-elves held 6 arrows in one hand, and in a short 2 seconds he shot out 7 or 8 arrows in one breath. The kobolds that he aimed at fell one by one. One of the dragonblood dog-headed men roared and grabbed a heavy metal shield and charged forward, wanting to get close to the archers. This powerful dragonblood kobold was very fast. The archers immediately focused their fire on it. However, this dragonblood kobold's reaction was very fast, and the shield in its hand was very large. It easily blocked those arrows. With the protection of the other kobolds, this dragonblood kobold was very fast. Seeing that it was less than 10 meters away from the archers, the older half-elven archer's eyes narrowed, and his gaze became as sharp as an eagle's. Then, a scorching energy shot out from his bow. Flame arrow! Boom! The flame arrow was like a cannonball that flew over in an instant, and then directly hit the dragonblood kobold. The shield in the kobold's hand was instantly blown to pieces, and the high temperature directly melted the metal shield. The kobold hiding behind the shield was directly blown away, and his entire body turned into a ball of fire. After the death of this kobold, the morale of the kobolds in the surroundings collapsed, and they turned to run. The battlefield was completely one-sided, and the kobolds and goblins suffered heavy casualties. Large amounts of blood gathered on the altar, and the evil energy on the altar became stronger and stronger. Now that the battle had reached this stage, the kobolds had long since collapsed. Many kobolds wanted to surrender, but they were immediately killed. Seeing this, the remaining kobolds started to run. However, there was only one exit in the valley, and they had nowhere to run. As the kobolds suffered heavy casualties, the evil energy quickly grew, and an evil spirit chi spread out from the altar. The evil spirit chi swept out, and in Sullen's eyes, the souls of the kobolds that had been killed were sucked in, and a shocking power quickly gathered. A powerful energy fluctuation appeared, and this energy tore through space, and a black shadow forcibly squeezed in. As the black shadow appeared, the blood on the altar instantly fused into the black shadow's body. Chapter 489. Boom. Soul energy surged and a large amount of blood gathered. The original altar suddenly shattered, and a tall figure appeared there. Everyone, retreat to the exit of the valley immediately. Su Len immediately said after seeing the bloody figure. The next battle is no longer something you can interfere with. At this time, Su Len had already descended from midair. Lightning flashed on his body, and the storm halberd appeared in his hand. Powerful lightning power filled the air, and lightning snakes flashed through the air. Thunderstorm skill. The dazzling lightning cut through the night sky, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket fell from the sky, instantly hitting the bloody figure that was constantly churning. Blood splattered, and lightning shot in all directions. A large amount of blood evaporated, and a 3-meter-tall figure appeared in front of them. You deserve to die. A roar was heard, followed by a powerful evil energy that instantly burst out. Su Len felt his body sink. Ding, affected by blasphemy power. Ding, affected by evil spirit energy. Lightning surged, and Sullen's body was shrouded in a layer of lightning energy. Then, a powerful lightning power erupted from Sullen's body. Thunder Domain. Endless lightning appeared in Sullen's eyes. At this time, Su Len was like the incarnation of lightning. Seeing the blood-red figure in front of him, Su Len didn't have to guess to know that it was the evil god known as the Heartless. Although it wasn't his real body, he had already injected most of his power into this incarnation. Gods were afraid of death, and very few gods would take the initiative to leave their divine kingdom with their true body. This evil god in front of him had put in a lot of effort this time. Although it was not his true body, the incarnation was not an ordinary incarnation. If this incarnation died, the evil god's strength would plummet, and he would suffer heavy losses. Seeing this incarnation, Su Len was not too surprised. After all, he had already prepared for this situation. As an evil god, although not a true god, his combat power was far beyond that of a legendary expert. Su Len speculated that this evil god's true body was much stronger than a demigod. The incarnation in front of him was also not to be underestimated. Lightning Spear. After activating the Thunder territory, the thunder power around Su Len became even stronger. A thunder spear filled with a destructive aura quickly formed in his hand. Su Len immediately threw out a lightning spear. However, Sullen's target wasn't the evil god's divine incarnation but the spatial portal that had been torn open. Amidst the thunderous roar, the heartless divine incarnation looked strangely at the collapsing portal. The lightning exploded, and even the altar below was destroyed by the lightning spear. Su Lun wasn't going to leave the teleportation gate behind. What if this divine avatar escaped through the teleportation gate? Sui Xiong did not want to give up on the incarnation at the last moment and escape with the power of divinity. If that was the case, then all his efforts would be for naught. An angry roar sounded. Su Lin directly destroyed the portal. The evil god's incarnation could not return unless he accumulated power again and started a new round of blood sacrifice. The wind raged. The angry evil god's incarnation was very fast. With a flash of red light, it had already appeared in front of Su Lin. A blood tentacle instantly shot out. Sullen's storm battle halberd swept across and directly cut off the blood tentacle. However, something unexpected happened. The blood tentacle that was cut off quickly moved toward the main body and then merged back together. Regeneration? Or other abilities? Su Lin frowned slightly. Or immunity to physical damage? Lightning spear. The storm battle halberd was instantly wrapped in a layer of violent thunder power. With Sullen's attack, thunder and lightning clashed in the sky. Boom! The moment the two sides clashed, an extremely fierce battle broke out. Horrifying scars appeared on the evil god's incarnation's huge body, and the energy shield on the surface of Sullen's body shattered one after another. The evil god's incarnation's attack directly hit Sullen's body, but he blocked it with his spear. Thunder and blood made a fierce explosion, and the two were directly pushed away by the explosion. Revenge! 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 I'm going to eat! The evil god's incarnation muttered. Sullen's ears were shrouded in chaos. Whispers kept ringing in his ears. These noisy voices seemed to ignore space and appeared directly in his mind, constantly disturbing his mind. Su Lin frowned. He hated this kind of enemy. Not only was their vitality tenacious, but they were also very difficult to kill. They were either immune to physical damage or had super strong regenerative abilities. Blasphemy! In a strange silence, an inexplicable figure appeared and pierced Sullen's soul. Unfortunately, this kind of attack was useless. Su Lin had a strong will to begin with, and he also had the Iron Will talent ability. His own resistance was also high, and he was not afraid of this kind of control spell at all. Great Cleave! The evil god's follower rushed directly towards Su Lin, and the evil energy kept corroding the surrounding space. Rumble! After realizing that magical attacks were useless against him, the evil god's incarnation directly used physical attacks. A giant sword condensed from flesh appeared in its hand. Sullen's body flashed and flew past from the side. Accompanied by the flash of thunder, Sullen's storm battle halberd fiercely cut a hideous wound on his body. A blood whip swept across. The blood whip had strong corrosive properties, and a layer of the rocks next to it was directly corroded. In a short while, the surrounding ground and rocks were full of traces of corrosion. There was also a layer of divine force field around the evil god's incarnation. Su Lin was very clear about this and had already prepared for it. The storm battle halberd flashed with thunder and attacked quickly. The evil god's incarnation did not show any weakness. It fought speed with speed, and the whip shadows covered the surroundings tightly. The sky was filled with whip shadows that fell from the sky. Bang, 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 bang. Su Lin swept the evil god's incarnation away. Then, without any hesitation, he instantly chased after it. Chain Fireball. Spell Maximization. Flames rose up, and the evil god's incarnation was beaten to a pulp. Su Lin did not stop at all. Fireball after fireball whizzed out. In the deafening explosion, the evil god's incarnation in front of him became smaller and smaller, and the energy layer on the surface of its body became shaky. The evil god's incarnation was originally an amalgamation of chaotic evil power. Later on, it received a large number of blood sacrifices, and its consciousness became even more chaotic and crazy. In the face of Sullen's attacks, it did not dodge at all. It directly rushed forward. With a flash of blood, it was already in front of Su Lin. A scarlet shadow instantly attacked. Bang! Thunder exploded. Tentacles of blood instantly hit Su Len. These tentacles of blood attacked very quickly. In just a moment, Su Len was attacked hundreds of times. The Thunder Shield only lasted for 2 seconds before cracks appeared. Advanced Mage Armor. Advanced Energy Protective Barrier. Advanced Deflection Force Field Protection. Rays of spiritual light flashed across Sullen's body. The protective spells that he had prepared in advance were released in an instant. Invisible barriers opened up. The moment the Thunder Shield shattered, it directly blocked the evil god's incarnation's attack. Silver Dragon Inverse Scale Spear. The shadow of a silver dragon appeared on Sullen's body. Then, with a blinding flash of lightning, it suddenly attacked the evil god's incarnation in front of him. Endless lightning instantly wrapped around it. As the evil god, its power was completely opposite to Sullen's. The blood light on its body was constantly being worn down by the lightning. At this moment, Su Len suddenly felt his heart palpitate. A sense of danger enveloped his heart. Without hesitation, Sullen's body flashed as he tried to retreat. Boom! Just as he was about to retreat, a dazzling red light swept over him like a hot knife through butter. The lightning that had been wrapped around the evil god's incarnation was also worn down by the red light. Wherever the red light went, an evil, chaotic, and crazy corrosive energy came out. Although this kind of energy was not very damaging, it had a very disgusting ability. It could corrode other people, and it was very difficult to get rid of. But this kind of explosive power cost a lot of energy, and the cooldown time was very long. After using his talent, his sixth sense, to dodge the attack, Su Len rushed forward again. After the explosion, the evil god's body's blood light became even dimmer. A round of extremely effective chain of fireballs appeared again. After casting that spell, Su Len threw out 5 lightning whips. The evil god's incarnation was sent flying again. Boom, 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 boom. The evil god's giant body was pierced again. The blood light on its body was used up. This time, its wounds did not heal as quickly as before. Instead, there was a hideous gash. Now, Su Len could see the evil god's incarnation's scary, twisted soul. That was the evil god's soul origin, but it was not all of it. It was only a part of it. This time, to take revenge on Su Len, the evil god had given up a lot. It had given up a part of its soul origin and god power. Evil gods relied on blood sacrifices and sacrifices to grow. But blood sacrifices made gods crazy. Evil gods were a collection of chaotic powers, and now, they were even crazier. The evil god in front of Han Sen had lost its sense of self. It had become a collection of all kinds of negative energy and chaotic consciousness. When Su Len absorbed the god's divinity, it had a strong consciousness. So, when he absorbed the god's divinity, he spent a lot of effort to wipe out the consciousness of the god's divinity. That was difficult and it took a lot of time. But it also brought him many benefits. He would not be affected by the consciousness of the god's divinity. He would not become a puppet controlled by the god's divinity. Dazzling lightning swept across. After losing its powerful regenerative ability, the evil god's incarnation was no match for Su Lun. Under Su Lun's constant attacks, it could only retreat again and again, with more and more wounds appearing on its body. Chapter 490. Thunderstorm Spell. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and countless lightning bolts rolled back and forth in the dark clouds. A bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket descended from the sky and instantly struck the evil god's incarnation. Without enough power to quickly regenerate, endless lightning instantly drowned it. Lightning Spear. Endless lightning power instantly gathered in Sullen's hand, and a lightning spear formed completely from lightning power appeared in Sullen's hand. In the next second, he threw the lightning spear and instantly hit the evil god's incarnation, which was still in a stiff state. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The evil god's incarnation's body was extremely stiff and fixed on the spot. The evil god's incarnation's body shattered like crystal glass, and powerful lightning burst out from its body, illuminating the entire valley in an instant. The evil god's incarnation's entire body disintegrated into countless tiny dust particles bit by bit. A gust of wind blew past, and the evil god's incarnation's body disappeared without a trace. Ah! A miserable wail sounded. Just as the evil god's incarnation's body was completely destroyed, the countless souls that it had absorbed just now surged out of its dissipated body. As these souls had only been absorbed for a short period of time, the evil god of the Heartless had no time to absorb and digest these souls. Therefore, these souls were basically still complete. They were just a little distorted because they were contaminated with the chaotic energy of the evil god's body. Soul-binding spell. A spiritual light rose from Sullen's body and quickly imprisoned a part of the evil god's soul core that wanted to escape. Endless lightning power turned into lightning chains. These chains crisscrossed and weaved into a large net in midair, as if enveloping the entire world. The evil god's soul, which was mixed in with a large number of spirits, couldn't escape in time and was completely sealed. As a spiritual light flashed, the large net in the sky instantly enveloped downwards. All the spirits and the evil god's soul were trapped in the lightning net. Soul-binding spell. Su Lin took out more than 10 magic gems from his storage space. Bolts of lightning turned into countless chains and pulled all the spirits into the magic gems. Those low-level spirits were directly sealed in the magic gems. As the evil god's soul, Su Lin specially used a high-quality magic gem to seal it. As the evil god's soul was sealed into the magic gem, the entire magic gem turned purplish-red. A crazy and chaotic aura was constantly emitted from the gem. Just standing nearby made people feel very uncomfortable. Su Lin snapped his fingers, and the soul crystals floating in the air fell into his palm. Ding! The battle is over. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the evil god Heartless Divine Incarnation. You have received 368,000 experience points. You have obtained 30 high-quality magic gems. You have obtained 2 sets of Star Ocean Silver Sand. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the evil god Heartless Divine Power Incarnation. You have obtained Diamond Treasure Chest X2. Congratulations, host. You've won an epic victory. Congratulations, host. Your army has completely wiped out the evil god Heartless Believer's gathering place. You have obtained 103,000 experience points. Evil god Heartless Stronghold Extermination Battle, Battlefield Level, High Legendary. February 1689 of the Hui Yue calendar. You discovered a hidden stronghold of the evil god Heartless. After some preparations, you launched a war and successfully wiped out the stronghold of the evil god Heartless Believers. You also killed the evil god Heartless Divine Power Incarnation. Your name is widely spread across the continent. Prestige plus 15. Favorability of various Orthodox churches plus 30. Congratulations, host. Your experience points are full. You have leveled up. Current level, 30. You have obtained 2 free attribute points and 2 skill points. You have obtained Platinum Treasure Chest X2. As the battle ended, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Su Lin dispersed the energy on his body, and the rumbling thunderclouds in the sky also dissipated. The battlefield was a mess. The original altar had long since disappeared in the aftermath of the battle, and the surrounding village was only left with broken walls. Clean up the battlefield and kill all enemies. Leave no one alive in this battle. With Sullen's order, the Northgard city's army began a net-like search of the valley. Not all the enemies had died in the battle just now. Many had taken advantage of the chaos to escape to various parts of the valley, but because there was only one exit, these kobolds had nowhere to run. After arranging for people to clean up the battlefield, Su Lin returned to the Northwind Tower. After leaving the follow-up matters to Hathaway and Chrissy, he went to the seclusion room to check on his harvest. The most precious thing in this battle was naturally the divinity crystal. Su Lin checked it and found that this divinity crystal contained 6 points of divinity. It could be said that this was the most divinity Su Lin had ever obtained. However, it wasn't easy to absorb this divinity crystal. He hadn't finished absorbing the Brain Hunter's divinity crystal, so he could only slowly absorb this divinity crystal. Currently, Su Lin needed about a month to absorb a single point of divinity. If he wanted to absorb all of it, he would need half a year. However, this was already a fat piece of meat in his mouth. There was no rush to eat it. He opened the storage space and opened the 2 diamond treasure chests and the 2 platinum treasure chests together. A series of beautiful special effects flashed, and the sound of a system notification rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained the item 9 transformations golden pill * 1 bottle. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained the item wishing crystal * 1 bottle. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item nature god crystal * 1 bottle. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the book Levitating Ring Theory and Production. When the light faded, Su Lin couldn't wait to take out the 4 items to check. Su Lin had already obtained a bottle of 9 transformations golden pill. This kind of pill was very powerful. Each pill could increase 5 free attribute points. It was a rare item. Su Lin beamed with joy as he put away the bottle of pills. The second treasure chest contained a crystal called the Wishing Crystal. Su Lin curiously picked up the crystal and looked at it. This crystal looked clear and transparent. There were no impurities in it. It looked very beautiful. This crystal also contained a strange power. Su Lin didn't know what this power was for. After playing with the crystal for a while, Su Lin asked the system to appraise it. Wishing Crystal, a special kind of crystal bred by nature. It has a special power. It is said that Jinn elemental spirits like this kind of crystal very much. When using the wishing spell, you can use the wishing crystal as an item of exchange. When negotiating with the Jinn elemental spirits, the wishing crystal can obtain a higher value. This is actually an item used for the wishing spell. After reading the introduction of the system, Sullen's eyes moved slightly. Although the wishing spell was said to be able to grant wishes, in fact, this spell had many traps and the price to pay was also high. Now it seemed that with this wishing crystal, Su Lin could make a wish without paying any price. Of course, when using the wishing spell, one still had to strictly follow the rules of the wishing spell. The Jinn elemental spirit's ability to take advantage of loopholes was not inferior to the devils of Bator. In the past, there were more than 1 or 2 wizards who were cheated by these Jinn elemental spirits. The wizard who wished for immortality still didn't know which corner of the multiverse he was sealed in. The nature crystal was a green crystal the size of a palm. There was rich natural energy on it and even a little divinity of nature. This crystal could be directly absorbed to increase one's own divinity. It was much better than the divinity crystal Su Lin had before. He didn't need to spend time to eliminate the evil consciousness in the divinity crystal. He could directly absorb it. Of course, in addition to direct absorption, this nature crystal also had other effects. For example, it could improve the surrounding environment. It could also be used to purify the power of pollution and chaos in the divinity crystal in Sullen's hand. Of course, this purification effect was limited. It could also be used directly on a druid. This would allow the druid to obtain a large amount of natural energy and even directly become a big druid. The nature crystal quickly turned in his hand. Su Lin already had a plan in his mind. He was going to try it in a few days. The Principle and Making of Floating Rings. When he read this book, even Su Lin couldn't help but laugh. This was simply like meeting a pillow when he was sleepy. He planned to build a floating city. In addition to the problem of energy, there was also the problem of the floating rings. The floating rings were the key to building a floating tower. At the same time, it was also an important part of building a floating city. The manufacturing technology of the floating rings was only mastered by a few wizard organizations. If the elemental pool was the energy source of the wizard tower, then the floating rings were the engine. The manufacturing of the floating rings required a lot of precious resources. At the same time, it also required a deep knowledge of runes and grandmaster alchemy skills. Sulen simply flipped through the book. This kind of floating rings required a lot of technical skills. He couldn't make it yet. The main material of the floating rings was mithril. Some adamantine, orichalcum, starry silver sand, arcane dust, and many other materials needed to be added. These materials were processed according to a special method and refined into a special silver alloy. Then, the runes were engraved on the floating rings according to a special method and pattern. Finally, a runic array was formed. Each rune was formed by a combination of a larger number of magic patterns. These runes were combined to form a larger runic array. There couldn't be any mistakes in the manufacturing of such a floating ring. Otherwise, there would be a big problem. If there was a problem with the floating ring during flight, the consequences would be terrifying. Sulen planned to study the book, The Principle and Making of Floating Rings, with Hathaway. Although he couldn't make it now, it didn't mean that he couldn't do it in the future. Now that his wizard level had reached the advanced level, it was only a matter of time before he became a legendary wizard. Chapter 491. The construction of the floating city could not be done by Hathaway alone. A floating city like the floating city, which was the ultimate magic creation of the Arcane Empire, required a lot of people to work together to build. Among other things, it was a big project just to enchant the floating city with hardening spells. If only Sulen and Hathaway were relied on, they would be busy for a long time. It required a lot of wizards to work, which was one of the purposes of Sulen and Hathaway establishing the Wizard Academy. The Wizard Academy was to continuously provide a large number of wizard talents for Sulen. Sulen did not expect the wizards to become legends, which was unrealistic. He only wanted them to be promoted to official wizards. And even if they were wizard apprentices, there were a lot of jobs that they could do. For Sulen, wizards were high-level talents. He had too many jobs that needed wizards, such as planting magic herbs, refining potions, enchantment equipment, building wizard towers, and daily maintenance. If it were not for the lack of manpower, Sulen would not have made the golem factory automatic. As for the way the black wizards cultivated their apprentices, in Sulen's opinion, it was a complete waste. Those who were strong and talented would learn. Those who were good at fighting would be arranged to become combat wizards. Those who were not good at fighting would be responsible for various logistics work. Those who were not talented could be planted with magic plants. In short, in Sulen's opinion, these wizards were all labor. The way the black wizards cultivated their apprentices was only brave and fierce. They might be strong for a while, but in the long run, they were far less developed than Sulen's way. Sulen's way would snowball and become stronger in the future. Moreover, the black wizards' way of cultivating their apprentices had a high chance of backfiring. That was why he used the black wizards' way of cultivating their apprentices. Sulen put away The Principle and Making of the Floating Ring and took out the 9 transformation golden pill. His only attribute value was charm, which had not reached 50. The 2 free attribute points that he got from the upgrade were directly added to charm. Sulen's charm value increased to 35 points. Then he took 3 more 9 transformation golden pills and got 15 free attribute points. After adding all these points to charm, Sulen's charm value also reached 50 points. The increase in charm was a little different from other attributes. There seemed to be no change after moving his body, but Sulen felt that the elemental energy around him seemed to have become closer to him. With a snap of his fingers, a water ball appeared in front of him. Then the water ball turned into a mirror, and Sulen's appearance was reflected. The facial features of the figure in the mirror did not change much from before, but there were slight adjustments and refinements. His face was bright and clean, and his facial features were handsome and angular. His eyes were dark and deep, like a pair of black gemstones with a charming luster. His eyebrows were straight, his lips were red, and his teeth were white. His eyes were bright and clear, and his figure was elegant and graceful. His neck was long and slender, and his skin was white. This was not a human. Even if a god descended, it would not be better than this. Sure enough, I've become more handsome. Looking at himself in the mirror, Sulen was not surprised. This was his true appearance. Charm was not only about appearance, but also about elemental energy. Sure enough, even elemental energy was close to those who were good-looking. Sulen left the seclusion room and went to the astrology platform. He gave the book he got this time to her to study, then took Chris and Alex to the secret plane. He had gained a lot of good things this time, and he had already made a decision. He now had 3 divinity crystals in his hands. One of them was from the Brain Hunter, which only had 1 divinity left. The divinity crystal he got from killing the Heartless Incarnation had 6 divinity points, and the nature crystal he got from opening the treasure chest contained 2 divinity points. In total, he had 9 divinity points. The nature crystal had other uses, and Sulen could not absorb the remaining divinity for the time being, so he planned to let his maids use it. Sulen now had 9 divinity points, and he would reach the first critical point after absorbing 1 more divinity. He planned to distribute the remaining 6 divinity points to each of them first. Chris, Alex, this is for you. Sulen handed them 2 magic gems that emitted evil energy fluctuations. These 2 magic gems were sealed by the divinity that Sulen had extracted from the divinity crystal left behind by the evil god. Divinity crystal? Chris and Alex exclaimed in surprise when they saw the faint golden gems in Sulen's hands. Yes, divinity crystal. Sulen nodded. Although these are divinity crystals, the remnant consciousness in the divinity has not been cleaned up. When you absorb the divinity, you must remove the remnant consciousness, energy, and so on. If you don't want to be affected by the remnant consciousness in the divinity, it's best to clean it up before absorbing it. As soon as Sulen finished speaking, Chris and Alex grabbed the divinity crystals in his hands. In fact, both of them were divine creatures, and it was much more convenient for them to absorb divinity than for Sulen. Abyssal demons were actually creatures of the same level as angels. The strength of those demon lords in the abyss was comparable to that of the gods. Otherwise, abyssal demons would have courted death everywhere and caused trouble until now. Basically, as long as it was a secondary demon lord, there would more or less be some divinity on them. It was just that the divinity on a demon's body contained a lot of negative energy and all kinds of chaotic consciousness. If Chris wanted to advance, she would need to obtain the succubus queen's blessing and obtain the qualifications of an honorary nun. Of course, Chris would have to return to the abyss. Of course, Sulen would not let Chris return to the abyss, let alone let her accept the succubus queen's blessing. The succubus queen's blessing was not easy to obtain. The succubus queen, who was as beautiful as a delicate datura flower, was one of the most dangerous demons in the abyss. This bitch was known as the most dangerous woman in the abyss along with the spider Queen Lolth of the infernal realm. Without the succubus queen's blessing, it was not impossible for a succubus to advance her bloodline. This required the power of divinity. As the most powerful force in the multiverse, divinity had many miraculous powers. It was not difficult for the little succubus Chris to advance to legend. Compared to Chrissy, Alex's bloodline source wasn't weak either. It was just that her bloodline was too ancient. Back then, the ancient gods had either fallen, gone missing, or gone into seclusion. Alex's bloodline was already very thin. If it weren't for the reversion of her bloodline, she would still be a harpy and not a winged person. Bloodline was Alex's advantage, but also her limitation. Fortunately, Alex was a wizard. Otherwise, if she wanted to advance, she would have to rely on her bloodline. It was just that her bloodline potential was almost exhausted. If she wanted to advance her bloodline again, she would have to rely on divinity. After Sulen gave the 2 of them the divinity crystal stones, Chris and Alex each found a place to go into seclusion. A little divinity crystal stone was not enough for them to directly advance, but it could make it easier for them to advance. Hidden Realm, Nature Oak. After a period of growth, the oak had grown to a height of more than 20 meters. As soon as Sulen arrived, he could feel a strong natural aura. The tall oak swayed gently when the wind blew. Sulen took out a Nature Divine crystal. He intended to use this Nature Divine crystal on this nature oak tree. Even if a mortal absorbed the power of divinity, they would be able to transcend mortality and obtain great power. If the nature oak absorbed the divinity, it would also be reborn. Of course, some preparations would be needed before this could happen. The nature oak was located in the hidden realm. Sulin had divided it into a special sealed space. Sulin took out his tools and began to build a magic circle on the ground. The level of the spell he planned to cast was a bit high, so it could not be cast without a magic circle. After learning from Hathaway for a while, Sulin had fixed his own shortcomings. Building a magic circle was not too difficult for him. As time went by, a complex magic circle began to appear little by little. Phew! Sulin stood up and let out a long breath. He looked at his masterpiece with excitement. It was his first time making a complicated rune circle like this. Looks like I'm quite talented. Normal wizards can't do this. Sulin stretched his wrist and put away his tools proudly. After finishing, Sulin took out a magic staff and stood in the center of the circle. Tower Spirit 1. Connect to the energy channel. Open the elemental pool. Powerful elemental energy gushed out from the elemental pool. The energy channel glowed faintly. Sulin gently inserted the magic staff into the center of the circle. A powerful energy suddenly appeared around Sulin. Wish! Bright light burst out from the circle. A powerful energy rushed into Sulin's body, and a melodious ancient chant sounded. As the spell ended, a terrible pressure shrouded the place. This kind of coercion made Sulin feel a strong pressure. With the appearance of a magic aura, a high-space portal opened in midair. The next second, the portal reflected the light of divinity. A creature full of power and divinity appeared in front of him. Sulin narrowed his eyes. The figure in front of him was a tall wind elemental. She looked like a woman. She looked like a genie in a magic lamp. She held a quill pen and a contract in her hand. After seeing Sulin, she asked calmly, "Did you summon me?" "A demigod who is about to advance. What wish do you have? Or what wish do you want to fulfill? As long as it's reasonable, it can be fulfilled." "A djinn, at least a djinn at the level of a god." Sulin was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted. He was a high-grade legend. At the same time, he also had divinity. Ordinary djinn at the level of a demigod were not qualified to respond to his summons. Only a djinn at the level of a god could respond to him. Chapter 492. This was an angel of an elemental god. The effect of the prayer spell was actually to make a deal with an elemental spirit. Normally, wizards would only summon a demigod elemental spirit. Only the more powerful ones could summon an angel of an elemental god. If you were powerful enough, you could directly invite an elemental god. "Tell me your wish." The angel of an elemental god urged impatiently while Sulin was still in a daze. The wishing spell also had a time limit. If the transaction was not completed within the specified time, it would be regarded as a failure and the elemental oracle would leave directly. Sulin could only use the wishing spell again to summon a new elemental djinn. "I hope you can give this oak tree wisdom." Sulin pointed at the nature oak tree next to him. The angel of an elemental god looked at Sulin strangely and said slowly, "Give this oak tree wisdom? This is not an easy task. Do you need me to give it that level of wisdom? If it's too high, you'll need to summon other elemental spirits. The level of a newborn baby, but also the ability to grow." Sulin said directly. "Okay, this is a contract. Write your request on it. I'll give you a hint. Don't make a mistake." The angel of an elemental god said slowly. Sulin carefully took the contract. The material used to make the contract looked like sheepskin, but it wasn't sheepskin. Sulin couldn't tell the specifics, but the contract had a strange power. Sulin was very cautious about this kind of contract. Once a contract of this level was signed, the consequences would be very serious. Sulin carefully began to check the contract again and again. "These patterns on the contract need to be removed." Sulin pointed at the circle of decorative patterns on the edge of the contract. The angel of an elemental god looked at it and slowly said, "Okay, you're very cautious." "I have to be cautious. I don't want to pay a heavy price because I didn't read the contract clearly." Sulin said calmly. I'm not a devil. I won't use such despicable means to deceive you. The angel of an elemental god looked at Su Lin unhappily. At the same time, he reached out and used his divine power to remove the patterns on the contract. You are indeed different, but I have to be careful when signing such a contract. Su Lin shook his head. All right, let's sign this contract according to the current standard. After saying that, Su Lin picked up the quill pen and signed his name on the contract. All right, the elemental envoy said as she looked at the contract. Then, she picked up the quill beside her and quickly wrote down the contents of the deal. With a flash of golden light, the written contract appeared in front of Su Lin. Let's take a look. To fulfill this wish, you need to pay 2 points of divinity, or the corresponding soul power. If you agree, then leave your soul brand on the contract. Su Lin took the contract and read it carefully. He read the 3 lines 4 or 5 times until he was sure that there were no problems. Then he left his soul imprint on it. Very good. Feng Zhuling gently waved his hand, and the signed contract dissipated with the wind. Then, a divine power enveloped Ling Ren and Ling Ren. Su Lin took out the wishing crystal that he had already prepared from the storage space and said, "This crystal is your reward." Feng Zhuling's eyes lit up. His fingers moved slightly and a gust of wind blew. The wishing crystal in Sullen's hand flew up and fell into his hand. After casually sizing it up, Feng Zhuling's palm turned over and directly put away the wishing crystal. All right. According to the contents of the contract, if you pay the reward, I will give wisdom to the oak tree. Soul awakening technique. Divine power plus change reality. A beam of spiritual light descended from the sky and landed directly on the nature oak tree. The originally ordinary oak tree suddenly seemed to have something extra. Soon, a weak soul fluctuation was born from the oak tree. The soul light was extremely weak, just like a firefly. It seemed that it would be blown away by the wind. However, although this spark was weak, it was full of vitality. Instead of being extinguished, it began to grow. Seeing that the soul fire had slowly grown to a certain extent, the wind spirit god envoy withdrew his hand. All right. The contract is complete. Goodbye. After that, Feng Zhuling said to Su Lin, next time you have this kind of crystal and need to make a wish, feel free to summon me. My name is Alonis. Goodbye, little guy. Before his voice fell, the Feng Zhuling turned into a whirlwind and disappeared in front of him. The powerful pressure that shrouded the surroundings also dissipated. Most of the elemental gods were neutral. They rarely paid attention to other planes. In the records of the multiverse, the only large-scale war between the elemental gods was because the demons of the abyss wanted to expand and occupy the multiverse. As a result, as soon as they came out of the abyss, the elemental gods led the 4 elements to beat them up and swept the abyss. After obtaining the soul awakening technique, this natural oak tree had awakened its spiritual wisdom. However, its spiritual wisdom was very low and needed to grow slowly. After awakening its spiritual wisdom, this natural oak tree was no longer an ordinary tree, but had a trace of possibility. Although it had now awakened its spiritual wisdom, the hope of growing into a tree of life or even a world tree was very slim. However, it was still possible to make it stronger. Su Lin took out the nature crystal from the storage space and modified the array of the soul awakening technique. Soon, a new array appeared in front of him. Su Lin stood in the middle of the new array and took out a staff. Tower Spirit 1. Connect to the energy channel. Open the elemental pool. Powerful elemental energy quickly poured in and the whole array lit up again. Su Lin took a deep breath and then began to chant an incantation. Soul awakening technique. Elemental energy rose from Sullen's body, and then the nature crystal in Sullen's hand flew up. Powerful elemental energy gushed out from Sullen's hand and a dazzling brilliance appeared. The nature crystal then turned into a golden light and instantly integrated into the nature oak next to it. As soon as the golden light integrated into the nature oak, the 20-meter-tall nature oak seemed to be inflated and began to grow rapidly. The surrounding elemental energy was instantly sucked away. Seeing this, Su Lin immediately ordered Tower Spirit 1 to open the energy channel. Azure elemental water gushed out. With enough energy, the oak tree grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the oak tree had grown to 25 meters tall. With the addition of a large amount of elemental water, the oak tree continued to grow rapidly, but it had slowed down. As time passed, the oak tree finally stopped growing after reaching a height of 30 meters. A breeze blew, and the entire nature oak shook slightly. The nature oak faintly expressed a hint of joy. Its lush branches swayed slightly as if it was greeting him. The nature oak in front of him had fused with the nature divinity and was already a divine creature. The surrounding natural energy became more and more abundant, and the environment was constantly changing. He felt an aura of growth. Even the surrounding space was beginning to be affected. A surge of energy was transmitted from the nature oak into Sullen's body. This energy was very gentle. As soon as it entered his body, it integrated with Sullen's body. This energy dissipated in his body and began to quickly repair the hidden injuries Su Lin had suffered in the past. At the same time, the violent power of thunder and lightning in Su Luan's body began to become gentle. Although the power of thunder and lightning was powerful, it was very violent. When Su Luan used it, he would hurt himself. In the past, when Su Kuan used the power of thunder and lightning, his body would also be injured. Fortunately, his regeneration ability was strong. After the energy fusion just now, the originally wild and untamed power of lightning suddenly became docile. After circulating in his body, it no longer harmed his body. Even the remnant evil consciousness he had when he absorbed the divinity was dispelled by this energy. The divinity had completely integrated into his body. Feeling the changes in his lightning energy, Su Lin was overjoyed. He patted the nature oak's trunk. "Grow well here. No one will disturb you." The nature oak waved its trunk, and the rustling of leaves could be heard. Su Lin stayed here for a while before sealing off the area again. This nature oak was still very young and weak. Its current abilities were more supportive, such as healing, purification, and accelerating the growth of plants. It would only become more powerful after it continued to grow. After sealing off the area around the nature oak, Su Lin stretched his body and returned to his room in the mystery realm. At this time, Alex and Chris were already in seclusion. Su Lin did not disturb them. After the two obtained the divinity, they began to remove the original consciousness of the divinity. Once the consciousness was removed, they would integrate the divinity into their bodies. The houses in the mystery realm were built with druid spells. Sullen's room was a big tree. Some people used mushrooms, some used pumpkins, and some used tree houses. All in all, the rooms were very varied. It looked like a fairy tale. After Su Lin returned to his room, he also prepared to go into seclusion. With the nature oak's help, he had already absorbed the divinity. Su Lin had a lot of divinity in his hands. He naturally wanted to absorb all of it as soon as possible. He was only one step away from becoming a demigod. After returning to his room, Su Lin went to the training room and had Tower Spirit 1 open the energy channel. Rich elemental energy gushed out. Su Lin sat on the rune circle of the training room and took out the divinity crystal. Soul extraction. A powerful energy appeared. Lightning turned into chains and shot into the divinity crystal. Lightning flashed, and the evil god's soul was slowly pulled out. P.S. Pulling out teeth is too painful. Floating Dream is going to pull out 3 wisdom teeth this time. Sob, sob, sob. It's so painful that I can't even write. I'll try to update every day. Chapter 493. Although it was only a part of the evil god's soul, it was still very powerful. It was just that it wasn't Sullen's match when it was alive, let alone after it died. Thunder's sealing magic. Endless thunder and lightning wrapped around the evil god's soul. The phantom of the evil god's soul howled in pain as it floated above the gem. As energy crazily surged, Su Lin took a deep breath and a beam of light rose up. Divinity extraction. Streaks of dark purple soul energy slowly entered Sullen's body. This energy was full of evil, madness, and destruction. Su Len needed to extract the divinity from this chaotic soul energy. Su Len already had experience, and extracting divinity was a walk in the park for him. He sealed the chaotic, evil, and crazy soul energy into another magic gemstone. Soon, the gemstone used to seal the soul energy turned dark purple. This soul energy was full of all kinds of negative emotions. Although absorbing it could improve the soul energy and strengthen the soul origin, it would also corrode the soul. If one was not careful, they would become a fallen one, and their entire being would become crazy, bloodthirsty, and destructive. Su Len didn't want to become such a lunatic, so the best way was to use it to make a legendary rune. High-quality soul crystals were rare and very precious. Su Len only had one, which he obtained after killing the brain hunter and extracting all the divinity in its soul. Su Len gave the divinity crystal to Chris to absorb, and the rest of the soul crystals were not used yet. High-quality legendary soul crystals could be used to make legendary runes such as the Magic Breaker and Arcane Guard. Northfield City didn't even have a diamond golem, let alone a high-quality legendary golem like the Magic Breaker. Su Len slowly injected the divinity into his body. Soon, his body felt full and satisfied. Su Len immediately stopped absorbing the divinity, and then quickly used the Thunder Chain to reseal the rest of the evil god's soul. After extracting the divinity, Su Len still needed to absorb some of the divinity. At the same time, he needed to erase the remnant consciousness of the divinity. This step would take a lot of time, and this kind of thing could not be rushed. After absorbing the divinity, Sullen's negative energy aura also increased a lot. There were still 4 points of divinity left in the divinity crystal in his hand, and he could only slowly absorb them later. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully absorbed 1 divinity. Ding! Congratulations, host, your divinity has reached 10 points. The power of divinity has begun to transform your body. You have successfully become a demigod. Divine power is changing your body. Faint golden energy emerged from Sullen's blood and began to wander around his body. Traces of golden energy penetrated deep into his bones, muscles, and organs. His body, which was already very strong, became even stronger. Dong dong dong. His heartbeat became more and more dull, like the sound of a war drum ringing in his ears. His blood was like mercury, rapidly flushing out the impurities in his flesh and bones bit by bit. As time passed, his bones also became harder and harder. The elemental energy in the isolation room surged, and a large amount of elemental energy quickly rushed into Sullen's body. The speed was getting faster and faster. After noticing that the energy in the isolation room was being consumed quickly, Tower Spirit Number 1 immediately increased the energy supply to the elemental pool. The surging elemental water rushed in quickly, and the originally low concentration of elemental energy was quickly replenished. Su Len absorbed the elemental energy faster and faster. The highly concentrated elemental energy washed through his body, and then merged into every part of his body. A vortex appeared around him, and as soon as the vortex appeared, it quickly grew bigger. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire room. The vortex grew bigger and bigger, and soon formed a scene like a tornado. If a high-ranking wizard saw this, he would definitely recognize it. This was the extremely rare elemental siphon. Su Luen quickly absorbed the elemental energy, and his body also underwent earth-shaking changes under the influence of the divine power. From his bones to his flesh and blood, the golden light was thoroughly integrated into his flesh and blood. Even his soul began to transform under the influence of the divine power. At this time, if Sullen's soul was out of his body, he would find that his original soul had become extremely solid, and his soul was also tinged with a faint golden color. A large amount of energy flowed back and forth in Sullen's body. After his soul was reconstructed, the energy rushed to his body again. The divine power not only changed his soul, but also his body. Ding! Transformation complete. Congratulations, you have successfully become a demigod. Host has successfully become a demigod. You have received the demigod talent. Demigod body? Host has successfully become a demigod. You have received the demigod talent. Language proficiency. Host has successfully become a demigod. You have received the demigod talent. Divine transcendence. Host has successfully become a demigod. You have received the demigod talent. Immortality. Congratulations, host has become a demigod. Your understanding of the Thunder territory has deepened. You have mastered more of the rule power, and your ability has been greatly improved. You have received the skill, Thunder's Fury. Host's divinity has reached 10 points. All attributes +2. The system's notifications kept ringing in his ears. Su Len slowly opened his eyes. A golden light flashed through his eyes, and the entire isolation room seemed to be lit up at that moment. As he woke up, the elemental energy gradually calmed down, and the elemental siphon disappeared. Su Len opened the system interface and began to look at the changes after becoming a demigod. At the top was the demigod body. Demigod body. This is the primary form of a god's incarnation. You, who have divine power, have surpassed the realm of mortals. Your body will not be hurt by ordinary weapons, and any weapons below the extraordinary level will not hurt you. At the same time, you will not fall sick. Your resistance to poison, curses, and other negative effects will be increased by 30 points. Your resistance to spells will be increased by 30 points. Language proficiency, divine ability. After becoming a demigod, you have automatically gained the ability to read all night. You can write most languages. Your literacy +15. Language proficiency and language proficiency work together. Su Len learned most languages in an instant. All living beings had this ability. Divine transcendence. Demigods have integrated themselves with the power of the law. Their bodies have transcended the racial boundary and become a new race. Your own magic ability and resistance to spells have been greatly enhanced. You are immune to spells of the third circle or below. Whether it is the effect of spells or the damage caused by spells, they will not have any effect on your body. This ability made Su Len immune to spells of the third circle and below. With Su Len's high resistance to spells and magic defense, even a fourth circle spell would cause very little damage to Su Len. This ability was the ability of divinity. Legend had it that the gods with great divine power were immune to spells of the seventh circle and below. Immortality. After obtaining enough divinity, the mortal body will be transformed. Your lifespan will be greatly enhanced. Your life will be greatly strengthened. You will not age, and your physical fitness will always be in a state of abundance. The state of immortality did not mean immortality. Immortality only meant that one's face and strength would not age. One's physical fitness would also be at its peak. As for aging, it would only appear when one reached the end of one's life. Immortality was the literal meaning. Those who obtained immortality would have a near-eternal lifespan. As long as they were not killed by others or died by accident, they would be able to live forever. Of course, this talent also had its drawbacks. The person who obtained this talent would age. Although this aging would be very slow, it would also affect one's combat effectiveness. Only with the two talents of immortality and immortality could one be considered truly immortal. Of course, one could still be killed. After becoming a demigod, Su Len's strength had improved again. However, if he wanted to improve further, he would need to reach 30 points of divinity. In addition to these, Su Len also received a reward of +2 to all attributes. After his attribute points reached 50, he would need to spend 3 free attribute points to increase it by 1 point. This time, the +2 to all attributes was equivalent to an increase of 10 points, which was equivalent to 30 free attribute points. If Su Len's attributes had not reached 50 before, he would have received +5 to all attributes. Of course, the upper limit was 50. Just after Su Len received +2 to all attributes, he heard the system prompt again. Congratulations, host, your strength attribute has broken through 50 points. You have received the legendary talent, Epic Strength. Congratulations, host, your physique attribute has broken through 50 points. You have received the legendary talent, Epic Physique. Congratulations, host, your agility attribute has broken through 50 points. You have received the legendary talent, Epic Agility. Congratulations, host, your spirit attribute has broken through 50 points. You have received the legendary talent, Epic Spirit. Congratulations, host, your charm attribute has broken through 50 points. You have received the legendary talent, Epic Charm. Hearing the system prompt, Su Lin only felt a surge of power in his body again, and then slowly merged into his body. Epic Strength, Legendary Ability. Your strength has exceeded the scope of human beings. When attacking, your strength will cause an additional 3 points of damage. You will permanently gain an additional 3 points when making a strength test. At the same time, when attacking, there is a chance to cause crushing damage to those whose strength is lower than your own by 5 points. In any strength test, you will gain an additional 1 epic point. After all of Sullen's attributes had broken through 50 points, he had directly gained 5 legendary talents. It could be said that his accumulated talents and toughness had now surpassed that of a dragon in its prime, except for the legendary dragon species. According to his current physical fitness, it would be polite to say that he was a humanoid dragon. Chapter 494. Epic Physique, Legendary Ability. Your physique is far beyond the range of humans. When you receive any damage, you will gain an additional 3 points of damage reduction. Your test of fortitude will gain a permanent 3 points bonus, and you will gain an additional 30 points of HP. When you receive any test of physique, you will gain an additional 1 point of epic value. With the Epic Physique talent, Sullen's already thick defense was increased again. With his current level of tankiness, ordinary attacks could not hurt him at all. Even many warriors who specialized in defense would find it difficult to reach this level of epic physique. With Sullen's original legendary strength, legendary regeneration, and legendary tenacity, his vitality was so strong that it made people's hair stand on end. Su Lin felt that even if he did not add any defense, he would not be hurt at all if he jumped into the magma now. The magma was like a hot spring to him. Epic Spirit, Legendary Ability. You have a comprehension ability that is far beyond ordinary people. No spell model can be difficult for you. Your memory ability and analysis ability have been further improved. When casting any spell, you can fully understand and analyze the structure of the spell. This allows you to perfect and modify certain spells. In any test of spell penetration, you will gain a permanent 1-point bonus. Su Lin did not feel much change in Epic Spirit. He just felt that his mind was clearer and his thinking had become more agile. There were some other benefits that he needed to experience on his own. In addition to these, Epic Dexterity and Epic Charm were not weak either. Sullen's strength could now be said to have skyrocketed. Su Lin moved his body and closed the energy channel. The elemental energy in the seclusion room returned to normal. Only then did he get up and leave. In fact, Sullen's divinity value was now. If he obtained a divine spark, he could almost try to become a god. Becoming a god was both difficult and simple. In addition to divinity, one also needed a divine spark and a divine spark. To put it bluntly, the clergy was the scope and responsibility of the gods. If Su Lin wanted to become a god, the clergy would be ready-made. It would be the god of thunder, or thunder clergy. In addition to the clergy, there was also the divinity. It was not easy to obtain a quintessence. A quintessence was a materialized substance formed by the laws of the multiverse. If one had a thorough understanding of one of the laws, one could attempt to condense a quintessence. Of course, there was another way, and that was to kill other creatures with a quintessence. There were many creatures with divinity. For example, the demons of the bottomless abyss would drop divinity fragments from the lesser demon lords. As long as one killed a few lesser demon lords, they would be able to synthesize a complete divinity fragment. Of course, archangels, divine envoys, and elemental spirits could also drop divinity fragments. Of course, if one felt that they were strong enough, they could also directly kill gods. If the weakest weak divine power god left the divine kingdom, the challenge rating would be around level 35. If the god was in the divine kingdom, then the challenge rating would be increased by 5 to 10 levels. Fighting in the divine kingdom was completely at the god's home ground, and the strength of others would be suppressed there. The best time to kill a god was when the god's body came to the material plane in the form of a saint. The limited number of deicides in history were basically completed under such circumstances. The opportunity to become a god could only be encountered by chance. Although the gods had destroyed the arcane kingdom, Su Lin did not have any prejudice against these special and powerful beings. Many arcanists in the arcane kingdom had also sought the opportunity to become a god, but in the end, there were still very few who succeeded. The study of the gods had always been in the hands of the top wizards. Otherwise, there would not be such a forbidden spell as divine ascension, and there would not be creatures like the demigod Lich. There were many wizards who wanted to become a god. After having the above three things, the next step was to have believers. Every righteous god would have its own church. These churches were responsible for preaching, cultivating believers, and providing the gods with the power of faith. The power of faith would be transformed into the divine power used by the gods. The road to becoming a god was a sea of corpses and blood. In history, except for the lucky one, the other strong mortals who had succeeded in becoming a god had killed their way from the material plane to the abyss of hell, and then killed their way back and forth in the abyss of hell. There were even some ruthless characters who had killed their way through the lower planes on the road to becoming a god. Their names were taboo in many worlds. They were the kind of existence that could not be mentioned at all. Others might want to become a god, but Su Lin did not have such an idea. The gods were subject to too many restrictions. In the secret realm, Su Lin had successfully advanced into a demigod and came out of seclusion. As soon as he opened the door of the seclusion room, Su Lin saw Chris and Alex sitting outside in a daze. Their white, jade-like fingers were tapping on the table irregularly, and their expressions were absent-minded. Su Lin closed the door of the seclusion room and asked, "What's wrong with you two?" "Ah, Su Lin, you've come out of seclusion?" Chris heard Sullen's voice and immediately stood up. "Are you okay? There was such a big commotion just now." "I was worried about you," Alex asked. Su Lin moved his body and said proudly, "Of course I'm fine. Just now, I've successfully advanced into a demigod." "Demigod?" Alex and Chris looked at Su Lin in disbelief. "You've advanced into a demigod?" Su Lin did not say anything. Instead, he released his territory directly. Alex and Chris instantly felt an invisible pressure enveloping them. It was very difficult for them to move their bodies, and a sense of alarm rose in their hearts. Seeing that the two were having difficulty breathing and their bodies were shaking, Su Lin withdrew his territory pressure. For them who had not yet reached the legendary level, his current pressure was too strong. Whoosh! As soon as Su Lin withdrew his territory pressure, the two's bodies went limp and were about to fall. Su Lin hurriedly supported them. "How are you? You almost scared me to death." Chris patted her towering chest and complained. Su Lin chuckled. "By the way, how's your divinity absorption going?" Chris and Alex looked at each other, then stood up. With a slight tremble, a pair of wings stretched out from behind them. Chrissy's wings were devil's wings, which were very similar to the fleshy wings of bats. However, devil's wings were dark red and looked more ferocious. Su Lin had seen Chrissy's devil's wings before. Now, devil's wings were obviously stronger and larger. In addition to these, some small scales had also grown on her wings, and her defense had also increased by quite a bit. Alex's wings were feathered, and her wings were even bigger than Chris's. Right now, Alex's wings looked like they had a layer of metallic luster, looking very hard. On the feathers of her wings, there was also a layer of faint golden light, making her wings look very beautiful. In addition to these, Su Lin also discovered that Alex's ears had become a little sharper, her skin had become as white as milk, and her body seemed to have the smell of the wind. Her long hair was also covered in a strange luster, and there was a faint golden color at the ends of her hair. The most obvious change was her pupils. Even Alex didn't realize that her pupils had become like emeralds, faintly emitting a faint golden light. These changes showed that Alex's bloodline had become denser. Beside him, Chris also underwent a similar transformation. Her skin became even whiter, smoother, and more supple. A golden radiance flashed in the depths of her eyes, and the charm she exuded became even stronger. Every move she made was astonishingly charming. She looked like a beautiful black rose. The shackles that had originally prevented them from becoming legends had also loosened. On Sullen's attribute panel, there was an additional Divine Creature, Awakening label in their attribute panels. Their experience slots had also been filled by more than half, and they were very close to leveling up. Of course, although they had become divine creatures with divinity, they were still the lowest level of divine creatures. Above divine creatures were demigods, and above them were weak gods, followed by weak divine power, intermediate divine power, great divine power, and great divine power. Demigods were generally descendants of gods. Most of the weak gods were gods born from some small races, and were usually subordinate to the mainstream gods. Orthodox gods were generally intermediate divine powers, and the main god of a divine system was basically a great divine power. As for the great divine power gods, so far, there were very few of them. Gods such as Gaia Mother, Nero the god of death, and the god of justice, like Alex and Chris, were completely unorthodox. It seems that you've absorbed it well. Sulen nodded with satisfaction. This divine power is really powerful. I feel like I've been reborn, Alex said as he folded his wings. Chris nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. She went around to Sullen's side and hugged Sulen with her jade-like arms. The amazing elasticity of her chest pressed against Sullen's back. Feeling that Sullen's breathing had suddenly become a little faster, Chris smiled slightly and said, "Master, can you give us a little more divine power?" "Yes, I can." Divine power has the ability to turn something rotten into something magical, but it's not easy to get this kind of power. Sulen shook his head and said, "After you've completely digested the divine power, and the residual negative energy consciousness in your body has been completely removed, I'll give you more divine power. Don't think about it now?" Chris was disappointed, and she was a little dejected. Next to her, Alex also became a little disappointed. "Greedy." Sulen shook his head. "If you continue to absorb divinity, be careful that you'll eventually be affected by the residual consciousness in the divinity, and you won't even have a place to cry." Chapter 495. Night fell, and the silver moonlight shone on the ground. After a day of hustle and bustle, Northgard City gradually quieted down. Sulen lay on the soft sofa and tasted the green tea that the little succubus Chrissy had made. The nobles of this era liked to add fresh milk, sugar, and other spices to their tea. The taste was very strange, and Sulen had never gotten used to drinking this kind of tea. He liked green tea and black tea, and the little succubus Chrissy had added some magical plants and flowers to this tea. It tasted pretty good. Alex frowned and took a sip before putting down the cup. He then said to Chrissy with a fawning expression, "Big sister Chrissy, I want to drink more's coffee. Can you make me a cup? I really don't know what to do with you. There's not much more's coffee left. If you finish this, you'll have to wait until next year." Chrissy patted Alex's head dotingly. "But this is the last of this month's supply. If you finish it, you'll have to wait until next month." Okay, hurry up and make me a cup." Alex nodded his little head like a chick pecking at rice. Chrissy shook her head. She then took out an exquisite clay pot and poured out some brown powder. She then picked up a glass bottle and poured out some elemental water. There was a flash of light and a flash of fire elemental energy. In the next second, the elemental water in the cup began to boil. Chrissy picked up the cup and poured the boiling elemental water into the Moore's coffee powder while stirring it with a glass rod. Soon, an alluring aroma wafted out of the cup. At the same time, there was a powerful energy fluctuation from the cup. Alex's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to bring the brewed Moorish coffee over. He didn't mind that it was hot, and directly took a sip. After that, he closed his eyes to savor the aftertaste, and his eyes narrowed like a pair of crescent moons. Moore's coffee was a magical plant unique to the Hidden Realm. It wasn't produced in large quantities. At the same time, a dozen other magical plants had to be added to make it. It tasted fragrant and silky. Alex, Hathaway, Phyllis, and Chrissy all liked this drink. Apart from the fact that it tasted good, this Moore coffee could increase one's magic power and mental strength. Most importantly, it could purify one's physical body. This was very useful to Alex. Although the purification effect was very small, if he used it for a long time, these effects could not be underestimated. "La, I'm happy little red," a cheerful humming sound was heard, and then a figure came bouncing over. When she saw Su Len, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, and her body stiffened. Then she tiptoed around and wanted to leave, but before she could take a step, Sullen's figure had already appeared. "Onyx Vaya, where are you going to hide?" Su Len asked, lying on the sofa. "Who dodged?" The red dragon Onyx Vaya pretended to be calm and said, "I just forgot to close the door when I went out. Oh right, I still have something to do, so I'll go back first." After saying that, he turned around and slipped away. "I've already asked someone to close the door, so you don't have to worry about it. Now, let's talk about other things." Sullen's figure flashed, and he appeared beside the red dragon Onyx Vaya. He reached out and picked up the little red dragon, and then returned to the room. Su Len threw the little red dragon on the carpet and glared at her fiercely. "Tell me, who told you to sneak into the Secret Realms obsidian factory to eat fire copper and magic iron?" "That." The little red dragon Onyxvia's eyes darted around. "Have you thought about how to lie?" Su Len stared at the little red dragon with a half-smile. Previously, he had noticed that some of the metal ingots produced in the obsidian factory were missing. Tower Spirit No. 1 had reported that Onyx Vaya had secretly swallowed them. "It hurts. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I'll get angry if you hit me again." "Ouch. Wawa." The little red dragon Onyx Vaya rubbed her buttocks. The dragon's recovery ability was very fast, and Su Len did not cause her any harm. At most, he just made her feel unbearable pain. She sneakily reached for the milk tea Chris had made and poured herself a cup. Then, when Su Len was not paying attention, she picked up a bear biscuit and stuffed it directly into her mouth without chewing. Then, she picked up the milk tea and drank it happily. "Delicious," the little red dragon said with satisfaction. Su Len looked at her expressionlessly and then said, "Why did you steal those metal ingots?" "To eat," the little red dragon said casually, and then immediately reacted. "What steal? I didn't steal, I just borrowed." "Okay, borrowed." Sullen's mouth twitched. "Tell me, why did you borrow those metal ingots?" "I'm growing right now, and I need to eat metal to grow," Onyx Vaya said as she stuffed the bear biscuit into her mouth. After listening to Onyxvia's explanation, Su Len finally understood that dragons needed to eat all kinds of minerals and metals as they grew. It was not that they were so hungry that they could only eat dirt, but after eating these minerals, their claws and scales would be strengthened. The scales, claws, and teeth of dragons were not very hard when they were born, but as time passed, they would become hard little by little as they grew up. When they became young dragons, they would consciously swallow minerals to increase the strength of their scales. This was an innate ability of the dragons. They were able to obtain some substances from minerals, making their scales and claws extremely hard. "Okay, I'll prepare metal ingots for you to grow, but you're not allowed to steal from the golem factory. And you're not allowed to bathe in the lava pool. If I find out, I'll beat you every time I catch you. Do you hear me?" Su Len reached out and knocked Onyx Vaya on the head. After training the little red dragon, Su Len leisurely left the secret realm and came to North Town City. The Qilin Pavilion in North Town City was still under construction. When Su Len came to the construction site, the Qilin Pavilion was already more than half completed. The entire Qilin Pavilion was magnificent, about 10 meters tall, and occupied a vast area. In this building, there were statues of all kinds of animals, such as horses, camels, and so on. They were all carved to perfection and looked very lifelike. In the center of the Qilin Pavilion, there was a huge statue that was 8 meters tall. This statue was carved with a qilin. The main material of the qilin pavilion was redwood, a specialty of the wasteland. This tree's trunk was straight, and the wood was hard and resistant to corrosion. It was a very good building material, and the wood used to build the qilin pavilion was over 1 meter in diameter. Chapter 496. After the construction of the qilin pavilion was more or less done, Su Lin still had to carve some runes here before placing the most important item of the qilin pavilion, the qilin horn. The qilin horn was something similar to a deer's antler, but the qilin horn was much sturdier and harder than a deer's antler. It was completely dark gold in color, and there was a peculiar energy revolving around it. With one look, one could tell that it wasn't an ordinary item. After Su Lin patrolled around the qilin pavilion, he left. According to the current progress, the building would be completed in 2 days. At that time, he would still need to personally come over to activate it. After patrolling around the qilin pavilion, Su Lin walked around the northern citadel. The northern citadel had become even more flourishing. All kinds of caravans came and went in an endless stream. The first batch of serfs that came to the northern citadel had obtained their freedom this year. While Su Lin was strolling around, thousands of serfs were excitedly waiting in the plaza outside the city hall. These serfs had just passed the inspection and had gotten rid of their serf status and obtained their freedom. Right now, they were going through the household registration change. Other than the household registration change, they would also be allocated 5 to 20 mu of land according to their points. Outside the northern citadel, 500,000 mu of land had already been reclaimed. According to the plan, they would continue to reclaim this year. At the same time, Mirror Lake City had also reclaimed 200,000 mu of land. Right now, the northern citadel's efficiency of farming had increased by a lot. Because of the large amount of cattle and horses in Centaur City, the northern citadel had sufficient animal power. The land was now being plowed by cattle and horses. In the past, those gnomes, kobolds, and gnolls were either sent to mine or to build roads. After these people successfully got rid of their slave status and became free people, it made those serfs that hadn't obtained their freedom status extremely excited. The city hall held a grand celebration for these people. Of course, this grand celebration was relative, but to these people, it was already very good. At least they could eat a meal of meat and drink 2 cups of wine for free. The Northern Wind Principality's territory didn't continue to expand. After the ice and snow melted, Su Lin sent people to build the new city once again. During this period of time, the nobles of San Felto City rebelled and a large number of nobles in the south rebelled. Other than the main culprit being killed, the other accomplices were all exiled to the northern citadel by Su Lin. Ever since the snow melted last month, the exiled nobles had been escorted here. Most of these nobles were sent to work on construction sites, such as moving bricks, digging pits, and transporting sand and stones. However, some of them were knowledgeable and were sent to prison for political reform. Northern Battlefront City was developing very fast, but it was still lacking in all kinds of knowledge and talents. After these people were reformed in prison, they cried bitterly and deeply realized their mistakes. They turned over a new leaf and expressed their willingness to contribute their strength to the Duchy of Beifeng, showing their light and warmth. Su Lun was still very willing to give such lambs who knew how to mend their ways. Some of these people were trained to become basic officials of the Mirror Lake City, while others joined the students of the Northern Garrison City as teachers. Most of the nobles who were sent to the construction site were not used to this kind of life at all. It was only the goblin supervisors and gnoll supervisors who taught them what to do. Su Lin discovered that these goblin supervisors and gnoll supervisors were very useful. The workers of the Northern Garrison City would not directly interact with the slaves. Usually, the supervisors would be the bad guys. These supervisors were very cruel to both their own race and the human slaves. The human supervisors would often punish the slaves with corporal punishment or deduct their food, while the goblins and gnolls preferred to use whips. If it wasn't for Sullen's request that they were not allowed to kill or cripple, the number of deaths and injuries of these slaves would be very high. One side played the good cop, the other side played the bad cop. The slaves of the Beifeng Duchy were very obedient. In the next 2 days, Su Len went to inspect the new city. The construction of the new city was very fast. There were many caravans transporting all kinds of materials in the northern garrison city every day. All kinds of houses and facilities were also being built in the city. After inspecting the city, Su Len returned to the northern garrison city. After returning to the northern garrison city, Su Len did not go to other places and directly went to the Qilin Pavilion. After more than 2 months of construction, the Qilin Pavilion was finally completed. Su Len looked at the magnificent building in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Inside the Qilin Pavilion, there was a circular altar in the center of the Qilin Pavilion's main hall. There were 4 qilins standing around the altar. These qilins were of different shapes, but the carvings were vivid and lifelike. The obsidian material was very sturdy. Coming to the center of the altar, Su Len placed the qilin horn on the altar. As the qilin horn was placed, a strange energy surged out from the altar. The entire qilin horn also merged with the altar. A dark golden brilliance pierced through the roof and soared into the sky. After that, it quickly spread to the entire city. At the same time, the system's familiar notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host, the construction of the Qilin Pavilion is completed. Qilin Pavilion, Building of Wonders. This is a special building that enshrines the Qilin horn. Having the Qilin Pavilion will bring special benefits to the mounts in your territory. Rapid growth plus 35, sturdiness plus 37, disease reduction plus 33, vitality of dragons and tigers plus 38, indestructible plus 36, bloodline evolution plus 12, taming plus 35, additional effect, Qilin's Might. Qilin's Might, the prestige of the king of beasts. After activating, the local mounts will be intimidated by the divine beast Qilin's Might. Mount speed minus 5, there is a 10% chance of causing other mounts to go limp. There is a 15% chance of causing other mounts to retreat. There is a 20% chance of intimidating the enemy and stiffening them for 2 seconds. All enemy mounts speed minus 5. After seeing the attributes of the Qilin Pavilion, Sun was also very satisfied. Attributes like rapid growth and sturdiness were still not bad. The most precious attributes were bloodline evolution and Qilin's Might. Bloodline evolution, as the name implied, was able to allow various mounts to undergo bloodline tempering, allowing the bloodline to complete an advancement. Of course, this kind of probability was still very low. However, Su Len suddenly thought of the little female dragon Onyx Via. She should also be considered as a mount. A young red dragon, if her bloodline underwent a mutation, it was estimated that her strength would definitely increase by quite a bit. The little female dragon was originally a pure-blooded huge dragon. If she were to undergo an advancement, what kind of huge dragon would she become? Su Len was also somewhat looking forward to it. Another Qilin's Might technique. This technique was completely used on the battlefield. Taking advantage of the time when the opponent's cavalry launched an attack, it would directly release a Qilin's Fury. The charging cavalry would definitely be in a mess and their formation would also be completely messed up in an instant. Using it on the battlefield was completely a huge killing machine and could even be used to control the battle. Chapter 497. North Wind Tower, Treasure Vault. A small mountain of gold was casually piled up on the ground. There were all kinds of gold coins, gold bricks, gold products, and countless gems. At this moment, countless gold coins suddenly slid to the surroundings. A ferocious-looking giant climbed up from the mountain of gold. The fiery red scales emitted a metallic luster. The ferocious-looking bone spikes all indicated that this giant beast was very dangerous. Strange, why do I suddenly feel like I've become stronger? Onyx Via shook her head. Forget it, let's not think about it. It's a good thing to become stronger. Let's go back to sleep. A rain of gold slid down, and the red dragon once again lay down on the mountain of gold and fell asleep. In the military camp's horse farm, Tens of thousands of horses were leisurely grazing and running. A strange energy swept past, but most of the horses didn't have any reaction. Only a few horses seemed to have felt something. They raised their heads to look back, but they didn't discover anything. In the palace's luxurious stable, the Pegasus that was eating suddenly quivered. It then raised its head to look around. In the end, other than a gentle breeze, there was no other movement. The Pegasus snorted and then lowered its head to continue eating. After the construction of the Qilin Pavilion was completed, a peculiar energy swept out from here and instantly enveloped the North Town city. Soon after, it disappeared. After Su Lun sensed that there wasn't any abnormality, he left the Qilin Pavilion. All the spectacular buildings in the North Town city were guarded by specialized personnel, and this place was naturally no exception. Although these buildings were magic buildings and were sturdy, it didn't mean that they couldn't be destroyed. In order to protect these buildings, Su Lin arranged guards around the buildings. The sky gradually darkened. The early spring weather was still a little cold. The ice and snow melted, and North Town City was about to start the spring plowing. When Su Lin returned to the palace, only Angela and his 2 personal maids were here. Chris had returned to the underground world. A few of the harpies were about to transform, and Alex had gone over to take care of them. Hathaway was still in North Wind Tower to continue her research. Phyllis was in San Filto City. In the end, no one had time to accompany him for a meal. Where are Boulder, Johnson, and Karina? Su Lin passed the cape to Angela and asked. The 2 generals have yet to return from clearing out the bandits. Her Excellency Kalina went to hold a ceremony today. Today is the birthday of the Dark Maiden Elizabeth. The Dark Elves who believe in the Dark Maiden would usually hold a ceremony on this day. Angela said. Sacrificial ceremony? Su Lin was stunned for a moment before he realized what was going on. He remembered that Karina had made a request to him after she returned from quelling the rebellion. The Night Elves wanted to resume their sacrifice, and Su Lin had agreed to it because he was thinking about other things. I didn't expect it to be ready so soon. Su Lin nodded. In the past few years, the Night Elves under his protection were no longer hunted down by others. Their lives had also stabilized, so they picked up the sacrificial ceremony that they had been forced to give up in the past. Su Lin basically would not reject such a request. This was not a sacrifice to an evil god. Besides, the Dark Maiden had already fallen. In Sullen's eyes, this was more of a remembrance. Since it would not cause any harm and could gain their favor, why not? Your Majesty, dinner is ready. Do you want to eat now or wait a while? Annie asked. Let them serve it up. Su Lin said. Dinner was very simple. Su Lin did not emphasize too much on the details of the ceremony. Besides, this was not a formal banquet. Dinner was roasted whole lamb, fruit and vegetable salad, and a bowl of mushroom tripe soup prepared by Frodo. The lamb was fresh and tender. After being roasted by Frodo's master chef and sprinkled with a layer of spices, it tasted great. After dinner, Su Lin thought about the Drow's sacrificial ceremony and suddenly wanted to see it for himself. Since he wanted to do it, Su Lin gave some instructions. Then he rushed directly to the gathering place of the Drows in the city. The gathering place of the Drows was in the inner city. It was a separate market. The residents living in the inner city were basically Sullen's followers or their relatives. This place was big enough for them to arrange their own residences according to their own preferences. Just like the half-elves, they would usually plant all kinds of trees around their houses. Every house would plant a few purple fir trees and oak trees, so their residences looked like a forest. The living quarters of the barbarians were simple. In addition to the houses, there was a large drill ground. These energetic guys liked to wrestle in the drill ground. The residence of the Drows was not far from the left side of the palace. Their residence was not much different. Some green trees were planted on the periphery, but there was a small altar in the center of the residence. Su Lin came to the gathering place of the Drows. At this time, the moon was already in the middle of the sky. A bright silver moon appeared in the sky, and the whole city was plated with moonlight. At this time, a melodious song came from inside. Su Lin hesitated and did not knock on the door. He was late this time. The The sacrificial ceremony had already begun. In a flash, Su Len went directly into the market. The drows in the market gathered near the central altar square. Su Len came to the square quietly. As soon as he arrived, Su Len was shocked by the scene in front of him. Under the silver-white moonlight, the entire square became a little hazy. Several drow girls on the altar were almost naked as they danced under the moonlight. The silver-white moonlight shrouded their bodies, and their smooth and tender skin slightly reflected a fluorescent light. Their ankle-length silver hair was like silver light spilling to the ground. These drow girls had curvaceous figures and wore tulle. They danced in the moonlight. From a distance, they looked as beautiful as a group of fairies under the moon. The surrounding believers formed a circle under the altar and sang. After a song ended, another drow girl would begin to dance. Su Len soon found Karina. As the family master of this group of drows, Karina was also the priest of Dark Maiden Elizabeth. She was also the chief priest. And compared with the other drows, Karina's figure was more voluptuous. Her long silver hair reached her ankles, and her body was almost naked. But the silver hair just covered the parts of her body. A black tulle was wrapped around her waist, showing a trace of mystery under the night light. Her slender thighs, smooth and tight skin, delicate facial features, and the perfect curves on her body made people's hearts burn. The light dance was intoxicating. With Karina's dance, the whole sacrificial ceremony reached its climax. The silver-white moonlight shrouded the altar, and her curvaceous body looked magnificent under the moonlight. Her silver-white hair fluttered in the wind, making people's hearts sway. However, her song carried a trace of sadness and sorrow that couldn't be dispelled. It was very intoxicating. In fact, if the Dark Maiden hadn't fallen, she would have bestowed power to her followers. Unfortunately, this deity had already fallen. She died in the hands of her mother, the Spider Queen Lolth. It was said that her fall was completely a conspiracy, and a few traitors played a very important role in it. Su Len felt sorry for this god. Although she was a drow, she was a kind god. She protected the kind races in the underground world, and with her fall, the kind races in the underground world would soon be swallowed up and destroyed. The reason why Spider Queen Lolth killed her was to completely integrate the spiritual beliefs of the drows and then find an opportunity to become a powerful god. The master of the realm of demons, the schemer in the multiple planes, finally succeeded. After many years of planning, Spider Queen Lolth successfully promoted to a great divine power in the Battle of Spider Queen. Su Len still had a good impression of the Dark Maiden. This young goddess could only be said to be a tragedy from the moment she was born. The Dark Maiden, Elizabeth, was a god of the good alignment. Her nickname was the Dancing Lady. She lived in the plane of the elven gods and the pit magic network. Her clergy was singing, beauty, dancing, swordsmanship, hunting, and moonlight. The elven gods did not have a good impression of her. The goddess of magic, Mistra, and Su Len, the Lady of Silver Moon, were her allies. She was not a very powerful god, and her position was quite awkward because she was the daughter of the Spider Queen, Lolth. However, her nature was not evil at all. On the contrary, she could be said to be quite kind. Therefore, she had been against her mother for a long time, and most of the time, she lost more than she won. In the end, she died in the hands of her mother. This goddess represented the remaining good of the drows. Her fall also meant that the race had completely fallen into evil. Su Len and Elizabeth still had some common interests. For example, both of them liked music and dancing. However, Su Len liked to listen to others sing and dance, while Elizabeth liked to sing and dance by herself. In addition, both of them were lovers of naked sex. Of course, Elizabeth also liked to run around naked. This was something that Su Len could not do. He preferred to fight naked. Of course, Su Len also liked this kind of sacrificial ceremony very much. From an artistic point of view, the dancing of these drows was very good. After the sacrifice, it was a perfect visual enjoyment. Su Len was intoxicated. With the end of the song, the grand sacrifice was also over. The moonlight still shone on the altar, but the Dark Maiden could not respond to her believers. The drows were a little silent, but they had expected this situation. After the sacrifice, they returned to their houses. Seeing that the sacrifice was over, Sulen also turned into the darkness next to him. After all, he came here without being invited to secretly observe the sacrifice ceremony of these drows. He could not help but feel a little guilty in his heart. After seeing that the sacrifice was over, he planned to sneak away quietly. Chapter 498. Where are you going? Just as Sulen was about to leave, a pleasant voice came from behind him. Sulen's body stiffened. He slowly turned around and was stunned by what he saw. Under the moonlight, Karina's naked body seemed to be covered with a layer of silver sand. Her long silver hair hung in front of her chest, and a black veil wrapped around her waist. Her whole body seemed to be emitting a faint glow. Coupled with her delicate face, she gave Sulen a sense of holiness and seduction. Do I look good? Sulen came back to his senses and said, By the way, how did you find me? Your eyes are glowing. How can I not see you? Karina rolled her eyes and said. Sulen shrugged. You can't blame me for that. Who knew that your ceremony would be so beautiful? If I had known, I would have come. According to the rules, if it's not for the celebration, the non-drows have to use oil to paint their bodies black and their hair silver. Your attire won't do at all. Karina snorted softly. Paint it black? That's not unacceptable. Sulen hesitated. Come on. I wouldn't dare let you attend. Karina rolled her eyes and said, You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll take you to eat. Sulen reached out and grabbed Karina. Then, in a flash of light, he appeared in the bedroom in the palace. Didn't you say that you're going to eat? Why did you bring me here? Karina said with a seductive look in her eyes. F***CK. Hey, stop who? Before Karina finished her words, Su Luen covered her mouth. Then, there was a series of moaning sounds in the room. The moon in the sky was blocked by a dark cloud. Sulen and Karina were studying spells in the room. Sulen had obtained a few new spell books. The content was a little deep, and he needed to study them together with Karina. The title of the book was Combat Wizard Advancement. The Art of Binding Shadow Tentacles. Lightning Arcana. Evoking Thunder Spear Attack. Among them, Karina, as a drow, was a 4th-grade warlock. She was proficient in shadow spells and had a deep understanding of them. On the other hand, Sulen was proficient in lightning spells and had excellent spear skills. Both of them had their own strengths, so they complemented each other and complemented each other. Early in the morning, Sulen woke up from his sleep and felt a soft fragrance beside him. His heart was slightly stirred. The chocolate from last night was silky, fragrant, and delicious. It was just that he went a little overboard last night, so he couldn't eat chocolate today. As the sun rose, another busy day began. As of now, the expansion of the northern citadel was almost enough to meet the needs of the population. The next step would be to slowly renovate the market and commercial streets. The entertainment center would also need to be opened up. Speaking of which, the entertainment centers in the northern citadel were far inferior to the ones in Sanfelto. However, some merchants with good taste had come to set up entertainment venues. After all, there were many merchant groups, mercenaries, adventurers, and merchants in northern town city. These people were the main source of consumption. The blacksmith workshop was also expanding. Sulen planned to develop military weapons here on a large scale. The moat of the city was also being renovated. During the planning process, Sulen planned the canal in the city to be smaller. Now, it needed to be widened. With so many merchant groups, it was easy to get congested. At the same time, he planned to build a reservoir in the city to prepare for the future upgrade of the floating city. After the upgrade, the city would definitely need to build a large artificial lake. The artificial lake would provide the city with a water supply and create a perfect water circulation with spells. Wow, these are golems? So strong. They look like clay. How can they move? Amidst the waves of exclamations, the people who had just entered the city for the first time stopped and exclaimed. In front of them, there were many clay golems moving supplies. For ordinary people, golems only existed in the stories of bards. These things that belonged to wizards rarely appeared in front of ordinary people. There was a clay golem production line in the northern citadel. There were so many clay golems that the Northwind Tower and the Secret Realm couldn't use up, so Su Len began to sell them. A clay golem like this was sold for 25,000 kinar and came with 30 free charges. In fact, the cost of a clay golem was about 10,000 kinar. Selling one could make 15,000 kinar. Although the clay golem was not as strong as the rock golem, its labor ability was still very strong. It could easily carry a ton of goods, and it also had some attack power. Many caravans would buy one or two as a front. These clay golems worked seriously and didn't need to rest or eat. If it weren't for the high price, those merchants would definitely buy them on a large scale. Earth, water, wind, and fire. Under Hathaway's suggestion, Su Len made some changes to the layout of the northern citadel. The moat represented water, the harvest altar represented earth, and the blacksmith shop and the golem factory represented fire. Finally, a large air circulation system would be built in the city, which represented the power of air. The air circulation system would use runes to connect to the air plane of the four elements. Even in the astral plane, the northern citadel would have fresh air. Ordinary people wouldn't have to worry about lack of oxygen. Of course, after gathering the four elements, Hathaway planned to use the power of these elements to build a puzzle that would cover the entire city. Of course, this puzzle was still being designed. In order to build it, at least 2 legendary spellcasters would be needed. Hathaway alone wouldn't be able to do it. However, Su Len wasn't in a hurry. In the northern citadel, besides Alex, there was also Su Len who had the power to become a legendary wizard. If Karina and Grace also succeeded, then there would be more legendary spellcasters in the northern citadel. Karina was a sorcerer, so it wasn't easy for her to become a sorcerer. Sorcerers were strong in the early stages, but it was difficult to become a sorcerer in the later stages. The blood of the drows came from the blood of the high elves, but they were cursed after the fall of the spider queen Lolth. Later, when the spider queen Lolth became a greater god, the curse disappeared. Now, the blood of the drows was very thin compared to that of the high elves. However, Su Len still had some things that could improve blood, such as divinity and bloodstones. Su Len got 1 bloodstone when he killed the Broodmother's eye, but the effect was not obvious. He could only wait and see if he could get a few more in the future. There was a lot of work to do in the northern citadel. Su Len did a simple calculation. After all was done, the northern citadel would need to spend at least 8 to 10 million kinar. It would take 5 or even 10 years, but it was all worth it. If all was done, the northern citadel would have a mystery lock. With the mystery lock, the northern citadel would not have to worry about being attacked. Only when the mystery lock was broken could the northern citadel be attacked. Southern Plains, Tarbit's province. A small group of valiant knights was galloping on their horses. Columns of smoke could be vaguely seen in the distance. Harumph! Accompanied by the neighing of the warhorse, the leading knight pulled the reins and dismounted. He pulled out the sharp sword at his waist and said in a deep voice, "Be careful. Report to me immediately if there is a situation. Don't act alone. Spencer. Take some people to the right side. Bard. Stay here and watch the horses. At the same time, pay attention to the surroundings. If there is anything wrong, send the signal immediately." The village in front of them had already turned into a purgatory. There were many broken corpses scattered on the ground. There were adult soldiers, the old, the weak, women, and children. Obviously, they had all been cruelly tortured when they were alive. Some of the scenes were unbearable even for these battle-hardened knights. The whole village was burned down. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air. There were no living creatures around. The brutality of the murderer shocked the soldiers. Captain Hunt. The wounds on these corpses looked like they were left by claws. A young knight in chainmail walked over and said, although he looked young, there was a thick layer of calluses on his hands. The chainmail on his body was also damaged. The leading knight raised his head. There was a deep scar on his face. The scar went directly across the right side of his face, making him look extremely ferocious. Captain Hunt looked at the knight and nodded. These are the marks left by claws. The murderer is very strong. Look at this weapon. As he spoke, Hunt handed over a broken longsword. The longsword was made of fine iron. In fact, it was low-carbon steel. It was sturdy and durable. However, this weapon had been broken in half. The man took the broken sword and held it in his hand. He then picked up a tree trunk and chopped it. With a crack, the tree trunk was cut in half. Not bad. It is much stronger than the standard weapons of the kingdom. Now that it has been damaged like this, the enemy must be very strong, Captain Hunt said slowly. What kind of monster is this? Could it be a magical beast? The young man asked. Captain Hunt shook his head. His eyes were alert as he looked around. The probability of a magical beast is not high. Even if a magical beast attacked a town, it would not kill everyone. Look at these corpses. They are all in the village. If a magical beast came, even if they could not defeat it, they would have fled into the mountains. There is no way so many people died. This is more like a massacre. A massacre? Yes, a massacre. Look at the corpses and blood. This was done on purpose. Captain, there is something here. At this moment, a shout came from not far away. Hunt immediately rushed over with a few men. Chapter 499. A strong knight hurried over and handed a scale-like object to Hunter. This is a kind of scale. It's very tough. I've never seen such a tough scale before. I suspect it's a dragon scale. Hunter took the scale and looked at it. It was a dark red scale about the size of a human eye. There was also a shallow scar on the sword. Hunter took a look and hurriedly picked up the broken sword he had picked up earlier. He compared it with the sword and found that it was a perfect fit. What a tough scale. Boss, I was right, wasn't I? This must be a dragon scale. The knight said proudly. Dragon scale my ass. Hunter scolded. Have you seen a dragon scale? If it was really done by a dragon, let alone this place, even the castle would have been razed to the ground. There wouldn't be a village like this. But this enemy is also very strong. Boss, what are these enemies? The knight asked. I don't know. There have been several massacres in the Obotes province recently, and the victims were all in these relatively remote villages. Even now, we still haven't caught those people. Hunter coldly replied. Hunter picked up the scale and sniffed it. He frowned. The smell of blood is mixed with a strong smell of sulfur. These damn things are probably demons from the lower realm. Demons? You're saying that it's a devil? Spencer exclaimed in horror. Come down, Spencer. Spencer! Hunter looked at him and said, They're gone now. The higher-ups have received news that some of the fallen have held a sacrificial ceremony and summoned the demons here. The power of evil has begun to infiltrate our world. Hunter suddenly moved. In an instant, those lifeless corpses suddenly rushed towards him as if they had come back to life. A cold light flashed, and the cold blade instantly cut the corpses that were rushing towards him in half. It was like cutting rotten wood. A resurrected undead was killed by the knight on the spot. Following the first undead's attack, the surrounding corpses immediately attacked. These undead might be useful against normal people, but against these well-trained knights, their only use was to dirty their weapons and armor. Kill all these undead, Spencer said in a low voice. The knights in the surroundings who were always on guard brandished their swords and rushed forward. Their speed was very fast and their explosive power was amazing. These ordinary undead were not the opponents of these knights. All the undead in front of these knights were instantly beheaded. In just 5 minutes, dozens of undead were completely annihilated by these knights. After the last undead was killed, Hunter tore a piece of cloth from the corpse and wiped the blood off the weapon. He then ordered, Kill all the corpses and cut off their heads. Gather them all together and burn them. The knights next to him replied, Remember to tell the priests to come here and purify this place. So many people died, and they were turned into undead by the demons. This place is very polluted. If we don't purify it, more undead will be born. In fact, these undead were not created by the demons. This world had supernatural powers. Under normal circumstances, areas with strong negative energy had a high chance of giving birth to undead. In a place like this where demons had appeared, and so many people had died, the negative energy in the surroundings had long gone off the charts. If this place was not cleaned up, the undead would be haunted for a long time. Everyone else, pack up. We're leaving. We have to find this monster before it destroys the next village. Head Night Hunter said as he mounted his horse. Soon, another bonfire was lit in the village, and the smell of dead bodies spread out. These people did not stay any longer. Once again, they galloped into the distance. It seemed like there was a dark shadow in the dark that was looking for them somewhere else. The fallen seemed to be carrying out some kind of evil sacrifice. They had to stop it before it got worse. A group of people quickly mounted their horses. Accompanied by the sound of hooves, these knights continued to follow the traces left by the enemy. In the past 2 years, the fallen and the evil cultists had become more and more active. Especially after the war last year, many places were destroyed by the war. Some evil creatures from the abyss gradually appeared. The purge last year caused many nobles to suffer heavy losses. Many nobles' territories could not bear the burden. Fortunately, the power of the temples was still there. With the help of these temples, the overall situation was still stable. San Filto City. After receiving professional training and ideological and political education, Phyllis continued to send these people to various cities and territories. If it were not for the lack of manpower, Phyllis would have sent these people with the army. Now, she could only send a group of soldiers to protect them. Fortunately, after the previous war, no one dared to go against the king's orders. Otherwise, many of these officials would have died of illness or been killed by bandits before they could reach their destination. Now that Su Lin was there, these people naturally would not dare to do such a thing. If you dared to let an official die of illness, Su Lin would dare to kill your entire family. North City. After Sullen's promotion, he entered a period of stability. He now needed to stabilize his strength as soon as possible. As for the 9 transformation golden pill, he could not use it for the time being. He still had 2 9 transformation golden pills in his hand, and he gave them to Chris and Alex respectively. The effect of the 9 transformation golden pill was very powerful. The strength of the 2 had been improved again, but it would take some time for them to advance. Although Karina didn't have the 9 turns golden pill, Su Lun had given her the bloodstone. The bloodstone could increase the concentration of one's bloodline. For a drow like Karina, it could purify her bloodline, enhance her potential, and increase her chances of becoming a legend. The shackles of advancing into the legendary realm were very firm. Otherwise, out of the tens of millions of people in Florence, only less than 10 people had successfully advanced into the legendary realm. The realm below the legendary realm was completely different. If those below the legendary realm were only powerful extraordinaries, then the legendary realm was a transition of life and race. While Su Lin stabilized his strength, he also cleared his consciousness of the participating divinity. He did not want to devour a large amount of divinity and become a lunatic with a chaotic mind. During the break, Hathaway found a job for Su Lin. The new year had begun, and the Northwind Tower needed to continue recruiting students. The Northwind Tower needed a large number of people, so the best way was to recruit apprentices. In the past year, there had been a lot of new immigrants in North City. There were also many children who had reached the age to take the test. Although the number was not as many as last time, Su Lin planned to take the test in San Filto City at the same time. This time, Hathaway made a special test crystal ball. Alex had a lot of winged people to help, so a test team was quickly formed. The test crystal ball was easy to operate and had a high accuracy rate. After some simple training, these people began to work. The Northwind Duchy was very efficient. After Su Lin gave the order, a large number of workers began to move. When the serfs, civilians, and freedmen learned that the wizard aptitude test was going to be held in North City, they immediately brought their children over. After all, this was a wizard test. Noble, mysterious, powerful and rich wizards. As long as one became a wizard, the serfs would immediately be treated as freedmen, and the civilians and freedmen could even become citizens. This was a chance to reach the sky in a single bound. In the entire city, as long as there were families with children of suitable age, they immediately brought their children to the city square for the test. Fortunately, there were enough grassroots officials in North City. At the same time, the test time had been divided into different areas, so it was not too crowded. Many merchants who came to Northern Town City for business all expressed their willingness to donate funds to support the development of Northern Town City. Their only request was for their sons and nephews to come forward and sign up. Su Len certainly would not refuse this kind of thing, but he would not agree so easily either. If one wanted to be qualified, they would need to donate a sum of money first. After that, they would need to go through a political review. After passing both, they could take the test and join the Northwind Academy. At the same time, Su Len sent a message to Phyllis, asking her to count the number of children of suitable age in San Filto City in advance. After the Northwind Duchy finished the test, they would go to San Filto City for the test. The Northwind Academy was just a newly established magic academy, so there was a serious shortage of mentors. They could not use the teaching method of a mentor teaching a few apprentices like other wizard organizations, so they could only use a large class. However, considering that North City did not need a few talented wizards, this kind of teaching method was acceptable. At the same time, this kind of teaching method had its advantages. For example, in the same class, the talented and untalented apprentices would be able to show off very quickly. After a while, after a few simple tests, they would be able to distinguish the outstanding ones among the apprentices. At the same time, they would be able to understand the personality of the apprentices through these observations. After a period of time, the most outstanding apprentices would be selected, and then the mentors would choose from them. These people would be the focus of training. As for the rest of the apprentices, the Northwind Academy would not just give up. They would also continue to teach them knowledge and provide them with resources. After all, sometimes talent did not guarantee success. Sometimes, luck was also very important. Chapter 500. There were nearly 2,000 children in Northern Town City who were tested this time. After the test, only 11 of them had the potential to become a wizard. However, these children had not learned any knowledge at all. They couldn't even write their own names. Su Luen also needed to arrange cultural teachers for these children to let them learn knowledge first. If they hadn't learned this knowledge, they wouldn't understand the basic knowledge of wizards at all. Su Len had no choice but to arrange for teachers to teach these children. After the test in the Northern Wind Duchy, Su Len brought the winged people to San Filto City for testing. San Filto City had a population of about 200,000. It was a big city in this era. Compared to the Northern City, the education level in San Filto City was much higher. Although it had been purged several times, there were still many nobles in San Filto City. At the same time, there were also many merchants. After a few days of screening, more than 30 children were found to have the potential to be a wizard. Among them, more than 10 children came from well-off families. They were either nobles or rich merchants. They had already gone to school for a while and could directly start their apprenticeship education. However, this didn't mean that the children of nobles or merchants had an advantage in becoming a wizard. In fact, Su Len never liked to deal with nobles. Their environment made them used to scheming against each other. The most important thing on the path of magic was focus and hard work. Living in such a family environment, those children would also be influenced by what they saw and heard, and they would also be infected with all kinds of problems. These children's minds were too complicated. Many of them were spoiled since they were young and couldn't adapt to the heavy learning of a wizard. Among the apprentices taught by wizards, those who were born ordinary were more likely to achieve something. For example, Hathaway was adopted by her teacher since she was young. She didn't have any contact with nobles, nor did she mix with other noble ladies. She was used to the superficiality, vanity, and arrogance of those noble ladies. Therefore, she was very focused on the path of a wizard. However, being born a noble also had a big advantage. They had a solid foundation and rich knowledge. Some of them even had the blessing of inherited bloodlines. They could take on the role of a sorcerer when they became a wizard. Those wizards who weren't born in a good family might not be able to improve their strength quickly, but they could at least reach the level of a high-grade wizard in the end. As for whether he could advance to the legendary stage, no one dared to guarantee it. After all, the threshold of the legendary realm was a barrier to many geniuses. There was a saying that went, "Master can show you the way, but cultivation depends on the individual." For many people, the legend rank was the end, but for Su Len, the legend rank was the true starting point. To wizards, becoming a legend was like opening the door to the multiverse. Only when one reached the legendary level could one travel between planes and leave this world. Southern Plains, Tarbet's province. In a noble's territory near the Corinth Mountains in the northwest, a noble's castle appeared on a hill. A group of travel-worn knights stopped outside the fortress, causing the guards to grip their weapons nervously. This was just a small baron's castle. There were only 20 guards in total. Although it was called a castle, it was actually a solid stone house with an area of more than 300 square meters. Looking at the appearance of the castle, it was at least a few hundred years old. After a long period of peace, this kind of castle, which was more for military purposes than residential purposes, was rarely inhabited by nobles in the south. In contrast, they preferred to live in their own prosperous manners. But for some unknown reason, the baron's family suddenly moved from the comfortable manor to this cold and gloomy castle. Why are those people coming here? The leader of the guards saw a group of knights running from afar. As the distance closed, he soon saw the flag of the knights clearly. There was a sharp sword on the flag, with a snake wrapped around it and a circle of thorns around it. This was the insignia of Count Cromwell. Soon, the group of knights that looked unusually valiant gradually approached the castle. Even from a distance, he could feel the strong murderous aura of the other party. As a retired veteran, he was all too familiar with this kind of aura. "Quick, quick, pick up your weapons and be on guard." The leader of the guard's expression changed drastically. This group of knights seemed to be coming with ill intentions. He immediately notified the soldiers to be on guard, but his approach seemed to be completely useless. How could these untrained guards, who bullied the weak and feared the strong, be a match for these battle-hardened knights? They could probably take down the castle with a single charge. "Halt! This is the dominion of Baron Brent. Or you stop immediately, or we'll shoot." As soon as the leader of the guards finished speaking, more than 10 guards knocked their arrows and took aim at the knights. However, judging from the power of the wooden bows in their hands, it was no doubt impossible for them to shoot through the knights' armor. The knights in front of them were all wearing gray cloaks. Most of them had their faces covered with hoods, only the outline of their chins could be seen. They were clad in exquisitely forged armor with a layer of chain mail underneath. With such elite warriors equipped with double layers of armor, normal arrows would be ineffective against them. At the same time, the knights were also equipped with long swords, crossbows, throwing knives, gauntlets, boots, and so on. Even the most elite soldiers of Rhodes City, the leader of the guards, didn't have such a complete set of equipment. Furthermore, they all seemed to be of high quality. Some of them were using heavy weapons that were difficult to control. Such weapons required a high level of control. Only an expert would be able to use such a weapon, otherwise it would be easy to injure oneself. "Leader, who are these knights? Are we really going to fight them?" asked a smaller guard in a low voice. Judging from their banners, they should be Count Cromwell's knights. "But what are they doing here?" asked the leader of the guards. Did the king order them to capture Baron Brent? During this period of time, there were many nobles who were imprisoned. The reason was naturally a rebellion. The king was purging the nobles who stood on the wrong side. Could it be that Baron Brent was also one of the targets? The leader of the guards broke out in cold sweat at the thought of that. The battle last year had completely shattered the confidence of the southern nobles. Even if they wanted to rebel, there wouldn't be many who would follow them. Under the castle, Knight Hunt dismounted from his horse and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. He felt the coldness of the metal on the hilt of his sword. He turned around and said, "That demon is nearby. Be careful." "Have our reinforcements arrived yet?" The burly man beside him shook his head and said in a low voice, "Not yet. But based on my calculations, they should be here soon." Although the knights were strong, the wizards and priests of the church were better at dealing with demons. Demons also had many spell-like abilities. It wouldn't be easy to rely on the knights alone to deal with them. Along the way, they came across another 2 villages that had been slaughtered. Even if they rushed, they still couldn't catch up to the demon. Sensing that the situation was getting more and more serious, Captain Hunt became more and more uneasy. Thus, he decisively sent someone to ask for help from the temple and the earl. As the archenemy of the demons, the temple would immediately send reinforcements after realizing the severity of the situation. Likewise, the earl would also send a wizard to help. "Something's not right," said the leader of the guards as he looked around. The burly knight beside him looked around and asked, "Boss, what's wrong? Isn't this normal? Are you worried about those weaklings in the castle? As long as you give the order, I can rush up and squash them to death." "It's not those people. It's too quiet here. The negative energy is too strong," said Hunt in a serious tone. "Yeah, there's no sound of insects. There aren't even any birds around. This is too strange. Don't worry about that. Let's go and ask the lord of this castle. He's the boss here. He should be able to help us." All right. Soon, the knights finished their discussion. Head Knight Hunt looked around the castle and waved to another young knight. "Hans, you go and talk to them." "Yes, boss." Inside the castle. When the knights requested to enter the castle to see Baron Brent, the leader of the guards let out a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't the king's doing, it wouldn't be a big problem. As for the fact that there were demons here and they wanted to see Baron Brent, it was fine. As for the demons, Hunt and the other knights were here to deal with them. It was fine as long as they were here. Thinking of this, he quickly sent someone to report to Baron Brent. A few minutes later, a servant hurried over. "What did you say? The Baron refused to let them in? And he wants them to leave immediately? Otherwise, he wants us to attack?" The leader of the guards couldn't believe his ears. "Is he crazy or did I hear wrong? Do you know who those people are? They're a whole team of knights, and the leader is a knight. You want us to attack these knights? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." The servant said coldly. "You are the knight's guards. You should listen to his orders. Now, go and do as he says." Hearing this, the guard captain's face became gloomy and uncertain. This order was clearly to send them to their deaths. Being a guard was only a profession, and the Baron didn't pay him much salary. He had elders and children to take care of, so he didn't need to risk his life. Thinking of this, he made a decision in his heart. Chapter 501. The guard captain had followed Baron Brent for 10 years. Naturally, he knew some of Baron Brent's secrets. This time, the Baron hid in this remote castle on the surface to avoid the epidemic. However, the real reason was that he was afraid of being punished for his actions in the future, so he hid here. Now, it was obvious that the Baron was preparing to fight back. However, judging from the current strength of the knights, they would be nothing more than fodder. "I order you. Shoot the arrows." Seeing the leader of the guards hesitating, the Baron's personal guard's face became even more stern. However, he didn't expect his voice to be so loud that the knights outside the castle could hear him. "Boss, they want to attack. Should we?" Spencer looked at the castle not far away and said to Hunter. At the same time, he made a chopping gesture. The knights were not obedient children who would not fight back. Moreover, these people wanted to attack them. Hunter coldly looked at the personal guard on the castle wall. He then waved his hand at the knights behind him. The knights who were already prepared immediately pulled out their weapons and rushed forward. At this time, the leader of the guards on the castle wall had not made up his mind to attack. "Captain, this is bad. The knights are attacking." Just when the Baron's personal guard's patience was at its limit, a guard suddenly shouted. The knights were very fast. Two of them rushed to the castle gate and jumped off their horses. They had already jumped onto the suspension bridge and swung their swords at the chains of the suspension bridge. Large amounts of sparks flew out of the rusty chains and a deep cut was left on it. Then, the two knights turned their swords and slashed at the chains again. Within a breath's time, they had already slashed at the chains 5 to 6 times. Finally, after a series of screeching sounds, the chains holding the suspension bridge were broken in half. Then, the suspension bridge fell to the ground with a loud crash. A few knights who were already prepared rushed up the moment the drawbridge fell. These knights held heavy battering hammers and smashed down on the city gate. Boom! A loud sound was heard. A large amount of dust fell from the gap of the castle gate and a deep mark immediately appeared on the castle gate. The guard captain's expression changed when he saw that the knights had broken the suspension bridge in just a few moments. If a battle really broke out, it would only take a single sword strike to deal with him. Wasn't this just courting death? However, the situation in front of him did not allow him to refuse. He gritted his teeth and directly ordered, "Release the arrows." Then he quietly took a step back. If there was anything wrong with this posture, he would immediately turn around and run. Bang bang bang! More than a dozen arrows flew out, but the knights didn't even look at them. They knocked the arrows away with their swords. Then he took out a javelin and threw it directly at the city wall. Before the guards could react, they felt a pain in their chests and their bodies flew backward. Then, their consciousness fell into endless darkness. What a piece of trash! The attendant spoke coldly when he saw the guard's actions. Suddenly, his expression changed, and then he roared furiously, "You actually dared to flee!" A ray of cold light shot out. The bodyguard captain, who had just run a few steps, suddenly stiffened and then fell to the ground. A long sword was pulled out of his chest and blood flowed out. Boom! The castle's wooden gate had been in disrepair for a long time and couldn't withstand such a torment. After a few more hits, it collapsed. Without the gate, the castle was unobstructed. The guards saw that the situation was not good and scattered like birds and beasts. The knights easily rushed in. After rushing into the castle, the knights didn't stop and directly rushed inside. At this moment, the Baron's attendant rushed over again with his men. Both sides didn't show any courtesy when they met. They waved their swords and rushed forward. At this moment, the Baron's attendant in the lead roared. His body suddenly grew by more than 10 centimeters. The clothes on his body were directly torn, revealing dark red scales. Bang! A loud sound of metal clashing was heard. The knight in the lead was directly sent flying. The long sword in his hand had a deep cut. The fallen one. At this time, the others clearly saw the appearance of the Baron's attendant. It was a humanoid monster with dark red scales all over his body. He was tall, about 2.5 meters. There was also a layer of scales on his ferocious face. His eyes were blood red, and there was a sharp horn on his head. There were also some bones growing out of his joints. His body was filled with the smell of blood and sulfur. A demonic human. Damn it, I should have known. Seeing the monster's appearance, Hunter's face changed and his eyes became even colder. A demonic human was simply a fallen one who had sacrificed to the devil. After receiving the power of the devil, this person's strength would increase exponentially and their body would also be demonized. At first, the demonization wouldn't be serious, but as the power of the devil continued to corrode their body would begin to transform into a devil. This transformation from the soul to the body was completely irreversible. At the same time, after receiving the power of the devil, one's personality would change greatly. They would become cruel, bloodthirsty, and chaotic, so very few people would do this. Even if these demonic humans died, they would fall into the bottomless abyss and be sent to the blood pool in the abyss by the river Styx to become a true devil. Everyone be careful. They are demonic humans. Hunter warned and then rushed out with his sword. These demonic humans were blocking the way outside, so there must be something very important inside. What could make them think it was important? Nothing more than sacrificing or summoning a devil. For fallen ones, this was an opportunity to increase their strength. Hunter and the others naturally knew this. The situation was urgent, so Hunter directly used his full strength. The life force in his body was stimulated to the extreme. His sword glowed with a bright light and a powerful wind pressure swept out. In an instant, he collided with the demonic human. The powerful force caused the tall demonic human to take a step back. Hunter didn't stop there and quickly appeared beside the demonic human. The sharp sword in his hand slashed horizontally. Blood splattered as the demonic human's arm was cut off at the elbow. Intense pain came, and the demonic human's originally bloodshot eyes became crazed. The demonic human's other hand grabbed the sword and slashed at Hunter, but the experienced Hunter had already dodged in advance. His body turned and he was already on the left side of the demonic human. In the next second, a cold light flashed, and the demonic human's head flew up in an instant. Scorching hot blood spurted out. With full strength, Hunter killed the demonic human in 3 moves. For a moment, the morale of the surrounding knights was greatly boosted. However, the remaining demonic humans were not afraid. Their blood-red eyes were filled with madness, and they roared and rushed forward. The battle became even more intense. In the northern city, Su Lin looked at the boys and girls between the ages of 10 and 16 in front of him and secretly nodded in his heart. This batch of apprentices had recruited about 50. There were nobles, poor people, and even slaves. Of course, these identities were already in the past. They would be the second batch of apprentices of the Northwind Tower. The Northwind Academy that Su Lin had organized had been completed long ago. It was right next to the Sorcerer Tower. Hathaway purposely drew an energy channel from the elemental pool to connect it to the academy. The concentration of elemental energy in the academy was very high. The instructors of the Northwind Academy were still Locke and Andre. Occasionally, Karina, Grace, and Alex would come for a class or two. In addition to learning about sorcery, they were also taught cultural knowledge. Although there were not many instructors in the Northwind Academy, each one of them was very powerful. The weakest of the instructors here was a 4th-rank wizard, and the principal was a legendary wizard. It could be said that in terms of strength, the academy was one of the best in the entire continent. However, strength did not equate to education. The Northwind Academy's education level was probably in the lower middle of the continent. Congratulations! From today onwards, you are all official apprentices of the Northwind Academy. The door to the world of magic has officially opened for you. Su Lin looked at the excited children in front of him and laughed in his heart. Be happy, this might be the most relaxing time you've had since you entered the academy. Among you are poor people, nobles, merchants, and even slaves. These are not important in the academy. There is only one thing to do here, and that is to learn all kinds of sorcery knowledge and become a true wizard. So, put away your tempers. Su Lin swept his gaze over the excited crowd. In an instant, they became anxious and fearful. In a while, someone will tell you the rules and regulations of the academy, as well as the punishment if you violate them. I hope you will abide by them. Learning in the Sorcerer Academy is not free. The first year is for the adaptation period, so the academy will bear the cost. However, from the second year onwards, you will have to do missions and earn money to pay for your tuition. You should know that cultivating a wizard is very costly. All kinds of experiments, training, and so on require a lot of resources. You will have to earn these resources yourself, so work hard. Su Lin finished and left the place, leaving the other instructors to explain to them. Su Lin, on the other hand, looked at the seniors of these apprentices. The previous batch of apprentices were busy with their work. There was a lot of basic work in the Sorcerer Tower for them to complete. To these apprentices, the instructors were not polite at all. Every day, apart from studying, they also had a lot of work. Their study and work time exceeded 18 hours. In order to make these apprentices energetic, Hathaway specially prepared energy potions for them. Energy potions were free. After drinking a bottle of energy potion, These apprentices would be full of energy and naturally have the energy to work. If it were not for the fact that energy potions could not be taken consecutively, Su Len planned to let these apprentices continue to study. Chapter 502. After walking around the Northwind Tower, it was getting late. Su Len was thinking about who he should talk to tonight about the truth of magic. Hathaway was still in seclusion, and Karina was busy absorbing bloodstones to purify her bloodline. Alex should be in the eagle's nest. That left Phyllis and Chrissy. After thinking for a while, Su Len decided to study with Chris today. When he thought of the succubus, Su Len thought of the two little horns on her head. Compared to the reins, the steering wheel was much better. Besides, the succubus had both the reins and the steering wheel. Phyllis would have to wait until she awakened more of her red dragon bloodline and grew out her dragon horns before she could compete with Chrissy. After making up his mind, Su Len did not waste any more time. He turned around and went to study with Chrissy. An eagle descended from the sky and landed in a remote courtyard in the city. An ordinary-looking young man removed the bamboo tube tied to the eagle's leg and carefully opened it. After examining it, his expression changed slightly. He immediately put the tube back together and hurriedly went to the eagle house to pick the strongest eagle. After tying the bamboo tube properly, he took out some fresh meat and fed it. When the eagle was full, the young man immediately released it. The eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky. After circling in the sky once, it flew in the direction of North Town City. A group of people in black robes rushed out of the passage. They were all wrapped in black robes. Their eyes were as red as blood, and there was a hint of madness in them. "Stop these people! The ceremony to sacrifice to our master must not be interrupted. Our master will grant us eternal life and power." The people in black robes were completely unafraid of death. They shouted loudly and blocked the path of Hunter and the other knights. There were all kinds of people in this group. Not only were there powerful servants, there were also demon warlocks with strange means. There were also men, women, and children. The only thing they had in common was that they were completely unafraid of death. They were all expressionless and used their lives to stop the knights from approaching. This is not good. These people are crazy. Be careful. Seeing the frenzied crowd, Hunter, Spencer, and the others were shocked. These people had all worshipped the devil and obtained the devil's power. Their strength varied, but they all had one thing in common: they were not afraid of death. A gloomy and cold aura enveloped the surroundings. This aura was filled with madness, bloodlust, and destruction. It constantly stimulated the wills of these knights. This power suppressed the knights' hearts and imperceptibly weakened their strength. Evil spirit energy. A strange aura swept across, and all of the knights instantly felt a gloomy and cold energy. This energy made their bodies feel heavy, and a chaotic murmur sounded in their ears. It was very uncomfortable. Even though they were warriors with strong wills and had been through hundreds of battles, some of them gradually became confused. This is the whisper of a demon. Cover your ears. Knight Hunter yelled at the top of his lungs. The roar immediately woke up the confused knights, but the fallen ones would not let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity. They launched an attack one after another. Two knights who had just recovered from their days were hacked to death by the surrounding fallen ones as soon as they raised their heads. Gain! A knight next to him roared and rushed forward. A cold light flashed, and the head of one of the fallen ones was chopped off. The two knights next to him cooperated well and killed a few of the fallen ones around them in an instant. The knight picked Gain up and covered his bleeding wound with one hand. He quickly poured potions into his companion's mouth with the other hand. However, this kind of serious injury could only be healed by a high-grade wizard or a powerful priest. Ordinary potions were useless. Don't waste it. Give this to Tia. The knight's powerful physique prevented him from dying on the spot. The knight named Guyan grabbed his hand tightly and spoke with great difficulty. After seeing that the knight had agreed to his request, the knight lowered his hand and looked at the mottled amulet in his hand silently. Then he gently placed it on the ground. Don't worry, Gain. I will avenge you. Kill all these sons of bitches. The knight did not have time to be sad. As an elite knight who had experienced hundreds of battles, he had seen too many deaths. However, when he saw his companion die, his heart was still filled with anger and sadness. This was his best friend, who had saved his life twice on the battlefield. His son was only 3 years old. Javelins. Crossbows. Quick! The fierce battle did not give them any time to be sad. Faced with so many fallen ones, they could only keep fighting. This kind of hull was perfect for arrows and javelins. These fallen ones had nowhere to hide. Bush, 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 bush. Javelins flew out and pierced through the chests of the fallen ones. The small crossbows were activated, and the fine iron arrows pierced through the bodies of the fallen ones. The arrows and javelins turned into shadows, and the fallen ones were killed in an instant. The surrounding knights also put down their crossbows and rushed forward again. Head Knight Hunter took out a potion and poured it into his mouth. A gust of wind element immediately surrounded him, and his body became extremely light. Even his heavy armor became as light as a feather. Gale Potion. It was a powerful magic potion that could slightly increase the user's strength and speed after use. Head Knight Hunter's speed was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye. He shot out like a ghost, and at this moment he was even faster than the rogues who focused on speed. Blood splattered in the air, and the fallen ones who were not afraid of death fell one after another. All of the enemies were killed in one hit. Quick, charge. The ritual is almost complete. We have to stop them. Spencer waved his sword and rushed forward. The other knights followed closely behind. The knights were very familiar with each other. Their formation was already broken by Head Knight Hunter, and now they were being crushed by the other knights. The whole castle was covered by a cold, evil, and chaotic energy. This energy was constantly affecting the others, and it was constantly attacking the knights' consciousness. The whispers of demons sounded in their ears, and many of the knights showed a painful expression. Head Knight Hunter made a prompt decision. You guys stay outside. Spencer and I will go in. If the two of us can't handle it, you guys run for your lives. You must send the message back. After a round of fighting, the fallen ones were all dead. There was no one in front of them, and they quickly rushed inside. Bang! The gorgeous wooden door was smashed into pieces, and a strong smell of blood filled their noses. That direction, quick! Spencer immediately identified the direction where the smell of blood was coming from. He then pointed at a tunnel not far away. Head Knight Hunter did not stop and quickly rushed into the passage. After another door was smashed, a gloomy altar appeared in front of them. The ground was covered with sticky blood, and the surrounding walls were covered with horrifying paintings. Demons were laughing in the sky, and many fallen ones were offering sacrifices to them. These demons used all kinds of methods to kill the sacrifices and then enjoyed the flesh and blood of the sacrifices. The whole hall was filled with red light. When they entered, a strong smell of negative energy mixed with the smell of sulfur, and the whispers of the demons around them became more serious. On the altar was a pile of human organs, and the two knights frowned. Ha! You're too late. Master has arrived. Offer your flesh, blood, and soul. Become Master's food, and I will receive the power and eternal life bestowed upon me by my Master. You dogs, I will kill you little by little, and that damn king, I will cut off his flesh and feed it to the dogs. I will take back everything I've lost. A noble laughed crazily. He had a handsome face, and although he looked to be in his 40s, he was still very charming. He was wearing a black priest's robe, and he looked at the altar crazily. A teleportation gate quickly took shape on the altar. The dark red gate looked as if it had been dyed in blood. Immediately after, a ferocious arm covered in scales reached out from the gate. A strong evil energy instantly covered the whole hall. Even though they were warriors who had been through hundreds of battles, they still felt very depressed when faced with this aura. Ah, a master has arrived. I am your most loyal servant, Brent. Please grant me great power and eternal life. The middle-aged noble immediately knelt on the altar and prayed crazily. His expression was as if he was on a pilgrimage. "Great Master, you will be the master of this world. All enemies will cry at your feet. Master!" At this time, an ugly head came out of the portal. He waved his arm and grabbed the man's head directly. Then, a large amount of blood and flesh were extracted. The handsome noble in front of him was turned into a corpse in the blink of an eye. The essence of the flesh and blood made the portal expand again, and it became more than 3 meters tall in the blink of an eye. The demon had 2 goat-like horns on its head, and it looked ugly. Only half of its body was exposed, but the 2 knights felt a strong sense of oppression. The portal was more than 3 meters tall, and it was on the verge of collapsing. Seeing this, Hunter rushed forward without hesitation, but it was obviously too late. The demon forced its way out of the portal. Human. Flesh and soul. Material plane. Haha, I'm here. Chapter 503. Northern Town. Sulen climbed out of bed energetically after a night of being a knight. The battle last night did not affect him at all. His reputation as the Thunderstorm Spear King was not undeserved. The arrival of the new apprentices made the Northern Wind Tower a little busy. Fortunately, they were already experienced, so it was not a problem for them to deal with it. There was another important matter in Northern Town for the next 2 days, and that was the spring plowing. Northern Town was located in the northern wasteland. Winter was long, and spring came 1 or 2 months later than other provinces. That was why spring plowing only began at this time. As an agricultural country, spring plowing was a very important event. In some countries, the king would personally plow the fields to announce the start of spring plowing. Although Northern Town's event was not as exaggerated, it was still necessary to hold a grand ceremony. With the help of Angela and Annie, Sulun put on a hunting suit and then rode the Pegasus to the central square with his guards. At this time, the central square was crowded with people. The arrival of spring plowing made the whole city vibrant. Spring plowing was the hope of everyone in Northern Town. It was the lifeblood of the farmers. The grand celebration made Northern Town City look very lively. The caravans from all over the world could feel the joy and prosperity here. The solemn statues, the neat and clean roads, the blooming flowers on both sides of the roads, the beautiful fountains in the parks and squares, and the energetic citizens of Northern Town City. Children were running quickly with simple toys in their hands. A group of dwarves were cheering loudly with wine glasses raised high in the air. Young girls were singing and dancing in the crowd. On the other side of the square, there were many half-elves performing. From time to time, a beautiful magic firework would rise. Powerful warriors wearing excellent armor and weapons could be seen in every corner of the city. There were even drows among these warriors. The merchants who came here were greatly shocked. They followed the crowd and walked on the streets, feeling the prosperity and vitality of the city. As merchants who often traveled to different cities, they were basically knowledgeable. It was not that they had never seen a city that was more prosperous than Northern Town. However, in terms of cleanliness, no city could compare to Northern Town. It wasn't just the streets. Even the commoners in the city were the same. The commoners here were completely different from the commoners they had seen in other places. In other cities, including the capital cities of powerful kingdoms, the commoners were still sickly and dispirited. Their clothes were tattered and emitted a foul smell. Their hair was messy, and there were even lice and other insects crawling around. Their clothes were dirty and messy, and they looked lethargic. Their eyes were apathetic, and there wasn't a hint of vitality in them. The citizens of Northern Town City had completely broken their understanding of the common people. Although their clothes were tattered, they were very clean. Everyone's hair was very clean. They looked very energetic, and there was no smell on them. What surprised them even more was that their eyes were full of hope. They loved life, and they were very supportive of their lord. They were full of vitality. In other cities, very few nobles would allow such a large-scale celebration. Most of them would only celebrate in the noble district. If they were in a good mood, they would give out some black bread to the citizens. That way, they would be praised as a kind lord. Most of them would not even care about the lives of the citizens. This spring plowing celebration was hosted by Su Luan in person. Not only the officials of the North Town City, but also many caravans that had trade relations with the North Town City were invited. Of course, there were more merchants who didn't have invitations. The news of Northern Town City building a wizard tower and having a legendary wizard had already spread across the human kingdoms. It had even begun to spread across the entire continent. Many merchants and nobles had heard that Northern Town City was recruiting wizard apprentices. They all hoped that their children could come here to study. Ever since the elemental tide had arrived, the chances of children awakening their wizard talent had obviously increased. As the elemental tide became stronger, more and more children would awaken their wizard talent. Most of the sorcerer organizations on the continent only recruited students once every 10 years. The last time they recruited students was only 3 years ago. Even the most recent recruitment date for a sorcerer academy was 5 years later. Many children who had awakened their potential to become a sorcerer couldn't wait that long. The best time to train a magus was between the ages of 10 to 16. After this time, the difficulty of becoming an official magus would increase by several times. The nobles were not willing to let their children waste this opportunity. At the same time, after the situation in Northern Town City had completely stabilized, many mercenaries and adventurers had started to make a living here. Mercenaries and adventurers sounded nice, and they often appeared in the epic stories told by traveling poets. However, what was the reality? Most of these people were poor. They had no land and no jobs. They were only slightly better off than slaves. When they heard that gold was everywhere in Northern Town City, they all came to make a fortune. Some of them joined the army of Northern Town City and applied to become citizens of the city. Some of them wanted to make a fortune and started to explore the wasteland. In order to become a citizen of Northgard City, one had to accumulate a certain amount of merit points before they could join. As long as they fought bravely on the battlefield, they would be granted citizenship within half a year to a year. Furthermore, they would be rewarded handsomely. The lowest monthly salary for regular soldiers in Northgard City was 1 gold coin. As one's power and position increased, so did their salary. Other than the salary, Northern Town City would also give them land and houses. After they had served for a certain number of years, they could buy these properties for 1/3 of the original price. As long as they worked hard in the army for a few years and did not gamble, these soldiers would become the middle class of Northern Town City. As for the lower-ranking officers, they were already richer than many knights. However, it was not easy to become a soldier in Northern Town City. Su Len had strict requirements for the army. They had to have a clean background and know how to be grateful. Those who were cunning and unruly would not pass the inspection. Su Len did not want to raise a bunch of ungrateful bastards. In the central square of the town, the grand celebration had begun. The entire square had turned into a sea of joy. Su Len had a simple meeting with the nobles and merchants. He then began to enjoy the beautiful dance of the half-elves. Magic fireworks bloomed beautifully in the sky. At this moment, in the distant sky, an eagle quickly flew over. The eagle circled in the sky and landed in a building beside the inner city barracks. A few minutes later, a messenger rushed out. The dance of the half-elves originated from the elves. It was more beautiful than the dance of humans. Su Len was mesmerized by the dance. He had already thought of a few poses in his mind. He was going to try it out with his 2 maids at night. Before he could decide which pose to use first, a messenger hurried over under the lead of a guard. "Your Majesty, there is an urgent military situation," he said as he handed over a letter. Su Len immediately came back to his senses. He took the letter and began to read it. His expression changed slightly. He said to the officials, "Continue the celebration. Let's go." He then left with the guard. Su Len did not return to the palace. Instead, he went straight to the wizard tower. He found Hathaway, who was reading at the astrology station. "Why are you in such a hurry? What happened?" Seeing Sullen's expression, Hathaway also realized that something big had happened. Traces of demons have been found in Tarbet's province, south of Florence. Su Len handed the letter to Hathaway. Demons? Hathaway frowned. Was it done by the fallen? Yes. Su Len nodded. Some nobles were unwilling to lose. They chose to cooperate with the fallen to slaughter the villagers and sacrifice them to summon demons. So far, at least 6 villages have been massacred. Thousands of people have been killed. With so many souls and flesh sacrificed, there is a high chance of summoning a high-grade demon, or even a legendary demon. I need you to help me teleport there. No problem. Hathaway nodded. I'll set the coordinates first. You get ready. A legendary demon is not easy to deal with. Do you want to bring a few more people? Or you can give me a coordinate, and I'll open the portal and directly kill the demon with the particle cannon. Get ready. If the demon is not easy to deal with, I'll inform you through telepathy and then open the portal for a super long-range attack. The Northwind Tower could not fly now, and weapons like the particle cannon could only attack in a straight line. The limit of attack on the ground was 50 kilometers. If they wanted to attack a target thousands of kilometers away, they could only open the portal in advance and attack when the enemy locked on in advance. This tactic required Sullen's cooperation to lock on the target's position at close range, open the portal, and then let the high-energy beam from the particle cannon pass through. This kind of high-energy beam would affect the stability of the portal and cause some deviation. It needed to be corrected in advance. If the cooperation was not good, it was easy to miss the target. If the enemy discovered it in advance, it would be easy to avoid, so Su Len also needed to restrict the enemy's movement. Generally, if the enemy was not too difficult to deal with, Su Len would not call for this kind of heavenly justice. Hathaway's teleportation spell was more powerful than Sullen's, but this kind of long-distance teleportation without coordinates would have a lot of errors. It was normal for it to be offset by dozens of kilometers. If they could create the eye of the sky in the future and send it to the sky, they could try to accurately teleport. It was said that in the era of the ancient gods created a rainbow bridge that could connect to any place in the multiverse. No one knew if this legend was true or not. Chapter 504. In the era of the ancient gods, there were many magical things. The rainbow bridge was one of them. It could be used to teleport between planes. It was very powerful, but it disappeared later. Where's Chris? Bring her there, Hathaway said as she calculated the coordinates. I've already informed her. She'll be here soon, Su Len said. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Chris hurried over. What's the hurry? After fighting for half the night, she was planning to sleep in and rest. However, Su Len sent someone to inform her that there was something important. I just received a message from the embroidered uniform guard. They found someone summoning a demon in the southern provinces of Florence. According to speculation, it's at least a high-level demon. It might even be a legendary demon. A legendary demon? Chris was slightly stunned. She was now close to the legendary level and knew how destructive a legendary demon was. She also knew the demon's desire to destroy. If the legendary demon was allowed to move freely, the damage would be shocking. Then we must hurry over, Chris said. I've already asked Hathaway to prepare. We'll teleport directly when the time comes, Su Len said. With the help of the tower spirit, Hathaway quickly calculated the approximate coordinates of the southern Tarbet's province. She then connected Milky Way to the elemental pool and activated the teleportation portal on the astrology platform. Soon, a powerful energy wave came and a teleportation portal appeared in front of them. Su Len nodded at Hathaway and took Chris directly into the portal. After passing through the portal, Su Len and Chris appeared in midair. To prevent the teleportation from reaching the bottom line, Hathaway set the coordinates at a high altitude, so the two were directly teleported into midair. Su Len had expected this. With a flash of light, the two floated in midair. Su Len looked around and soon saw a city about a dozen kilometers away from them. Let's enter the city first. There should be a stronghold of the embroidered uniform guard in the city. Let them scout for information and find the demon. Sulin said. Then let's go. The two of them weren't slow. After about 10 minutes, they appeared near the city. They didn't enter through the city gate. Su Len and the other man used invisibility to descend from the sky. The stronghold of the embroidered uniform guards was very hidden. However, they would report to the higher-ups after establishing a stronghold. Su Len had already checked the information before coming, so he naturally knew the location of the embroidered uniform guards. After observing for a while in the air, Su Len quickly found the location of the embroidered uniform guard's base. He then brought Chris directly to the embroidered uniform guard's base. Who's there? As Su Len and Roland removed their invisibility spell, the embroidered uniform guards in the stronghold immediately noticed them. You're quite vigilant. Su Len nodded at the few Imperial secret guards who rushed over. Your Majesty? After seeing Sullen's appearance clearly, one of the embroidered uniform guards turned pale with fright. Then he reacted and prepared to salute. All right, there's no time for you to bow. Where's the information you've gathered about that demon? Report to me first. Su Len waved his hand and stopped them. The embroidered uniform guard hesitated for a moment before saying, Your Majesty has just received news that the demon that appeared this time is very likely to be at the legendary level. Just yesterday, Night Hunter's team encountered that demon. If not for the timely arrival of the priests and paladins of the temple, they would have been completely wiped out. In the end, after paying a heavy price, the knights and the priests retreated. Where is that demon now? Su Len asked. The latest news is that the demon went south after leaving Brent Castle. Since yesterday, priests and paladins of the temple have been constantly sending reinforcements. That demon hasn't caused much damage. The embroidered uniform guard quickly relayed the news. Su nodded, then said, Who is familiar with the terrain here? Come with me. This legendary demon is a bomb in the material world. We have to get rid of him as soon as possible. Kurt, come here. The embroidered uniform guard waved his hand. A young man with a thin and weak body and an ordinary appearance walked forward. However, his eyes were extremely lively. Your Majesty, this is Kurud, a rogue. He's good at gathering information. He's very familiar with the terrain around Harvest City. Yes, Your Majesty, I'm familiar with the surroundings. The skinny young man said with a fawning expression. All right, it's you. We'll go now. You lead the way. Su Len didn't stop. With a flash of light, the three figures instantly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already outside the city. Kurud was shocked when he saw the completely different scenery around him. He was even more in awe of His Majesty. Kurud, what do you think we should do next? Su Len looked around and asked. Your Majesty, that demon went to a town in the south. We'll follow this road. After passing through 2 villages, we'll head west. Kurud said quickly. All right, let's go. With a gentle wave of his hand, a gust of wind blew and lifted the 3 of them up. Then, they quickly flew into the distance. In order to deal with the demon and save magic power, Su Len used the power of the Wind Dragon flag. Now, Su Len could completely control the Wind Dragon flag. According to the grade, this Wind Dragon flag was also a legendary creation. This legendary item was a group battle type. The lightning storm it came with could easily destroy an army. The attack range was very wide. Of course, this legendary item also had its shortcomings. If the attack range was large, the power would be reduced. The single target attack power was average. However, for Su Len, this wasn't a problem at all. He could deal with single target attacks by himself. If he really couldn't, he could summon Hathaway to attack from a distance. What he lacked was a large-scale attack spell. It was the skill to clear the field in the game. After the buff of Fly, the 3 of them were very fast. They didn't have to dodge or take a detour in the sky. So, under Kurud's guidance, the 3 of them quickly flew forward. Let's go back one day. In the southern plains, in a dark forest, a small group of mysterious people in black robes was moving forward quickly. They were strong and had cold faces. There was also some negative energy surrounding them. These mysterious people had smeared some special spices on their bodies. The mosquitoes and animals in the forest stayed away from them. Soon, this group of people arrived at an abandoned altar. "High Priest, everyone is here," a black-robed person said respectfully. Soon, the crowd separated to the left and right. A figure covered in a cloak walked out. She reached out and took off her cloak. A curvaceous body appeared. The loose robe couldn't hide her charm. Her slender waist was tied with a white belt, forming an amazing arc. This woman's face was extremely beautiful. Her face was sharp, and her chin went down to her white neck. On the top of her head, there were two sharp protrusions that looked like a pair of small horns. She wore an extremely gorgeous and sexy priest robe under the cloak. The priest robe had a slit at the waist, revealing her beautiful white legs. But the people around her didn't dare to look. "That Brent has succeeded in summoning the demon?" "Yes, Your Excellency, High Priest." "What's the reaction of the temple?" "The temple has sent priests and paladins to deal with it." The priestess nodded. "How's our manpower?" "It's all ready," a black-robed person said. Then he hesitated. "Your Excellency, High Priest, the demon summoned this time is a legendary demon. Our operation this time will be greatly affected." The coquettish priestess snorted. "It's just a demon that likes to kill and destroy. With the temples dealing with him, he won't have time to pay attention to us. And a legendary demon will be even more powerful. As long as we succeed, I can immediately advance to legendary. Do it. When he's weakened, we'll immediately use the altar to seize his power." More than a dozen black-robed people scattered in all directions. It seemed like they were beginning to prepare. The priestess in the lead led the others to the area around the altar. While the others were busy, the priestess looked into the distance. In her eyes, there was a strange light. There was a desire, a sense of awe and fear. But soon, her eyes became determined. The elemental tide has begun. A new era has arrived. As the High Priest of the Church of the Soul Snatchers, I must succeed this time. A group of temple knights was running quickly in the wilderness. The horses under them were already panting and sweating. But the knights had no intention of slowing down. Instead, they sped up and whipped their mounts. If this continued, the horses would be crippled. "Han, how far are we?" the knight in the lead asked. "Soon, it's in the small town ahead. We have to get there as soon as possible. This time, those rats summoned a legendary demon. We paid a great price to keep him here. Those damn rats. Don't let me catch them. Otherwise, I'll send them to the gallows." Night Hunter was the one who found out about this. He tracked Baron Brent to his castle. By the time he broke in, that damned bastard had already completed the summoning ritual and sacrificed thousands of people to the summoning ritual. When this mission is over, I'll teach those nobles a lesson. Also, we have to keep an eye on the other nobles. We don't have to do anything. That king won't let them go. He's known for his ruthlessness. He's also very powerful. And it's said that he has a legendary wizard as his wife. Those nobles are going to be in trouble this time. The knight gloated. Chapter 505. Southern Plains, Blue Lake Town. Blue Lake Town was a famous wealthy town in the Southern Plains. The land was fertile, the climate was pleasant, and there was a large lake next to the town. The lake water was clear and sparkling, and it looked like a huge sapphire from afar. Hence the name Blue Lake, and the town was also called Blue Lake City. Because the town was located on the lakeside, there was plenty of water, and there was a bumper harvest every year. The Blue Lake was rich in fish, and the production of all kinds of aquatic products was high. The taxes of this town were comparable to a small city. But now, this famous town in the south had fallen into a sea of fire. In the center of the town, a tall demon covered in flames was wantonly destroying everything. Around him, more than a dozen warriors and priests were constantly attacking him. Divine spells fell from the sky onto the fiend's body, but the power of these divine spells was limited. Flame Whip. A flaming whip suddenly flew out and instantly entangled a temple knight. The priests and paladins around launched attacks one after another, trying to force the demon to dodge. However, the demon roared. Order! Intimidate! A strong light flashed from the demon, and then quickly swept across the battlefield. The people besieging the demon suddenly felt their minds go blank, and their bodies involuntarily stagnated for a moment. Taking advantage of the gap, the Baler waved his arm, and the flame whip instantly tightened. He directly pulled the entangled warrior over, and with the other hand he held a huge beheading sword and instantly slashed. Blood splattered everywhere, and with a scream, the temple paladin was cut in two by the beheading sword. After the fiend finished the beheading, he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. He brandished the beheading sword and slashed at the nearest paladin. Holy impact! Purify evil! Protect evil! Rays of light flew out as the demon's attack pierced through the many magic barriers and continued to sweep towards the temple knight. The temple knight who was attacked swung his sword horizontally. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard as he was sent flying and crashed into a nearby wall. Just as he was about to follow up with another attack, a dozen divine spells attacked him. Although none of the priests, temple knights, or paladins had reached the legendary rank, the demon's power was suppressed in the main material plane. He didn't want to face these attacks head-on, so he could only give up. Summon the devil. Evil light flickered as a powerful evil aura erupted from the demon's body. In the next second, several figures appeared out of thin air. It was the 4 Vrock demons. As soon as these Vrocks appeared, they charged towards the temple knights. They were already having a hard time dealing with the Vrocks, and with the addition of 4 Vrocks, the situation became even more dangerous. At this critical moment, 4 rays of divine light descended from the sky and instantly hit the 4 flow demons. Expel! The messy sound of hooves could be heard as a dozen clerics rushed over, their faces covered in dust. Seeing that the situation was critical, he immediately cast a spell to provide support. As the 4 divine lights descended, the aggressive stone Vrock froze and began to fade away as the world rejected them. The Vrock struggled to stay in the prime material plane, but they couldn't resist the repulsive force and were sent back to the abyss in the blink of an eye. The slight advantage that they had just gained was instantly nullified. More importantly, the temple's reinforcements had arrived. The temple's members, who were barely holding on, had their strength doubled after the reinforcements arrived. What was even more precarious was that the situation had instantly stabilized. The battle was in a stalemate once again. A powerful evil force came from afar. Su Luan sensed this force from afar. This evil force, full of death, slaughter, and chaos, was constantly destroying the surroundings. The chaotic and intense energy fluctuations came from afar. Su Luan didn't directly use a transmission spell to go there. After putting Kurud down, he and Chrissy sped up and flew there. When Su Luan arrived at the battlefield, he found that the situation was out of his expectations. On the battlefield, a powerful Baler was roaring in anger. The entire battlefield had turned into a sea of fire. The Baler and the fire deity had some similarities. Their true forms were like monsters that were burning with raging flames all over their bodies. Their flesh and blood had been transformed into elements. Wherever the Baler passed by, it would soon become dry land. Along the way, the Baler left withered and cracked wounds on the ground. This was the damage and interference caused by its own power to the material plane. Where it invaded, the fertile land would become permanently barren, and the evil force would pollute the land. To put it bluntly, if it wasn't expelled or killed as soon as possible, it could completely turn the surrounding land into a dry and barren abyss. Baler, legendary demon, large demon life, interdimensional creature, chaos, interdimensional, evil, divine creature, challenge rating, 21. A high-level demon from the abyss. He was very familiar with the evil, destruction, slaughter, and chaos aura. It was very similar to the evil gods and ancient abominations. The abyss was an extremely chaotic and evil place. There were many types of demons here. New species of demons were born almost every day. This was the embodiment of the evil and chaos of the multiverse. It was completely opposite to the good and orderly planes like Mountain Paradise. The original ruler of the abyss was the Orbis demons. These Orbis demons were born directly from the origin of chaos and destruction. They were also the first natives of the abyss. They were the descendants of the chaos demons and had once ruled the abyss for a long time. However, although these Orbis demons were powerful, their numbers were far less than the number of demons today. In the war with the Order Ancient Gods, the Orbis demons had always been suppressed. Until one day the Orbis demons discovered humans. Before the order of the multiverse was perfected, many lost human souls would enter the abyss. The Orbis demons were very interested in human souls. So they used their chaotic power to transform these souls and finally created the second generation of demons, the Tana Re-demons. However, compared to the Orbis demons, the Tana Re-demons were weak. The Orbis demons used these Tana Re-demons as cannon fodder and slaves. However, as time passed, the number of Tana Re-demons increased, and their strength gradually increased. In the end, the Tana Re-demons killed the Orbis demons and became the new rulers of the abyss. Now, many demon lords in the abyss were also Tana Re-demons. The Baylor demons were the strongest of the Tana Re-demons. They inherited the power of chaos and fire. Even in the abyss, the Baylor demons were second only to the demon lords. They were also one of the few high-level demons born with divinity. This monster was one of the most powerful demons in the abyss. If they were in the abyss, with the bonus of the abyss power, their challenge rating would reach level 26. If it were not for the suppression of energy and the suppression of the power of the plane, this Baylor demon would have killed all the temple knights, priests, and paladins. In the ruins, there was a huge monster that was burning with raging flames. It had a pair of demon horns and a pair of wide demon wings on its back. However, it was basically useless in this narrow underground ruin. The Baylor demon was more than 12 feet tall and weighed more than 5,000 pounds. It held a huge abyssal beheading sword in its hand, which was burning with flames. The Baylor demon was also a high-level demon that could fight with 2 weapons. Its other weapon was the level +3 abyssal flame whip. However, at this time, the Baylor demon did not seem to be having a good time. There were more than 20 clerics attacking it. At the same time, these clerics cooperated with each other and used their energy to form pale golden chains that wrapped around the Baylor demon. These chains wrapped around the Baylor demon's arms, wings, and legs. Under the Baylor demon's struggle, the chains kept breaking, but soon, new chains were condensed. The clerics wanted to forcibly seal the Baylor demon. The clerics looked miserable. Many of them had burns on their bodies. Compared to the Baylor demon, these clerics looked exhausted. If they continued to fight, they would be in danger. Seeing this, Su Len did not continue to watch. Powerful thunder energy gushed out of his body, and the storm halberd surrounded by endless thunder energy appeared in his hand. Damn mortals! The Baylor demon roared, and the pale golden chains that bound its body instantly tightened. The flames on the Baylor demon's body burst out in an instant. A powerful evil energy swept across, and the originally tight golden chains collapsed under this power. Seeing the collapsed chains, the clerics' faces changed drastically. They wanted to bind the Baylor demon again, but these clerics who were almost out of energy had no time to repair the chains. A flaming whip more than 10 meters long swept towards them with a whistling wind. The exhausted clergy were unable to resist and were about to be killed. At this time, there was a thunderclap in the sky. Dazzling lightning flashed, and a figure wrapped in countless lightning bolts appeared in the path of the flame whip. Su Lun had no intention of dodging, and directly brandished the storm halberd to hack at the flame whip. Pale blue lightning appeared. The flame whip was directly knocked away. The power of the flame on it dimmed instantly and then gradually extinguished. Chapter 506. The Baylor flicked its wrist and put away the flame whip. Its eyes were fixed on Su Lun. It was very cautious of Sullen's sudden appearance. A demigod from the material plane? No, you're a human. The Baylor felt the divine power on Sullen's body, and there was a look of greed in its eyes. Divinity was very important to them. If they wanted to become a demon lord, they couldn't do without it. Originally, the Baylor came to the roof of the material plane to plunder a batch of souls and flesh. It didn't expect to meet a human with divinity. This was a delicious meal delivered to its door. In the previous confrontation, neither side used their full strength. It could only be regarded as a test. The Baylor in front of him wanted to snatch Sullen's divinity, but Su Len also wanted to snatch his divinity. Su Len would never complain about having too much divinity. Although the Baylor was suppressed by the power of the plane, its challenge level was as high as 21. If the paladins, priests, and paladins did not rely on divine power to suppress it, they would have been wiped out long ago. But even so, they had paid a heavy price. More than half of them were killed or injured. However, although the Baylor's strength was not bad, it was still far from Sullen's. If it was in the abyss, the Baylor could use its full strength to fight a few rounds with Su Len. Now that it was in the material plane, it was even less of a match. However, to prevent the Baylor from discovering Sullen's true strength and escaping back to the abyss, Su Len still had to hide his strength. He would give the Baylor a surprise after it had completely sealed the surrounding space. Baylor, since you're here, stay. Get out of the way. This is not a battle you can interfere in, Su Len said to the clerics. A strong gust of wind came, and the flame whips came with endless flames. The characteristics of demons made them naturally irritable and impatient. After seeing the divinity on Su Luan's body, they directly attacked and made up their minds to rob Su Luan's divinity. With a thunderous sound, the storm halberd blocked the flame whip. However, just as Su Len blocked the flame whip, the Baylor's other hand swung the giant beheading sword at Su Len fiercely. A shrill sound of wind was heard as the huge beheading sword slashed towards Su Luan with scorching flames. The heat it carried could melt steel. Su Luan's figure flashed, and he instantly dodged this attack. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the place where Su Len had been standing just a moment ago became a big pit with flames. Fire! Just as it dodged the attack, the Baylor suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Mind control. The Baylor's, and he's. There was an inexplicable whisper in Sullen's heart, and an evil force attacked his brain. However, as soon as it appeared, Su Len directly drove it out. Sullen's will was easily immune to this attack. Without being affected at all, Su Len turned over and landed on the ground. The Baylor's expression seemed to be a little incredulous. After seeing that Su Len was not affected, it became even angrier. It roared and swung the beheading sword again. Bang! There was a loud sound of metal clashing. Sullen's storm halberd swept and easily blocked the beheading sword. Su Len did not just take a beating without fighting back. After blocking the beheading sword, Sullen's arm waved, and the storm halberd drew a circle and quickly slashed at the Baylor's head. The sharp halberd blade carried endless lightning, causing the Baylor's body to feel a slight sting. Thundercut! The dazzling lightning instantly slashed. The Baylor's body turned, and the beheading sword in its hand was thrown. Ding! The lightning flashed, and the powerful force swung the beheading sword. Sullen's wrist turned, and the storm halberd quickly slashed again. Ding! Ding! Continuous collisions sounded, and the tall Baylor was beaten back by Su Len. The Baylor felt the power from the beheading sword and looked at Su Len in shock. The human in front of it was actually stronger than it. After realizing that it could not take advantage of Su Len, the Baylor's body flashed, and it wanted to use spell-like power to get rid of Su Len. Space imprisonment. Su Len released the spell that he had been preparing for a long time. The space was instantly locked, and the teleportation spell lost its effect. The teleportation light on the Baylor's body dissipated before it could rise. Su Len sneered. He came here to kill this Baylor. How could he give it a chance to escape? The Baylor's face was filled with disbelief. It flapped its wings, trying to get away. At the same time, it released several spells towards Su Len. Law, intimidate. Evil aura. Blasphemy. Continuous aura flashed from the Baylor's body, but whether it was law intimidate or evil aura, they quickly dissipated after touching Sulen. Sulen was directly immune to these two spells. The Baylor's mouth quickly uttered ancient blasphemy. This evil language had powerful magic, and the surrounding air was filled with evil power. Sulen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body, causing his body to involuntarily twist. Seeing the effect of the spell, the flames in the Baylor's eyes rose, and it rushed towards Su Luen in the next second. The beheading greatsword in its hand slashed towards him with a shrill sound, as if it wanted to cut Su Luen in two. Thunder Domain. Dazzling lightning burst out from Sullen's body, and the endless power of thunder and lightning filled the space around him. The evil power in his body was instantly purified. Seeing the Baylor rushing toward him, Sullen's body flashed, and he directly rushed toward it. Bang! The lightning and flames collided, and the loud roar shook the ears of the people around. The Baylor couldn't help but take a step back. The lightning on Sullen's body skyrocketed, and a thundercloud appeared in the sky. Countless lightning flashed in the thundercloud. With Sullen's attack, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit the storm battle halberd in his hand. The weapon that was originally surrounded by lightning seemed to have completely turned into a bolt of lightning at this moment. Streaks of light quickly lit up one after another. Greater haste. Dragon strength. Greater bear's tenacity. Expose weakness. Greater fox's cunning. Greater eagle's glory. All troops cheer. With more than a dozen spells on his body, Sulen waved the storm battle halberd and directly slashed toward the Baylor's waist. Clang, clang, clang. The Baylor waved its huge sword like a windmill, constantly blocking. However, after every block, its tall figure would take a step back. The flames on its body continued to rise, and its face became more and more angry. Under a series of attacks, the Baylor's body retreated more than a dozen meters, and there were a lot of wounds on its body. Even the hand holding the beheading sword trembled slightly, and lightning constantly flashed on its body. Thunder's fury. The lightning in the sky gathered in Sullen's hand, and an amazing energy burst out in an instant. Sullen's body appeared beside the Baylor in an instant, and then the storm battle halberd with the power of thunder fiercely slashed toward the Baylor. The Baylor, who had just recovered, felt the amazing power on the storm battle halberd, and a chill rose in its heart. A sense of crisis appeared in its mind. Without hesitation, the Baylor held the beheading sword in one hand and the sword in the other hand to block in front of it. Rumble. The violent impact resounded through the earth. The Baylor's tall body flew out directly. With a bang, it completely destroyed a burning house. The beheading sword in its hand was hit dozens of meters away, and a deep scar appeared on the beheading sword. Blood splattered, and a deep wound appeared on the Baylor's chest. Demon blood gushed out. The blood was like gasoline, and it immediately burned when it fell to the ground. Just as Su Len and the Baylor were fighting, in a forest not far from this battlefield, a group of black-robed people were busy quickly. This is a godsend opportunity. The Baylor is dying. Get ready. The beautiful woman's eyes flashed with surprise. Your Excellency, what about the human? He is too strong, and it is likely to affect our plan. A black-robed man next to her reminded. He is the king of the kingdom of Florence. Don't worry about him. As long as we successfully seize the power of the Baylor, he is nothing to be afraid of. The high priest shook his head and said, Your Excellency, it is still too risky to do it now. The black-robed man next to her said, Risk? What is not risky to do? How long have we been preparing? It has been decades. This is the best opportunity. If we miss it, we may not have such a chance again. The high priest suddenly turned around, and his gorgeous expression became cold and ruthless. A flash of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Now, the high priest said coldly. The black-robed people around him were shocked. They did not dare to look at him and quickly lowered their heads. Soon, these black-robed people finished their preparations. At the same time, the Baylor was just sent flying by Sulen. The high priest's eyes were cold, and he directly ordered, "Do it." With the order, a flash of light instantly rose from the runic circle. The next second, the flash of light rushed into the sky, crossed a distance of thousands of meters, and instantly hit the bailer on the ground. The bailer, who was about to get up, suddenly froze, and then he struggled frantically. At this time, the high priest also stood on a runic circle. A strange flash of light rose and flew directly toward the bailer. Chapter 507. Su Len was dumbfounded. Just now, when he was about to kill the bailer in front of him, a flash of light fell from the sky and turned into silver chains that trapped the bailer. Before he could recover, another red light descended. The bailer struggled to break free from the shackles. The silver chain was constantly broken, but it would recover in the next second. The red light fell, and the power of the bailer was quickly extracted. *T, someone wants to kill me. Seeing the red light, Sullen's first reaction was to kill the bailer. Just as he was about to do it, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The red light was seizing the power of the bailer. This situation suddenly reminded him of an organization, the Church of the Soul Snatchers. The Soul Snatcher Church was also an evil cult. However, this cult was very different from other evil cults. The fallen and the followers of evil gods sacrificed evil gods and demons in exchange for power. However, although the Soul Snatcher Church also sacrificed evil gods and demons, their goal wasn't the power bestowed by evil gods. Their goal was to seize all the power owned by the evil gods or demons. Compared to the evil gods, these people of the Church of the Soul Snatchers were crazier. Usually, they would disguise themselves as fallen or evil gods and lure ordinary people to fall and make them believe in evil gods or demons. They were hidden in the dark, but they were constantly making small moves in the dark. The origin of the Church of the Soul Snatchers was said to date back to the era before the Arcane Empire. Some arcanists wanted to seize the power of the gods and developed various methods. Later, a great arcanist invented the spell of ascension. Later, he tried to become a god, but he was directly blown up by the divine power and all kinds of information. After this incident, many arcanists gave up on researching ways to seize the power of the gods. However, there were also some who believed that the reason why the investiture of the gods failed was because the human body could not withstand so much divine power. Those people wanted to increase the strength of the human body so that the human body could contain more divine power. However, they soon discovered that there was a limit to the improvement of the physical body, and the further they improved, the more difficult it became. Moreover, even if they improved to the limit, the human body could not contain the power of so many gods. Later on, some people proposed to seize the power of evil gods or demons. Later on, because of some turmoil, this sect disappeared. Of course, it was said that they had disappeared without a trace. In fact, these people had just hidden themselves even deeper. Spirit snatching had succeeded in history, but the side effects were huge. Evil gods and demons were different from humans. They had a strong negative energy. Many times, they would directly degenerate into evil gods or demons. Su Len knew about this cult because he had found it in Hathaway's library some time ago. Su Len did not know how the Soul Snatcher Church had managed to steal the bailer's power, but he figured it had something to do with the sacrifices they had made. The bailer was probably the work of the Soul Snatcher Church. A cold light flashed in Sullen's eyes. These people dared to steal the Soul Snatcher Church's power. Chris. Su Len called the little succubus through the telepathic link. Master, I'm here. Chris's voice came. Come with me to take care of those guys who are here to take advantage of the situation. It didn't take long for Su Len to find the location of those people on the map. His figure flashed and appeared beside Chrissy. Although Su Len was furious that the Soul Snatchers had come to steal his kill, it was also an opportunity. Perhaps he could get a lot of benefits this time. Let's go! Su Len grabbed Chris's hand, and a flash of light rose from them. The next second, the two of them appeared above a runic circle. Who is it? The energy fluctuations of the teleportation spell immediately alerted the soul snatchers below. They immediately shouted when Su Len and Chris appeared. Su Lun ignored them and turned his head to look at the coquettish priestess who was standing in another rune circle and preparing to absorb the power of the Baler. This power is familiar. This is the power of a demon. As expected, the demon's descent this time is caused by you soul snatchers. Su Len immediately sensed the aura of these people. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Group charm. The soul snatchers who were about to attack suddenly froze. They then looked at Chris with mesmerized eyes. Evil spirit. Blasphemous word. At that moment, two evil forces appeared in an instant. Lightning flashed on Sullen's body, dispelling the evil force field around him. The priestess that had been standing in the other runic array also disappeared. Hathaway's group charm hadn't been able to control her. A dark shadow suddenly flew over. Su Luan's figure disappeared in an instant, and then appeared near the priestess. Ambush! Eat my spear! The dazzling lightning suddenly released a powerful force and pierced through the priestess' body. Endless lightning exploded from her body. The priestess' body stiffened. The negative energy in her body was instantly purified by the lightning. Countless indistinct evil spirits entangled together flew out of her body. At the same time, her beautiful face quickly aged. Her body quickly lost water and life force. In just a few seconds, she turned into an old woman with dry and coarse skin and an old face. This was her original appearance. Her previous appearance was just a forced transformation with the help of magic. After the evil energy in her body was purified, she instantly returned to her original appearance. After losing her magic and being severely injured, her life came to an end. Her body tilted and fell to the ground. Chris, quickly! Su Len put away his storm war halberd and pulled Chris to the altar where the priestess had been standing. Quickly stand there and absorb the power. Su Len said, pointing at the runic circle. Okay. Chris naturally saw the energy contained in it. Without hesitation, her body flashed and instantly stood on it. By the way, order the disciples of the Soul Snatchers to cast spells with all their might and trap the Baler. Chris could no longer speak at this time. She could only nod to show that she understood and absorbed the power of the Baler with all her might. Balers and succubi were both Tana, demons. Although they had chosen different directions during the evolution process, their energy was essentially the same. The energy of the Baler might be a drug to humans. Absorbing it would turn a human into a demon, but it was a good tonic for demons. Chris absorbed the energy of the Baler without any discomfort at all. Su Len did not stay there. With a flash of light, he appeared near the Baler again. At this time, the Baler looked a little miserable. In the battle just now, it was injured by Su Len and then ambushed by the Soul Snatchers. Countless chains wrapped around it, making it unable to break free. Now, the energy in its body was constantly being extracted. If this continued, it would be the time of its death when all the energy in its body was taken away. However, the chains had suddenly broken, allowing the Baler to grab them a few times. In order to survive, the Baler erupted with a strong will to live. It grabbed the many chains wrapped around its body and tried to tear them all apart, but at that moment, a playful voice came from the sky. Still want to run? In the next second, Sullen's figure instantly rushed down, the storm war halberd in his hands sweeping over with boundless lightning, knocking the Baler back. In order to let Chris absorb the energy of the Baler, Su Len did not kill it. With Su Len blocking it, the Baler had lost all hope of escaping. Under the extraction of the soul-snatching circle, its energy was constantly being absorbed. With Sullen's protection, the soul-snatching circle operated quickly, constantly extracting the energy of the Baler and sending it into Chris's body. As the energy absorbed increased, Chris's aura became stronger and stronger. She was originally a Class 4 elite succubus, but now she quickly reached the peak. A lot of energy was needed to break through to the legend rank, but it was not a problem for Chris at all. A legend rank Baler was more than enough for her to advance. Soon, more and more energy was extracted. As the Baler's energy decreased, the soul-snatching circle's energy absorption speed also increased. Finally, a powerful energy was extracted, and the flames on the Baler's body disappeared. Its original legend rank aura also completely dissipated. At the same time, Chris's stagnant aura began to rise again. This time, she directly broke through the shackles of the legend rank and became a legend rank demon. After becoming a legend rank demon, Chris's strength did not stop. Instead, it continued to increase, but the speed of increase became even slower. Finally, the energy of the Baler was completely drained by the soul-snatching circle, and Chris absorbed all the energy. After losing all its energy, the Baler's life came to an end. The countless silver chains that originally bound it turned into specks of light at this moment, and the Baler was blown by the wind and turned into a pile of ashes, leaving only the beheading sword and flame whip. A breeze blew, and the beheading sword and flame whip flew directly into Sullen's hands. As a legend-rank demon, the weapons used by the Baler were naturally not ordinary. The main material of the beheading sword was abyss magic steel, while the flame whip was made of abyss magic steel mixed with the tendons of the abyssal fire lizard. Although the two items were not legend rank, the materials were very good. The main reason was that the abyssal demon's craftsmanship was too rough. If these things were given to Hathaway, together with some other materials, it would not be difficult for them to become legend rank equipment. It just so happened that Chris still lacked a weapon to advance to legend rank. Chapter 508. With the death of the Baler, the chaos had come to an end. However, there was still a lot of work to be done. Blue Lake Town had been destroyed, and it needed to be rebuilt. Other than the residents who had been killed by the Baler, many had escaped to the surrounding wilderness. The town needed to be rebuilt, and the refugees needed to be settled as soon as possible. At the same time, because of the destruction of the Baler, a large part of the farmland here was destroyed and needed to be replanted in time. The destroyed farmland also needed to be purified of evil energy. There were a lot of things to do. In addition to these, Su Lin also had to summon the paladins and give them rewards. After all, when the Baler was raging, these people helped stop him and reduced Florence's losses. As soon as the battle was over, Su Lin found these people. At this time, there were less than 20 paladins left, and all of them were injured. After Su Lin came here, he directly used physical healing to treat these people's injuries. The effect of physical healing was very good. Except for a few who were seriously injured, the injuries of the others were almost healed. Even the rest were fine. Su Lin expressed his gratitude to these paladins and priests and promised to give rewards. The rewards for those who died in the battle would be doubled. Then he found a relatively intact house in Blue Lake Town for them to live in. Among these paladins, except for 2 who had recovered and went back to report to the paladin, the others lived here for the time being. After arranging these people, Su Lin went to check on Chrissy. Chrissy, who had just completed her advancement, had not yet controlled her power. Through the spirit-devouring array, she could at most seize about 80% of the energy. Chrissy had 80% of the Baler's power. Not only the power, but also the divinity of the Baler. Divinity was different from other energies. Chrissy did not directly absorb it now. There were still a lot of residual consciousness of the Baler on it. If she absorbed it directly, it was very likely that the Baler would take the opportunity to resurrect. This kind of thing was not unprecedented. In the multiverse, many gods had been resurrected through various methods. Chrissy was not a legendary demon before. Once she engaged in a battle of wills, the consequences would be very dangerous, so the best way was to temporarily seal this divinity. After she fully adapted to her own energy, she would try to absorb it slowly. The Baler had a total of 7 points of divinity. If he had a little more, he would have been able to advance to a demon lord. But now, all of this divinity had been obtained by Chris. Su Lin took out a magic staff and used the power of thunder to seal all the divinity of the Baler in one place. Endless power of thunder entered Chrissy's body and then continuously squeezed the divinity of the Baler. This process was very painful, and the taste of thunder and lightning was not pleasant. However, the little succubus often enjoyed the treatment of plasma cannons, so her resistance to thunder and lightning had obviously increased. In addition, Sullen's lightning was not an attack. Although it was uncomfortable, it was still bearable. Soon, the Baler's divinity was all squeezed into one place. Then, a dozen lightning chains separated from Sullen's body and completely sealed the divinity. With a flash of lightning, a lightning rune appeared on Chris's arm. After all, the power seized by the spirit-devouring circle was not from her own cultivation. It would take some time to digest and master it. At the same time, the Baler's power had a lot of negative will, which Chris had to remove by herself. After Chris completed her advancement, Sulin looked around at the people of the Church of Soul Snatchers. These people were still under Chris's control. The charm of a legendary succubus was very powerful. Sulin did not plan to kill these people for the time being. They might be useful in the future. He ordered these people to pack up and then let them return to Harvest City to wait for orders. After checking that there were no fish that had escaped the net, Sulin left with Chris. After returning to Harvest City, Sulin asked the Imperial Guard to pass on his orders and then directed the City Hall to start the post-disaster reconstruction work. This time, the Baler's energy was sucked out by the spirit-devouring circle. Sulin did not get any experience, legendary skill points, or soul crystals from it. In the end, he only got a gold treasure chest and some experience from the people of the Church of Soul Snatchers. If Chris did not successfully become a legendary, it would be a big loss. Without the Baler's interference, the post-disaster reconstruction work went very smoothly. The nobles around all contributed money and manpower. The news of Sullen's appearance was heard by the nobles the next day. Some of them wanted to curry favor with Sulin, but they did not dare to neglect his orders. The first batch of supplies was quickly prepared. Then, Sulin notified Sanfelto City and asked Phyllis to send some officials over. At the same time, he also began to settle the score for the Baler incident. This time, it was not just Baron Brent who was involved, but he was the most unlucky one. With his strength alone, there was no way for him to carry out such a legendary demon summoning ritual. Of course, the Church of the Soul Reaver was involved in this, but many of the nobles around Harvest City were also involved. During this time, Su Lun had ordered the Imperial Secret Service to collect all kinds of information. Although the Imperial Secret Service was not good at war, they were experts at collecting information. The nobles thought that they were doing things secretly, but in reality, the Imperial Secret Service had already investigated everything. After the investigation was completed, the people from Sanfelto City arrived and began to investigate the nobles. With the help of this demon incident, Su Len began to make a move on the nobles in the southern plains. After the last rebellion, Su Len wanted to clean up the area. However, considering that the nobles in the southern plains were already frightened at the time, if he was too aggressive, the nobles would very likely submit to the surrounding countries. At that time, it was very likely that the civil war would escalate into a war between Florence and several other countries. At that time, even if Su Len won, the southern provinces of the kingdom would be completely destroyed. Even the northern provinces that had just settled down would be in chaos again, so Su Len did not think too much about it. Now, with the demon incident caused by Baron Brent, it gave him a very good excuse. Of course, this incident was more to weaken the local noble's strength and increase his control over the south. Su Len currently lacked a large number of experienced grassroots officials. Although the academy in Sanfelto City had been training them, there was still a shortage of manpower. It would take at least 3 months for the basic officers to be trained. After that, they would need to go to prison for political studies. Only after passing all of that could they take up their posts. Many of these people were former members of the aristocracy. After all, in this era, the literacy rate of the aristocracy was the highest. Ordinary people could not even write their own names. Su Len was very clear about the morals of these nobles. All kinds of corruption, bending the law for personal gain, there was nothing they did not dare to do. However, at this time, they could not be used. Therefore, Su Len stipulated that those who had not gone through political studies in prison were not qualified to work in the council hall. They were not even allowed to be grassroots officials. There was a lot of food in Harvest City, so there was no pressure to use it to provide relief to the victims. This time, because of the Baylor's arrival, at least a dozen villages were destroyed, and 3 towns were severely damaged. Although the death toll had not been calculated, it was estimated to be 5,000 to 6,000 people. The number of people who escaped into the wild was estimated to be more than twice the number of people who died. If so many people were only given food, it would be a complete waste. Moreover, they had nothing to do, so it was easy for them to become a social danger. They would lose their jobs, lose their property, and have nothing to do. If the nobles were in charge, the crime rate here would skyrocket, and even more serious things would happen. Su Len planned to use the method of providing relief with work. This method had been proven very effective in his previous life. It just so happened that Harvest City had not been renovated yet. The city was dirty and messy, and the demons had destroyed a lot of farmland, so these people were needed to repair it. Of course, although the method of providing relief with work was good, it also had some disadvantages. That was, it consumed a lot of resources and money. Fortunately, Harvest City had enough food, so there was no need to worry. As for money, Su Len planned to replace it with farmland. This time, many people had died, so a lot of land had become ownerless. Su Len planned to give these lands to the victims as a reward. At the same time, many nobles had died in this incident, so their property was not a small amount. It was just right to use it as a reward. Basically, Su Len did not need to pay extra money to complete the renovation of Harvest City and the restoration of the destroyed towns. In order to repair the land destroyed by the Baylor demon, Su Len found the Church of Harvest City. The priests of the Church of the Goddess of Nature were willing to help Su Len purify the polluted land and make it fertile again. In exchange, Su Len had to pay a price. Money was the most basic. Su Len expressed his support for them to develop their faith among the victims. After every disaster, the souls of the survivors would be greatly damaged. This was a very good time to develop their faith. They could easily gain a lot of believers, and many of these believers would become devout believers, which was very important for a church. Of course, the other churches would not let go of this opportunity. Su Len would not stop them, nor would he support them. After all, a single church was not a good thing. But even so, the Church of the Goddess of Nature had a big advantage. Baylors and fire elemental elders were not popular in the material world. The main reason was that the land they passed through would become dry and barren. If it was a fire deity or a fire elemental lord, the consequences would be even worse. The best way was to use water elemental magic and the power of nature to repair it. Of course, wizards also had ways to do it, but the effect was not as good as others. P.S. Thank you book friends God_State, Little Newbie, Dimension Stone, and other book friends for their tips. Thank you to Rotson for the 1500 coins tip. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.